Chapter 51. Chapter 51 got killed by Mo Fan. Mo Fan was about to leave, but suddenly, he saw a shadow moving. The shadow was swirling around the cavern walls and descended in front of Mo Fan. Following that, Mo Fan watched a woman with a curvy, delicate body slowly emerge from it. The incredible scene caused Mo Fan to feel a despondent awe. Holy crap, just what kind of spell is this? That's too cool. Mrs. Tangyue, Mo Fan clearly saw this woman's perfect oval face, willow leaf brows, and demon fox eyes. "You're okay?" Mrs. Tangyue revealed a joyous smile. Mrs. Tangyue shifted her eyes and quickly discovered the spirit wolf pinned there like a collector's specimen. Suddenly, she was unable to keep her calm. This is, Mrs. Tangyue blurted out, stunned. "You have nurtured a demonic student." The spirit wolf was killed by him, Shankong told her. Mrs. Tangyue felt so shocked that she opened her mouth blankly as her gaze fixed on Mo Fan. Mo Fan felt embarrassed from all the looks, coughing before saying, "Let's save the people first, let's save them." Outside of the mountain pass, Mu Bai, Shu Jiaoting, Jiao Kunsen, Zhong Shuhua, and He Yu were all clear-headed. The other students also gradually regained their senses. Each and every one of them assembled near the pond like refugees, their bodies were also trembling. Not long after, Shankong and Mrs. Tangyue lead Mo Fan out of the cavern. After everyone saw that Mo Fan was actually still alive, each of their faces revealed an expression like they had seen a ghost. They had personally seen Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu lead the spirit wolf into the cavern. In that kind of situation, even if they had 100 lives, they'd still be shredded to pieces by the spirit wolf. Mo Fan, you guys didn't die." He Yu was finally clear-headed. Seeing Zhong Xiaohu and Mo Fan still alive, her tears began to flow. The eyes of class president Zhoumin, seeing the two of them were safe and sound, also began to redden. If it wasn't for Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu luring the spirit wolf into the cavern, there was no telling how many people would have lost their lives. No matter how you put it, it was them who had saved everyone. The other girls who also had wounds on their bodies began to weep. They had always been in an easy and comfortable place like school, they had never experienced this kind of situation. The male students were either laying on the ground, looking blankly into the air, or were rejoicing over the two heroes, Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu. Originally, they thought that as long as they possessed magic, they could do anything. At school, they would also feel proud and arrogant. At the end of the day, when they truly faced a magical beast, they weren't even able to cast their spells. If it wasn't for Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu luring the spirit wolf away, then the consequences would have been too unbearable to imagine. Oh right, just how did they escape from the wolf's claws, and where is the one-eyed magic wolf now? Wang Sanpang and Shu Jiaoting asked. Do you even need to ask that? The one-eyed magic wolf has definitely been killed by the chief instructor. Zhang Kong's arrival was just in time. If he was even a second slower, then they would have already been eaten, Jiao Kunsen declared. The chief instructor glanced at the Jiao Kunsen who was making remarks. He couldn't help but think it was funny. They were both students, yet the difference was unnaturally large. Since everyone is not in a life-threatening situation, then I have some things to say, Chief Instructor Shankong said loudly, for everyone to hear. Everyone was sitting outside of the mountain pass. The teachers were helping the students wrap their wounds, and the students were helping each other clean their injuries. In the process of you completing this bounty, we have actually been observing you all the entire time. Additionally, we will grade the students who have done well, among them being Zhong Xiaohu, Zhoumin, Mu Bai, Li Yuming, Zhang Kong went on. These words immediately caused a disturbance amongst the students. The teachers were paying attention to the students during the process of the practicals. There were a lot of people who began to regret not doing well. Then when the magical beast appeared. Why didn't you guys? Were you guys going to appear after we died? Mu Bai asked resentfully. To be honest, he was almost killed by the magical beast. If this spirit wolf really wanted to kill you, you would already have died. Especially you. Zhang Kong coldly snorted. Mu Bai puckered his brow as he thought back to the scene from before. Indeed, if the spirit wolf really had slammed down with its foreleg, then his little life would have already dissipated. Wait, Chief Instructor, what did you say that magical beast was? A spirit wolf. Jimin hastily asked as she suddenly realized something. That's right, that wasn't an one-eyed magic wolf. That was a spirit wolf. It's a summoned beast, Shankong continued. Let me explain things to everyone. The bounty practical this time was actually arranged by us and the instructors. Even the summoned beast actually belongs to this instructor, Bai Yang. We needed you to face against a magical beast, but at the same time, we didn't want you to be killed by one, the homeroom teacher, Shui Mushing explained. As this was being said, all of the students started crying in relief. So it was actually a practice. Why did it have to be so real? They genuinely thought that they were actually going to die. Additionally, the spirit wolf's combat prowess was far too scary. There were so many of them using magic, yet it was ineffective against the spirit wolf. I was just thinking, how could Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu survived it? It seems like it was a summoned beast, Zhao Kunsen said with disdain. That's wrong. The truth is, just now, there was something that exceeded our expectations. This spirit wolf suddenly went out of control. It no longer heeded the commands of Summoner Bai Yang. Just when we thought the spirit wolf was going to massacre you all, Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu lured it into the cavern. Thus, your lives was actually saved by the two of them, Zhong Jingguo stated. Heavens, then we really are fortunate. Zhong Yinglu couldn't help but yell out. What fortunate, it was Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu who saved us. These two brothers, if there is anything in the future, don't hesitate to issue me a command. I will not decline it under any circumstances. We're thankful for your bravery. From now on, you will be our eldest brothers. Wang Sanpang and Xu Jiaoting were friends, and very proud and arrogant. However, now they were both expressing their thanks to Mo Fan and Zhong Xiaohu. Mu Bai and Zhao Kunsen were just standing there with their faces pale. How could they accept that their most despised person had actually saved their little lives? Teacher, you better give extra attention to this cavern. If that berserk summoned beast were to charge out, Zhemin reminded them. Don't worry, the summoned beast has already died, Mrs. Tangyue said. It was killed by Mo Fan, Zhang Kong nodded his agreement. Oh, as long as it's dead. As long as it is dead. This kind of berserk summoned beast. Wait, Chief Instructor, what did you just say? Wang Sanpang didn't immediately come to his senses before he opened his eyes and asked again. Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Magic Equipment, Bone Scythe Shield. The Chief Instructor also forced a smile. The berserk summoned beast was killed by Mo Fan. Shui Musheng, Zhong Jingguo, Luo Yumbua, Bai Yang, the instructors and the teachers were all astonished. The person with the most intense reaction to this was naturally the summoner, Bai Yang. He looked at this barely second-year high school student as his chin almost dropped to the ground. My spirit wolf was killed by you? Bai Yang asked without confidence. For a moment, Bai Yang's expression turned extremely strange. One could tell that this summoner's heart had collapsed. A magnificent spirit wolf was single-handedly killed by a student who participated in his first practical. Sheet, if he knew this would be the result, then Bai Yang would much rather believe that the spirit wolf was as stupid as a rabbit, hitting a rock by itself. This was too insulting for the spirit wolf's pride. Instructor Bai Yang had lost his spirit. Presumably, he wouldn't be able to calm down even if he were to write a paper. There would be nothing more wasteful than this for the rest of his life. It took a squadron about 2 months, an immeasurable amount of resources and manpower to finally subdue the spirit wolf. However, it was killed by a second-year high school student. How could these instructors possibly endure that? Each of the students were increasingly more dumbstruck. They were very clear on how abnormal this spirit wolf was. They knew that it would be a one-sided massacre. However, Mo Fan was the same as them, a second-year high school student. he relied on his own powers to kill the spirit wolf. The other thing, I'll tell you some good news. Due to Mo Fan completing this impossible mission, you, the students of the elite class, will all receive Grade A. Chief Instructor Shankong said to all the students. Thank God, if I get an A, then I will definitely be able to enter a good magic university. Mo Fan, you are simply my greatest benefactor. I will definitely repay you when I'm rich. Mo Fan, do you have a girlfriend? A girl who was saved by him asked with a whisper as she blushed. Mo Fan, do you need a boyfriend? In an instant, Mo Fan became everyone's hero. After all, not only did he save everyone's life, he even made it possible for everyone to receive Grade A on everyone's extremely important practicals. Zhao Kunsen was going to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but he was encircled by fiendish gazes from the surroundings. Those words, he swallowed deeply. Mu Bai's face was still extremely ugly. He was the first person to use magic, however, it was ineffective. Then he was stuck unconscious by the spirit wolf. In the end, his limelight was stolen by Mo Fan. AI, did you hear? That bounty was completed by a student. It seems like Bai Yang's spirit wolf was directly slaughtered by a student. Don't bullshit. We all know of the spirit wolf's prowess. If a student completed it, then I will eat the bounty liquid crystal, an incredibly bulky captain of a squad said. Then you should go and eat it. Pan Lijun swept her gaze across that man as she suddenly spoke up. Go look at it yourself, the bounty has been completed. The veterans in the stronghold all raised their heads. Sure enough, they discovered the bounty was flashing completed, and beneath it said, Tianlan Magic High second year student, Mo Fan. Damn, this youngster sure is courageous. In an instant, the veterans within the stronghold were all stunned. The face of the person who said he'd eat a liquid crystal turned exceedingly ugly. Holy crap, there really is a student who completed a bounty which they themselves would not be able to complete. Soon enough, the news had spread across the stronghold. Except for the battle mages of Bo City, most of the people in the stronghold were hunters who wandered the mountains. These hunters relied on bounties and killing magical beasts to survive. After the news of this came out, each of the veterans within the stronghold felt a bit ashamed. The ones who ridiculed the students the most at the time was exactly these people. That magical equipment. The defensive magical equipment, the bald meddler hastily asked. Boss Shankong is having a headache right now. He never prepared a magic equipment because everyone knew the students would not be able to complete this. Boss Shankong is a very trustworthy person, he should be buying a defensive magic equipment to give to the student, Pan Lijun said. This student has made a huge profit, even Boss Shankong's heart is bleeding. Us who have gone through fire and flames would not necessarily attain a defense magic equipment, sigh. Speaking of which, could that kid be the young master of some super ancient family? His body must be covered in luxurious adornments, how else was he be able to go up against the magical beast? Bullshit, he's just a common student. I heard that his dad is just a driver who delivers good to our stronghold. That really is too abnormal. We've always been a group when we fight against a magical beast. Within a stone house, Chief Instructor Shankong's hands were clasped onto a case as a painful look crossed his face. Sheet, that sinister merchant starting offer for this bone scythe shield was 550 0. Shankong cursed. On the side, Luo Yumbua, Pan Lijun, and Bai Yang said nothing. A few battle mages were smiling to themselves. Normally within this stronghold, their boss Shankong would beat them till cuts and bruises are all over their bodies. Who would have known that there'd be a time where even boss Shankong would have a headache too? The bone scythe shield. This thing was really not cheap. It took quite a lot of boss Shankong's salary. He had promised to reward himself this time. Thus, the government would definitely not cover it. Call the kid over, HMPH. Shankong ordered, still in a bad mood. Boss, I've been here this entire time. Mo Fan raised his hand as he spoke up. Boss Xiaokong's head wasn't very clear. When Xiaokong saw Mo Fan, he felt somewhat angry. He still had no idea about how exactly Mo Fan had killed the spirit wolf. Take it. Xiaokong handed the bone scythe shield over to Mo Fan. Chief Instructor, could you let go, please? Mo Fan asked. Xiaokong's mouth twitched before he finally let go. After Mo Fan received this treasure, he felt excited from head to toe. Facing a magical beast this time made Mo Fan realize one point. Just having attack power was not enough. Any magician who only knew how to attack would get killed by a magical beast in a single hit. However, if you had some defensive magic equipment, then it would truly be a treasure during this time that he hadn't learned a single defensive magic spell. Kid, if you can't find a suitable job after you've graduated, you can come here and report to me, Xiaokong said as he tried to present himself as a gentleman. Even if his heart was reluctant, Xiaokong had no choice but to admire this youngster's courage and quick thinking. The reason why so many magicians had been defeated by a magical beast was due to their thought processes. They didn't understand how to properly use their limited magic spells. Indeed, within the level of primary magician, all the mags could only be in possession of a single skill. But there were many ways to use a single spell. This kid had already grasped the true essence of magic, which many veteran mags haven't truly understood yet. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Make Money, Cultivate and Marry Tangyue. Forget it, I'll just get into a good university. I heard that even higher levels of magic are only taught at university. Mo Fan said. When the chief instructor heard this, he felt angry. Sneaky kid, this instructor inviting you to our forces is your luck, you actually dare to reject me. Take the things and go. Don't let me see you again, Xiaokong snarled, as his bad mood grew worse. Oh right, was there only a single spirit wolf guarding the cavern? As Mo Fan carried it away, he was reminded of something and asked. There's only one. If there were others, then you'd already have become their food. Why, do you still have some doubts? Xiaokong said. There's nothing else, I just wanted to ask. Mo Fan nodded his head and looked toward Instructor Bai Yang to the side. Your spirit wolf sure can drink. Bai Yang felt suspicious, but he didn't care. Hurry up and go. Xiaokong said impatiently. Mo Fan was kicked out of the barracks, but he couldn't help but whisper, this advanced mage got angry just because he gave away a magical equipment. The bone scythe shield at this moment was in Mo Fan's hands. The bone scythe shield just about covered Mo Fan's entire palm. Mo Fan, who knew nothing about magical equipment, was puzzled at this moment. Can something that only covers my palm really withstand the attack of a magical beast? Do they really think all magical beasts have a compulsive obsession to only hit the shield of Captain America? After going through some research, Mo Fan finally understood how to use the bone scythe shield. When a mage uses their intent to enter the bone scythe shield, the shield will automatically interlink with the magician spirit and leave behind a magical equipment imprint within the mage spirit world. After the imprint has been formed, the palm-sized shield will immediately assimilate into the interior of the magician's body. When the magician uses their intent to circulate the imprint, the magical equipment will immediately appear in front of the user. The shield that will appear at this time will not be the size of a palm, it will become a shield wall the size of a man. Effects like the spirit wolf's flying stone skill would then no longer be able to hurt him. No wonder this thing's price is so high. If I had this bone scythe shield when I was up against the spirit wolf, then I could safely use magic from behind it. Mo Fan looked at the large rhombus-shaped bone scythe shield in front of him that had the pattern of a scythe. He couldn't help but smile. With this magical equipment, he would have some resources to duel against the Yuang of the Mu family. Speaking of which, I possess both the lightning and fire elements. Although lightning strike and fire burst are very useful, they still don't have the desired combat prowess when I am truly against a magical beast. Mo Fan couldn't help but to ponder over this dilemma. Being able to kill the spirit wolf this time actually involved lots of good fortune. If it wasn't for the dazzling light that allowed Mo Fan to see the stalactites in the deeper part of the cavern, or Zhong Xiaoho's wind trail, or the students' unison attack, then he himself would have been shredded into pieces in an instant by the spirit wolf. If it wasn't for them, then how could he smoothly complete the bounty this time? I need to learn a spell similar to Wind Trail and Earth Ripple that allows me to move quickly, and quickly change my own position. Or else, with my slow speed, I might get smacked to death by a magical beast before I could even finish forming my star path. After going through the battle this time, Mo Fan was finally aware of how important a defensive spell and a movement spell was. In the primary levels, only the water element possessed a defensive spell. In school, everyone thought that the water element was of little importance. However, in reality, the water element was essentially everyone's benefactor when it came to battling a magical beast. In my hands, I have a bone scythe shield. It can barely classify as a defense-type spell. Thus, the next time I awaken, I should consider a movement-type element, like the wind element, or the cool one like Mrs. Tangyue, a spell that allows you to move through the shadows. The wind element's primary spell, Wind Trail, was indeed remarkably useful in an actual battle. If you couldn't break away from a magical beast's attack, then you wouldn't even have the margin of time needed to use your magic. The wind element was a really good choice, but Mo Fan reckoned that the shadow element would suit him even better. After doing his research, Mo Fan understood that the spell which Mrs. Tangyue used to move within the shadows belonged to the shadow element. At his stage, the spells that everyone was familiar with were only within the basic element types. In reality, other than the basic elemental magic, magic had three other main types: white magic, black magic, and dimensional magic. The healing element was a part of white magic. The shadow element was a part of black magic. The summoning element which Bai Yang wielded belonged to the dimensional magic type. The 9 years of compulsory magic education and high school classes only had basic elemental magic. If you wanted to learn about the three secondary types of white, black, and dimensional magic, then you had to go to university. Currently Mo Fan was in possession of the ability to control the fire element that possessed a high attack power, as well as the tyrannical lightning element. With the appearance of the bone scythe shield, he had attained the ability to defend himself. The only thing he was missing now were the movement spells. If one truly wanted to battle a magical beast by themselves, then one would be required to have those abilities. It was evident that this was choice that was most suitable for him. I have to quickly rise to the ranks of an intermediate mage. This way I will be able to awaken yet another element. If only I can awaken the shadow element. Mo Fan said, filled with expectation. Most people could only awaken a single element as a primary mage. Mo Fan had innate double element, and thus, it could be said that he already had a huge advantage. An intermediate mage could not only learn the intermediate level magic spells, they could also awaken a second time, and give birth to yet another Stardust. After they awakened yet another element, the mage's battle prowess would definitely have an upgrade in quality. Just like Chief Instructor Shankong, when Mo Fan first met him, he was playing with flames. From this, you could tell that he was a fire mage. However, in the cavern, behind his back was a pair of wind wings that shocked everyone's hearts. Thus it was very evident that not only did he cultivate fire element, he also cultivated the wind element. Moreover, he could also deduce that Shankong should be in possession of one more element spell. The Wind Wings was a spell that only advanced mags can control. Intermediate mags already possess double elements, and when they reach the advanced level, they would have a third chance to awaken. They would have a third element. In short, primary mags only had magic of one element. Intermediate mage can awaken one more element, and thus be in control of two elemental magics. Advanced mage could awaken yet another element and control three elemental magics. Mo Fan was an innate double element, thus, he was already one step ahead of others from the very beginning. Additionally, if Mo Fan hadn't had the combination of fire and lightning elements, then he would not have been able to kill the spirit wolf. Chief Instructor Shankong didn't understand why the spirit wolf didn't evade the falling stalactite. This was because he couldn't imagine that not only was Mo Fan a fire element mage, he also possessed the lightning elemental Stardust. It was the lightning strike that paralyzed the spirit wolf, causing it to be immobilized. I have the little Loach pendant, as well as my cultivation capacity, which is twice as much as others. Thus, the progress of my cultivation will be much faster than other people. However, having both lightning strike and fire burst is not enough to single-handedly go up against magical beasts. I need to quickly become an intermediate level mage. That way, I could have one more set of elemental spells other than the lightning and fire spells I have right now. Having more spells doesn't create a burden on my body. MHM, I have to do my best. How did the slogan of the boys of Class 8 go again? Oh, right. Make money, cultivate, and marry Tangyue. Chapter 54. Chapter 54 are the rare lightning mage. The rate of his cultivation was still not fast enough. Even if Mo Fan had twice as much cultivation time as other people, as well as the 20% buff from the Stardust magic tool, the time would still have to be split between his two concubines, Stardusts. Thus, he would only be slightly bit faster than that fool Mubai. If he didn't want to easily expose the ability of his lightning element in front of others, he would not be able to rely on that small advantage to play against the ancient Mu family and their cash players. The question is, how would he be able to maximize the increase of his strength? As he decided to Baidu the answer, all it said was, buy a Stardust magic tool. This answer was essentially too stupid. Let's not bullshit, the Stardust magic tool was naturally the best tool to increase his cultivation. The question was whether the Stardust magic tool was something a person could buy. However, from Mo Fan's point of view, other than the Stardust magic tool, there were no other good methods. What if I were to upgrade the little Loach pendant to spirit rank just like the one Mu Ningxue is wearing? A common ranked Stardust magic tool is only able to increase cultivation by 20%. If I were to upgrade it to a spirit rank, then it would be a 40% increase. This way, even if I were to practice both the lightning and fire element, then I'd still be much quicker than most people. Mu Ningxue's starting point was higher than mine by too much. Since she was able to get recruited by the Empire early on, that itself would testify that her strength exceeds mine, and most likely has reached the requirement of universities. If I still slowly cultivate like this, then I would get shaken to death by the ancient Mu family sooner or later. Mo Fan didn't regret making this kind of enemy. He was only able to exhaust all his options to increase his strength due to the enemy's oppression. Presently, the only thing that could increase his strength faster seemed to be a Stardust magic tool. Mrs. Tangyue has mentioned this before. The little Loach pendant could be upgraded by absorbing the spirits of magical beasts after they died. This meant that he would need to go out and slay magical beasts. If his luck was good, then a spirit would really show up. Then his little Loach pendant could really be upgraded to spirit rank. The 40% cultivation addition for a mage like Mo Fan, whose cultivation speed was already twice as fast as others, was simply riding a rocket. It seems like this is the only way. Since he had made a decision, then he should brazenly do it. The heavens has given himself this advantage. If he were to neglect it, then it'd be good for nothing. After the practicals, there still remained about a month of summer vacation. Mo Fan walked down to the hall of the Hunters' Union without hesitation. The Hunters' Union was an organization formed by wandering hunters' squadrons. There were tens of thousands of hunter mags who came to the hall of the Hunters' Union to search for missions that were suitable for themselves. Mo Fan had already gone through them. A spirit essence's price on the market exceeded 5 million RMB. Searching for magical beasts was the only path Mo Fan could choose to obtain wealth. If he really could gather these 5 million RMB first was hard to say. At least the soul remnants and soul essence were something you could only obtain through killing a magical beast. This was the only path he could choose now. Killing a magical beast by himself? Mo Fan immediately shook his head to reject the idea. He simply did not possess the ability to kill a magical beast by himself. Thus, he now needed to look for a hunter squad that was suitable for him. Practically all of the mags in Hunters' Union formed their own little squads. Those who were able to kill a magical beast single-handedly were far too few. The Hall of Hunters. The people came and went, it felt like a large hall of spirals, while at the same time like a job fair. On the wall of the Hall of Hunters was a colossal LCD screen. It announced the newest missions, as well as the rewards of the missions. The lowest reward was 100,000 renminbi, and the higher reward missions could go up to millions. Mo Fan looked at the million-level missions, his saliva almost flowing down his mouth. Completing 5 of those kinds of missions, and he would be able to buy a soul essence to upgrade his little Loach pendant by a level. Unfortunately, that wasn't something a normal person could do. Iron Hammer Squad is looking for Ice Elemental Mags. Required battle experience is 3 years and above. Have the desire to cooperate in a team. The most important thing is to have an adept control of the ice spell. The mission has already been received, average reward is 20,000 renminbi, estimated 2 months completion. Wind Element Mags, the squad lacks an experienced wind magician who can lure an one-eyed magic wolf. Other elements are not needed. Fire Element. Where are the Fire Mags? Join our fierce wind squad. Guaranteed to efficiently complete missions and get wealthy. Mo Fan swept a glance over to the side, and he discovered that those magicians who had joined squads before had actually brought resumes. On the resume was distinct proof of their time in other squads, how many missions they'd completed, and the levels of the missions. Mo Fan was dazzled by this scene. For a moment, he just had no idea on how to pick. It seemed like the magicians who had just graduated were those no one wanted. After all, they had far too little experience with magical beasts, one small mistake and they'd lose their life. Who would dare to have mags who just graduated? Whereas Mo Fan hadn't even graduated, he was a student who had just entered his 2nd year of high school. Bringing a magic student was simply a nuisance, and essentially defrauding his squad mates. He could tell that it would be very hard to find a suitable squad from his time in practicals. Sheet, being a mage actually needs qualifications. This particular year, a Mo Fan couldn't help but curse. As Mo Fan finished cursing, a man hurriedly ran past Mo Fan and bumped into Mo Fan while cursing even more. I'm sorry. The City Hunters team is currently recruiting. I have to go and give it a try. Excuse me for bumping into you, a weak youth wearing thick glasses said to Mo Fan. City Hunters team. Mo Fan asked suspiciously. Yeah, don't you know? They're specialized in sweeping dangers within the city. They're a group who kills magical beasts that are hiding within the city. The City Hunters team has always been the first choice of hunter mags. After all, they are hunters who can stay within the city. Who likes to run around the desolate areas and fight against unknown creatures? Not to mention the City Hunters team's rewards have always been really high. The youth in glasses pushed his glasses up as he spoke. Tangyue, you should stop wasting your time. A mage like you who just graduated from a magic high school doesn't have experience nor the strength. There's no way the City Hunters team would notice you, unless you're a lightning mage. An old hunter to the side ridiculed him. They're looking for lightning mags. Mo Fan's eyes beamed as he asked hastily. The City Hunters team, they moved within the city. This is something very suitable for Mo Fan who was still studying in school. If he were to go to the outside, then he wouldn't know how long it would take him to finish a mission. Lightning Mags has always been in demand for squads. Even the Lightning Mags who have no experience whatsoever will be happily accepted into a squad. After all, the Lightning Mags are far too few, their skills are just simply tyrannical. Sigh. If I were to awaken a lightning element, then I wouldn't have to be ridiculed by those veterans every day, that old hunter said. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, City Hunter Team. Oh, Mo Fan rejoiced covertly. So it turned out that lightning mags were very popular within the Hunters Union. You couldn't blame them, however. There was only one lightning mage per 1,000, and additionally, the lightning spell's power were not inferior to the fire element. Plus, it carried a paralysis effect. With the lightning mage suppressing the magical beasts, the speed it took for the squadron to circle the magical beasts would be reduced by a large margin. Good, he had found a method that would allow him to make money, as well as increase his combat prowess. However, in order to not expose my innate double element, I should still do a disguise. On one hand, it's so people won't recognize me. On the other hand, I would look more mature. I am still too much of a high schooler. After Mo Fan made his decision, he quickly found a black crayon. Changing his appearance wasn't hard. Mo Fan just needed to dye his face darker and then put on a long, grey hoodie. As long as he put on the hoodie and showed the distinct jawline of his face, his entire temperament would be entirely different. He found the City Hunters team and saw the long queue standing outside. He couldn't help but sob a bit. Sheet, this even overtakes the registration for the exams for officers. Let's just line up. That's all I can do. Let's just do the interview first and then go past stage 2 of it. It seems like the interview is a sweet and beautiful woman. They're all trash. Do these morons thinks we, the City Hunters team, is a job where we just sit on our butts and eat the benefits of the state? A tall and sturdy man who still had gauze wrapped around his head snarled behind the recruitment counter. Captain, don't be anxious. There's a lot of people applying, there will be a good one, said a man who was wearing a fashionable flower cap. Actually, this one isn't bad. He has mastered the second-level wind trail, flash steps. It can be used to track and lure magical beasts, a delicate-looking girl said as she stood behind the sturdy and tall man. As long as we have me as the wind element, do we still need anyone else? Spoke up a wind mage with long hair, graceful in his white shirt. These are all just considerations. I still haven't seen anyone I'm completely satisfied with yet, the gauzed-up captain said. In that case, how about our Cheng? This fella is quite clever. The truth is, the really amazing mags actually have their own fixed squads. They rarely wander over here. In my point of view, we should just choose a Cheng. His fire abilities should be sufficient enough against a magical beast, the graceful, long-haired wind mage spoke up. The captain helplessly shook his head, it seems like this is the only way. As he finished saying this, that sweet-looking recruitment girl hastily ran over, her face ramming directly into the captain's chest. Ah, I'm sorry. The recruitment girl's cheek was red as she hastily apologized. There's a lightning mage applying to join our City Hunters team. Are you for real? The tall and sturdy captain seemed more energized, his eyes beamed as he looked in the direction of the long recruitment line. The other squadmates' eyes also sparkled. Their City Hunter team was indeed more popular relative to other squads. However, that didn't signify that lightning mags were willing to enlist. In the past, lightning mags had always been guests amongst the hunter squads. Some of the more elite squads wouldn't mind taking in a completely newbie lightning mage. You could definitely cultivate newbies. However, and 1 in 1,000 lightning mage was extremely hard to find even if you were to turn on a lantern. Too many lightning mags had already been reserved. Additionally, they were very easy to absorb into a large ancient family or organizations. The possibility of finding a wild lightning mage was just far too small. Is that him? The sturdy captain was a little impatient, he directly walked out from the back. Yes, Captain. Are you going to personally interview him? The recruitment girl stuttered. Interview? What's there to interview? The sturdy captain turned around as he looked puzzled. The recruitment girl, as well as the other teammates, were puzzled. If the captain wasn't going to personally interview him, then why did he run over there? At this moment, you could see the captain walking to the recruitment desk. He looked at Mo Fan, whose face seemed somewhat dark, before he asked, "You're a lightning mage?" Mo Fan glanced at this tall, sturdy, and ferocious man as he slowly raised his hand. In a split second, an electric arc passed between his fingers before it formed what seemed to be a bug buzzed as it fell onto the table, before burning a small hole in the tablecloth. The sturdy captain's face bloomed, he nodded his head excitedly. You guys no longer need to line up. We have found our person. The sturdy captain was also domineering. He directly looked toward the long line and shouted this out. As he shouted this, the long line was not very happy. Cheat, why? We still haven't gone through an interview yet. Yeah, I'm really strong. I can cast a spell in less than 4 seconds. Are you for real? There are even magicians going through the back door in recruiting? This world is just too unfair. I don't want to be in the desolate areas. The group of people began voicing their complaints. They had expectations for this position. If any of you is also a lightning mage, then this captain will break the rules and recruit you, shouted the sturdy captain, maintaining his unreasonable attitude. As everyone heard this, they were stunned. Are you for real? A lightning elementalist would run here and steal our livelihood. How do we even survive now? Ah, a lightning elementalist, what's there to interview about? Let's just go somewhere else. As soon as they heard lightning element, everyone was like a defeated chicken as they dangled their heads. There's nothing they could do about it. The lightning element was the head of the basic elements. It had an incomparable advantage. These people no longer had any desire to compete. Mo Fan turned around and saw that this long line immediately disperse. He was a little shocked. Even in school, he knew that the lightning element had a particular importance attached to it. However, he never thought that the lightning element would possess such a suppressing force within the society of mags. It makes sense when he thought about it. When he was facing the spirit wolf, the truly decisive spell was indeed the lightning element's lightning strike. Not only was it able to injure the magical beast, it was also able to paralyze its muscles. Come, little brother. Welcome to our City Hunter team. Let me introduce you our members. Oh, let me first introduce myself. I am the captain of the City Hunter team, Shudahuang, a fire mage. The sturdy captain introduced himself. Hello, my name is Xieka, I am a water mage. The delicate-looking girl sweetly smiled. Li Wenjie, wind element, the handsome youth said confidently, as he flung his graceful hair back. Call me Feisha, I am an earth elementalist, the round-faced man with the flower hat said as he smiled widely. Mo Fan looked at these magicians who were definitely a few years older than him. He was a bit stunned before he finally introduced himself. I am Fan Mo. Fan Mo, from your blank resume, I can tell that you're a newbie who hasn't even met a genuine magical beast. Thus, I want to remind you of one thing. Don't think you're amazing just because you're a lightning mage. Be careful of your own life, said a rather beautiful girl. Mo Fan glanced at this woman. He felt that she was somewhat familiar. Oh, this is my vice captain, Scythe, ice element. Captain Shudahuang explained with a smile. Mo Fan finally recognized this person. This Scythe was related to the Mu family. This girl kept up a princess-like appearance every day, and was hard to interact with. Cheat, how come I meet people from the Mu family all the time? It seems like I need to quickly enter a good university and leave this city. Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Missing Girl. All right, Fan Mo. We will give you an ID related to the City Hunters team later, Captain Shudahuang said. There's an ID? Mo Fan said, feeling a bit stunned. Of course. Feisha explained as he kept smiling. This ID has quite a few privileges. The U right now is equivalent to an enforcement officer within Bo City. You're saying that I have now become an honorable enforcement officer? Mo Fan asked as he creased his brow. Ha, we are precisely city officers. Li Wenjie suddenly laughed. Only after he stopped laughing did he continue. The only difference is that we don't deal with those law-breaking peddlers nor profiteers. We deal with the things that emerge at night. Mo Fan couldn't help but smile a little. This position was quite to his own liking. It had a whiff of being Spider-Man, the Flash, or Iron Man, the hero that was supposed to save this chaotic city. While at the same time, he could be mysterious as he flirted with girls. Mo Fan quickly blended in with the mood. Feisha, the older brother who had the most experience, introduced the squad's current state of affairs as well as their primary responsibilities. "Hello, what? Why didn't you report this to me earlier? What kind of global joke are you making? Those police officers are completely useless." While they were happily discussing things, the captain Xu Dahuang roared into his phone. Li Wenjie, Xiao Ku, Feisha, and the people who were happily talking to Mo Fan suddenly changed expressions as their gaze fixed on Captain Xu Dahuang. At this time, Feisha creased his brow as he whispered to the suspicious Mo Fan, "Originally, we wanted to take you out for some drinks. Who would have thought that the second you joined us, we would be assigned work? If we aren't wrong, then it's most likely the cafeteria's quaking door of Mingwen Girls' Middle School." The cafeteria's quaking door. Mo Fan's eyes widened. He had heard of quaking cars, quaking water, quaking field, but it was his first time hearing about freaking quaking doors. "You city people sure know how to have fun, one brother, you are too wicked. It's not what you think it is." Every night, the school's cafeteria would have some strange quaking. In the beginning, they thought it was some construction team working in the middle of the night. After that, they had dispatched people to check and the report said there was no construction team. Instead, there was a strange story that has been passed down through the Mingwen Girls' Middle School, Feisha explained to Mo Fan as he whispered. "Did you say Mingwen Girls' Middle School?" Mo Fan suddenly realized something before he inquired further. "Yes, it's a girls-only school, even the teachers, TSK, Feisha returned to being serious. Mo Fan was unable to have sexual fantasies about it. Yixinxia was at precisely that girls' school. Thinking back on it, roughly 2 months ago when he was on phone with Yixinxia, she had told him that her cafeteria was really scary. All right, let's make use of the time when the students aren't studying to immediately resolve the issue," Captain Xu Dahuang said. Putting down the phone in his hand, Xu Dahuang's face was no longer smiling. Li Wenjie, Xiao Ku, Guo Saitang, and Feisha, the 4 people's eyes were all fixed on their captain. "There has been an accident. A second girl has gone missing," Xu Dahuang said with a calm voice. A few months earlier, there was a girl who went missing in Mingwen Girls' Middle School. Due to the school side being unable to determine whether the girl had disappeared on the school grounds, this matter had been handled by the police. After a few months, there still hadn't been a single clue. This matter had been on the morning newspapers, but everyone was quick to forget. A city had more than a few million people, and someone disappearing was not something strange to the police at all. Xu Dahuang and his team had made a trip to the Mingwen Girls' Middle School once before. The school, however, didn't want to make this into a big ordeal. Thus, they didn't want to let the city hunters do anything, leaving the matter completely unsettled. Who would have known that half a year later, there'd be yet another girl gone missing? This time, she had actually gone missing within the school grounds. The school finally realized that this was a big problem, and they urgently got in contact with the city hunter team. "Captain, if someone were to gone missing, shouldn't they still just contact the police?" Xiao Ku opened her mouth to ask. "This light mage found some footprints that didn't belong to humans," Xu Dahuang said solemnly. Everyone else immediately turned silent, except for Li Wenjie, who seemed to be bursting with life. It was evident that he felt happy about having work to do. "They contacted us a week after this happened. They really are a group of morons. If they had contacted us immediately, then perhaps we could even find the missing girl. Now that it has been this long, that girl is definitely gone. Some schools are like that. Everyone wants to hide the bad things, but once they realize they cannot hide it, that's when they know it's a real problem," Guo Saitang said coldly. As Mo Fan heard everyone talking, his heart began beat harshly. Yixinxia hadn't contacted him for a whole week. Due to him not having the money to buy a mobile, Mo Fan had always used the old telephone booth to call Yixinxia's mobile. He would talk to her at least once a week. He had just returned from practicals and his heart was filled with how to increase his own strength. Thus, he forgot to check in with Yixinxia. Aunt Mo Qing's house was near Mingwen Girls' Middle School. Even during summer break, Yi Xinxia would spend the majority of her time immersed within the school's library, since it was extremely inconvenient for her to walk to begin with. As Mo Fan thought more about it, his heart felt increasingly more panicked. He urgently borrowed a phone from Feisha. "The number you have called is unavailable. I will reunite with you guys in a bit." Not saying anything further, Mo Fan dashed out of the hall of the Hunters' Union. "Hey, wait! In any case, take my phone with you, this way we can contact you easier." Feisha yelled toward Mo Fan. As he yelled out, Feisha tossed his phone toward the running Mo Fan. "Brother, isn't it a bit dangerous when you throw your phone like that? What if that kid didn't catch it?" "Don't worry, that's a Nokia. It won't break." "Brother, I meant as in what if you crushed him to death?" "What's wrong? Why is your face suddenly looking so bad?" "Who knows? Either way, we should start doing our work." Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Danger. Brushing past the body. Mo Fan felt as though he was burning with impatience. At this moment, he really wished he had a movement spell so he could quickly arrive at Mingwen Girls' Middle School. Sitting in the slow taxi, he finally arrived at Aunt Mo Qing's house. As he dashed into his aunt's house, Mo Fan almost crashed into a girl in a wheelchair when he turned a corner. "Brother Mo Fan." Yi Xinxia smiled sweetly. She was astonished and delighted that he was there. "Xinxia, you're okay. You scared the living hell out of me." As Mo Fan saw Yi Xinxia smile, his heart immediately calmed down. "Why was your phone turned off when I called you?" "Payment was due, I wasn't willing to pay." Yi Xinxia lowered her head as she answered, feeling embarrassed. All right, the girl only wanted to save a little money. Either way, as long as she was okay, it was good. Mo Fan loosened up. "Did the practicals go smoothly?" Yi Xinxia handed a rolled handkerchief to Mo Fan. Nowadays, girls who carried a handkerchief were far too few. It's not that Xinxia was immersed in literature, but it was because carrying one would save money. Mo Fan wiped his sweat as he also smelled the fragrance on the handkerchief. There's still that alluring body fragrance. The ones he had stolen before had lost their fragrance. I almost exposed my vulgar actions. "I heard that there are missing girls from your school?" Mo Fan asked. Yi Xinxia nodded several times urgently. "It's really scary this time, Aunt won't even let me go to school. It's a girl from my next-door class, her name is Lin Yuna. The day she disappeared, I was also in the library, she even told me that she was going back to the dormitory. However, after that, I never saw her again. None of the cameras in school saw her leaving the school either." Yi Xinxia said as she said with a low voice. Seeing her turning pale at recalling this, Mo Fan lightly patted her shoulder. "In this case, you're the last person to see her?" Mo Fan asked. "Yeah, the police have already asked me numerous times, but that is all I know." However, Yi Xinxia lowered her head. "After leaving the library, I smelled something strange. This smell was similar to the rancid odor that was emitted from a certain place within the school cafeteria. However, our library is far from the cafeteria, and at that time, I felt a strange chill. It was like something was staring at me. I was really scared, so I hurriedly left that place," Yi Xinxia said. Mo Fan's eyebrows creased. Apparently, she had already been extremely close to danger. "Brother Mo Fan, if I didn't leave that early," Yi Xinxia was clearly at a loss. "Yeah, it's a good thing that you left early, or else you could possibly have become that missing girl." Mo Fan was glad inside. Yi Xinxia shook her head as she used a voice that only she seemed to be able to hear to blame herself. "I reckon that scary thing's initial objective was me. Since I hurriedly left the place, it turned its attention toward the person next to me, Li Yuna. I should have gone to find Lin Yuna and had her leave the school with me." As Mo Fan heard Yi Xinxia blaming herself, he was momentarily speechless. This brat, just what is she thinking in her head? If she hadn't left early, then it's possible that there would be 2 missing people. If the school really had something that shouldn't be there, then neither of the 2 girls had the strength to defend themselves. How can this be blamed on you? Even if you were to tell Lin Yuna, she'd just think you're too paranoid. Your 5 senses has always been more sharp than others ever since you were young, however, you are unable to move freely. Being able to protect yourself is already an impressive matter. Mo Fan used a soft voice to comfort her. Brother Mo Fan, do you think Lin Yuna has already? Most likely. Oh, no. Definitely not. I'm now working for the city Hunter team. We will solve this problem. How could I let my cute Xinxia stay in such a dangerous school? Mo Fan said as he clapped his chest. With such a thing happening within the Mingwen Girls' Middle School, even if he wasn't a part of the City Hunter team, he'd still rush over. Yi Xinxia had already lost something very important to her growing up. No matter what happened, Mo Fan would not allow his wheelchair-bound sister to suffer even more things. She was pure, beautiful and kind. When he was young, he'd often hide in Yi Xinxia's home after having fights with other kids from the area because he was scared of his dad's scolding. Yi Xinxia would carefully clean and wrap his cuts and bruises for him. She even lied to them for his sake. Ever since then, Mo Fan made a vow to himself that he would definitely take good care of her and not allow her to suffer anything. For the next few days, stay home. Wait till I finish dealing with the perpetrator. Mo Fan patted Yi Xinxia's head. Yi Xinxia nodded her head sweetly. After learning that Mo Fan was a lightning mage, Yi Xinxia began to feel more safe. Moreover, she could also feel her brother Fan was currently becoming stronger and stronger. He went from a common youth to a magician, and then became a member of the City Hunter team. He changed practically every time she saw him. She guessed that during the time she didn't see him, he had done his very best to improve. Brother Mo Fan, did you get exposed to the sun when you were in practicals? Not at all. Why do you ask that? You're so black that I could barely recognize you. After leaving his aunt's home, Mo Fan headed for Mingwen Girls' Middle School. Sheet, a city and a school actually had such a scary thing happening, developing the flowers of this country in this kind of environment. The teachers may be able to endure it, but this uncle won't. The beautiful girls of Mingwen Girls' Middle School, do not be flustered, do not be afraid. 1 Your prince on a black horse has come to rescue you from this chaos. As he kicked the elegant gate of the school open, Mo Fan was feeling ready to enjoy the admiration and attention from thousands of girls in their short, white skirts. Who would have thought that as he looked in, the entire campus was completely empty? A few homeless cats on the flowerbed stretched their heads out as they used their disdainful gazes to look at the intruder by the gate. It looked as though they were saying, "Where'd this retard come from? You scared the crap out of this daddy." Oh. I forgot this is the summer break, the girls aren't here. Ian? You got here before me. Not long after, a girl's voice came behind him. Mo Fan turned around and discovered it was that extremely arrogant Guo Saitang. Other than this girl having a plump chest and slender legs, her entire body emitted the temperament of an evil woman. Chapter 58. Chapter 58, A Monster of the Cafeteria. Did you find anything? Guo Saitang asked Mo Fan. I have asked the person who last saw the missing girl. She said she smelled the rotten odor from the cafeteria. I have basically determined that the cafeteria either has a panty-stealing pervert or a magical beast. Mo Fan pushed back his glasses in a move that exuded wisdom. How did Detective Conan put it? Oh right, there is only one truth. Is that so? Then tonight, you'll keep watch over the cafeteria. The rest of us will go to the teaching blocks, the Mingwen Mountain Park, Dormitor Y, and the school field. Guo Saitang replied, appearing somewhat arrogant. Why am I not keeping watch over the dormitories? I heard that there are a few students who stayed behind. Why don't you let me take care of their safe? Mo Fan said. Just Feisha being there is enough. Mo Fan felt a headache. Feisha looked like a weird uncle that would steal girls' underwear. Having him keeping watch over the dormitories would result to the girls being in even more danger. That evening, Mo Fan really was assigned to watch over the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Mingwen Girls' Middle School was immensely large. It looked like a huge meeting hall. As this place could be considered an aristocratic school, a cafeteria this luxurious and spacious was well within reason. Unlike the cafeteria of Tianlan Magic High, if you wanted to hide something there, then you'd be swept out by the aunties at the cafeteria. The dark cafeteria only had a few spots illuminated by the lights from afar. The chairs and tables were neatly arranged. Mo Fan was squatting in a corner daydreaming about the scene of young girls wearing their short skirts in summer, the sweet fragrances overflowing as the radiance of the springtime was endless. A lone spoon which was forgotten on a table was swaying and trembling as it slowly moved toward the edge of the table. As the spoon fell off the table, it hit Mo Fan's head. Mo Fan quickly grabbed the little spoon that nearly exposed his location. What the hell, who would be so bored as to leave behind their spoon after having an ice cream in the middle of the night? It almost exposed my location. This cafeteria is really weird. Just what is the source of this trembling? It feels like there's a construction team beneath me. Could it be that they're building a prison basement? Lately, that kind of thing has been quite popular all across the country. Mo Fan stealthily stretched his head out as he looked around. Suddenly, an extremely strange, deep noise came from the back of the kitchen in the cafeteria. Shit, there really is a magical beast. Mo Fan tensed up. Before he joined the City Hunter team, Mo Fan had always thought that the city was a very tranquil and safe world. He thought magical beasts were just something the adults had made up just to scare the kids who refused to sleep. Who would have thought that the city actually had some magical beasts hidden away? What Aunt Mo Ching had said before was not necessarily fake. Thinking back on it, it made sense. The city was so big, there were too many unknown places. If a magical beast really were to appear, and there were human lives involved, the police would still prevent the information from being leaked out and then proceed to resolve the matter in private. The effect of people panicking was far worse than the things happening. Mo Fan took out a communication device as he pressed down on it within his pocket. This communication device was simple. It would notify his team members of his location to let them know that he had a situation. The sound of a stomach growling resounded. As he pressed the communication device, the thing that was behind the cafeteria kitchen acted as though it could feel the signal. A set of deep, blue-colored eyes oddly emerged behind the kitchen glass as it directly locked onto the person who let out the signal. Its pupils were as big as a basketball, and the meat tissues around the eyes writhed as it turned around. It gave him goosebumps. With help of the reflection, Mo Fan was able to roughly see a silhouette. The neck was as big as a tree. It was hard to distinguish whether it was a neck or a head. In short, in the place where there should be a head was an eye as large as a basketball, and a mouth that was filled with rotten food. Sheet, are these magical beasts equipped with a signal receiver? It could even sense when I sent a signal, Mo Fan cursed to himself. As soon as he sent a signal, the large-eyed neck monster immediately locked onto him. Not even those aliens in Hollywood has an amazing ability like that. Suddenly, the big-eyed neck monster's pupil looked as though it condensed. He could tell that its basketball-sized pupil was compressing. As the energy reached its maximum output, a red ray instantly shot out from the monster's pupil. The red ray pierced through the glass window that separated the students and the canteen aunties, before piercing through the row of dining tables straight toward Mo Fan's location. This thing doesn't even greet me before attacking me. Its cold expression is like a cafeteria lady's annihilating gaze when you hope she would give you a bit more meat. Fortunately, it was not Mo Fan's first time dealing with a magical beast. Relying on his reflexes, he tumbled toward the cafeteria's exit. In the next second, Mo Fan's hiding place was turned into a scorched black hole. If he hadn't rolled away, then that hole would have been his chest. As their stardust grew stronger, it would also change a magician's physique. Although these changes weren't extremely evident, they were good enough for a magician to dodge very evident attacks. Mo Fan was also incomparably clever. He had chosen a location near the exit from the beginning, and thus he was able to successfully leave the cafeteria with just that tumble and roll. However, everything was not as simple as Mo Fan thought it would be. The large-eyed neck monster let out a screeching noise as it rushed out of the back of the cafeteria. Its massive eyes was once again condensing a red light. Mo Fan glanced behind him and felt increasingly shocked. This thing's attack frequency is too high, I can no longer dodge it. Mo Fan began to use his intent to activate the magical equipment imprint within his soul so he could call out the Bone Scythe shield to shield him. As Mo Fan was about to finish it, a clear voice called out from the distant basketball court. After the red ray hit the water shield, it was completely neutralized. The red energy was immediately dispersed into countless droplets as they sprinkled over Mo Fan's feet. Mo Fan immediately cancelled the activation of the Bone Scythe shield. He turned his head around just in time to see the girl called Xiao Ku smiling sweetly toward him as she revealed two cute canine teeth. Xiao Ku? Lady, your timing is too good. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, Battle Ape Rat. Fanmo, retreat to the back. Leave this animal to me. Captain Shudahuang shouted as he and Feisha both arrived in time. The two looked as though they had accelerated along a flat escalator. They didn't take a single step, yet their bodies were moving along the flat ground. Mo Fan knew that this was the primary spell of the earth element, Earth Ripple. Earth Ripple was also a movement spell. You could control the surface of the ground to initiate quick movement. Wang Sanpang was also capable of this. However, he was not as adept at it as Feisha. This is a colossal-eyed ape rat. They usually live underground. Thus, they're an expert in digging holes and particularly enjoy the city sewers. They can stretch their neck and their eyes can release a piercing red light beam. This thing is like a mixed rat, capable of high-speed reproduction. Their survival abilities are high. The sewers and garbage lots tend to have quite a few of them. Normally, they eat human leftovers. However, if their hunger reaches a certain degree, they are able to eat humans as well, making them a terrifying and numerous magical beast. Soon enough, Vice Captain Guo Saitang informed everyone about this creature. The magical beast classes had discussed this creature a few times. This creature was an expert at living underground and hole digging. It was the Landslong University amongst magical beasts. Normally, whenever this kind of magical beast encounters a magician, they would run away peeing themselves. How come this one dare to even initiate attacks? This one is evidently extremely rash. I reckon it's starving, requiring a large amount of food and energy. Fortunately, we happened to find it, Feisha said as he smiled. These people were different from the group of students who were scared like dogs when they first encountered magical beasts. Whether it was the Captain Shudahuang, the girl Xiao Ku, Wind Mage, Guo Saitang or Uncle Feisha, they wore a different attitude when they faced off against the colossal-eyed ape rat. They were all spread over, but they stood within a distance where they could support each other. They formed an attack formation, while maintaining a distance where they could retreat if they encountered danger. Mo Fan, who had just joined their team as a member, was awkwardly standing there. It looked as though he had told his teammates, "After you retreat, I will challenge this creature." However, the truth was, he was slowly shifting toward the back of his teammates. On the inside, he was cursing Feisha for not using Earth Ripple on him. The sound of an empty stomach grumbled out. This colossal-eyed ape rat was indeed extremely vicious. It didn't run away despite seeing so many people. Its eyes immediately locked onto the closest person to itself, the Wind Mage, Li Wenjie. It's the red light beam. This animal that lived amongst the human city's dark corner looked as though it wanted to shoot through the people moving around it presently. Its intense roaring was particularly fierce in the air of the evening school campus. "You want to attack us?" The Wind Mage Li Wenjie was laid back. Mo Fan practically didn't see Li Wenjie meticulously focus his mind to link the star paths, yet a cyan wind track emerged around his body, incessantly blowing his white shirt. The red piercing beam shot forth, but Li Wenjie left behind only a chaotic air in his former location. His figure had already flashed 5 meters away. How could one be that handsome? "Fool, you dare to come out and harm people with just this little skill." Li Wenjie stood in front of a table tennis stand as he coldly smiled toward the colossal-eyed ape rat. When the colossal-eyed ape rat saw its beam was ineffective toward this nimble human, it flew into a rage as it spread its sharp limbs. With a neck and head that's strange, the colossal-eyed ape rat's speed was actually a few times faster than the spirit wolf which Mo Fan had met before. If it used this speed to go against the students, even if they were able to stay calm and complete their star path, they would still be too late to cast their spells. The time it took for students to cast their spells was around 4 seconds, whereas the colossal-eyed ape rat was able to get to Li Wenjie from a place 40 meters away in a short 2 seconds. Its claws was then scratching right for Li Wenjie's face. Mo Fan couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He was scared of Li Wenjie losing his life. Looking at his surroundings, neither the water mage, Xiao Ku, nor the earth mage, Feisha, seemed to have any intention on saving Li Wenjie. Wind track, flash steps. Li Wenjie was not flustered at all. His gaze was calmly watching the colossal-eyed ape rat dash over as he coldly spouted the name of the spell. Li Wenjie's body once again disappeared from his original location. The colossal-eyed ape rat's claws smacked against the stone table tennis stand, reducing the table into powder that flew off into the surroundings. After the creature realized that its claw had failed, it immediately began to look for Li Wenjie. Li Wenjie took another step. He once again left behind a dust trail before he quickly flashed 20 meters away. Li Wenjie stopped behind a cotton tree planted inside the cantina. To Mo Fan's surprise, the wind mage had once again disappeared from his sight. Mo Fan saw this as he gasped in surprise. In school, all the wind elemental students had only grasped the wind track's swift travel. To move fast with swift travel was only possible if you were able to create a wind tunnel. Although it was indeed quick, it was still not as fast as Li Wenjie's flash step. If Zhong Xiaohu had grasped wind track's flash steps back then, he would definitely have been able to thrash that spirit wolf around a few times, and get out of the difficult situation of being chased deep within the cavern. Although it was also a primary spell of the wind track, its effect felt evidently on a different level. The colossal-eyed ape rat sensitivity was even above that of spirit wolf. However, at the end of the day it still wasn't able to touch the corner of Li Wenjie's clothes. As expected, the things you learned at school were far too limited. Only when you were exposed to this kind of environment, and incessantly gaining practical combat experience, will you truly be able to raise your strength. It was a wise choice to join the hunters. Only when I follow these hunter mags who are fearless in front of the magical beasts will I be able to grow. Going with those students who pee their pants when they see a magical beast is definitely a bad choice. It wasn't that Mo Fan disliked his classmates, but because Mo Fan had come to realize many things after battling against the spirit wolf. Pursuing examinations, grades, target shootings, attending magical beast classes and analyzing battle techniques were completely useless when you actually encountered a magical beast. The only way to improve is to fight, to incessantly face magical beasts like this. Captain Xu Dahuang flew up confidently. There was already a ball of scorching hot flame in his palm. The flames illuminated the sturdy uncle's face, which carried some disdain for the creature before him. Chapter 60. Chapter 60, Come Forth, Lightning. Fire burst. Xu Dahuang bellowed. The strong flame in his hand split the night, flying towards the colossal-eyed ape rat. Feeling the heat behind him, the cunning rat tried to dodge to the side. This move by the colossal-eyed ape rat astonished Mo Fan. It had keen senses to detect the speedy attack by Xu Dahuang. It was obviously going to miss. Monsters wouldn't stand there like a dummy in school, waiting to be attacked. Hide? Futile. Xu Dahuang laughed in mockery. The fireball landed where the colossal-eyed ape rat first stood, missing it completely. Burst, he chanted the twist to the technique. In that instant, a ray of light emerged from the extinguishing fireball as it burst open. The cloud of fire exploded, waves of fire quickly swallowed everything from the point of impact. The crimson flames engulfed everything in a 3-meter radius, including the rat which thought it had evaded the attack. A tremor appeared in the air, the explosion was blinding. Through the flames, Mo Fan could faintly see the colossal-eyed rat get swallowed up in crimson. Its fat bulk was thrown 5-6 meters away, slamming headfirst into the canteen walls. Cornered, the colossal-eyed rat thrashed for its life, now stripped of that monstrous air. Now, it was just a half-dead saw rat. At this, Mo Fan's lips stretched into a giant O. That overbearing burst effect left no chance for that agile big-eyed rat. The burn and cremation effects paled in comparison to that direct and violent burst effect. Mo Fan never would have thought that the squad leader of the hunting squad had trained the fire burst technique to the 3rd level. That burst effect nearly killed the rat instantly. Man, if he had known fire burst during the spirit wolf encounter, he could have ended it in a blast. Would he have needed to run to need those stalagmites? If those stalagmites weren't everywhere, and the monster positioned directly underneath. Last time, he was lucky. At this point, Mo Fan's heart toiled like the raging waves of fire. Thinking about how his fireball could reach this level, his passion for training blazed. As long as he could master fire burst, the UAO wouldn't be his match. That old geezer Mu Shoyun could be smacked so hard that his face would be swollen. Yes, no matter what, I have to reach the 3rd level for fire burst before I graduate, and blind the titanium dog eyes of those old geezers in the Mu family. The experience and skill of the hunting squad was apparent when they predicted that the rat would run after the blast. Fei Shi and Guo Xiaitang sealed the escape routes of the rat using their techniques. Ku tilde, the big-eyed rat roared, and leapt unexpectedly towards Guo Xiaitang. Guo Xiaitang paused, her ice vine technique froze the spot where the rat had just fled. She did not anticipate that the rat could still thrash so violently. Xiao Ku, water meld, now! Squad leader Xu Diehuang tensed at this sight. Xiao Ku panicked, frantically linking the water star rails. Nervous, Xiao Ku slowed down and couldn't cast water meld in time. While Guo Xiaitang, having faced dangers like this before, grit her teeth and leapt to the side. Although she couldn't dodge it completely, as long as she could save her vitals, losing an arm was better than dying. Multiple seals swarmed in the distance just as the situation turned for the worse. These seals flogged the colossal-eyed rat and flayed its flesh. The python marks on the rat drilled frantically into its muscles, leaving it unable to run. Halfway through its dash, the rat seized up and slumped onto the concrete, rolling to a stop before Guo Xiaitang's legs. Guo Xiaitang paused as she saw the twitching rat, before jumping back a few meters away. She stared in disbelief at Mo Fan. Man, this colossal-eyed rat has to be mutated. Why is it more violent than the one-eyed wolf? Half dead and it is still attacking rather than running. Fei Shi exclaimed, still shocked from the ordeal. I've told you so many times, be on your guard, be on your guard. Guo Xiaitang almost died. If not for the lightning mage we recruited today, would the monster be paralyzed? How else do we stop the rat from staking it all? Squad leader Xu Diehuang burst into a tirade. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Xiao Ku stammered. Apologies wouldn't help if someone died, they can't hear it in their graves. As the only water mage in the team with defense capabilities, your job is to be on your guard. Be ready with your star rails at all times. Xu Diehuang bellowed at Xiao Ku. Mo Fan was slightly surprised. He had expected Captain Xu Diehuang to just nag instead of lashing out at such a cute girl. However, he wasn't wrong. Magicians of different elements had different roles to play when forming a hunting team. A single mistake in a strategy was not only lethal, but would spell disaster for the entire team. Monsters killed in an instant. Xiao Ku bit her lip and said nothing, having realized the severity of her mistake. Guo Xiaitang did not blame Xiao Ku. Instead, she continued to stare at Mo Fan. She was about to die, but this greenhorn had saved her life. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Advancing the Lightning Element. Fan Mo, your reaction is really quick. Your spell casting speed also shocked us. We thought you were the type of newly graduated magician whose legs would soften up after seeing a magical beast. Li Wenjie walked before Mo Fan and patted his shoulder a few times. Yeah, I thought we had to take care of you for the large majority of the year before you could have been somewhat useful. Who would have thought that your spirit quality was already this good that you even saved Guo Saitang? Guo Saitang, you'll have to devote your entire life to him to properly express your appreciation, Feisha said as he laughed. Mo Fan had applied for this position without any practical experience nor resume. In fact, the hunter team's minimum requirement was to have killed at least 10 magical beasts. If Mo Fan were of a different element, then this elite team of hunters would definitely not accept him. They didn't even need those with the fire elements. After all, the city hunter team fights off magical beasts within the city. If other hunters can't face off against a magical beast, then they would just die themselves. If the hunters team can't face off against the magical beasts, then it's possible that the consequences would spread to people who can't fend off for themselves. The city hunters team's responsibilities were significant, and thus, the members were needed to be the elite of the hunter mags. Considering the rarity of a lightning mage as well as the abilities of their spells, the hunter team were willing to spend the half of the year to properly nurture the rookie who knew nothing. In everyone's eyes, Mo Fan was a definite rookie who wouldn't necessarily be able to cast his spell when faced against a magical beast. Just now, after he had finished his lightning strike spell in an instant, the speed of his reaction and the control of his star path actually caused the hunter team to have a whole new view of him. Especially Guo Saitang. In the beginning, she aggressively gave Mo Fan, a rookie, a harsh scolding. Who would have thought that in the most crucial time, it would be this rookie that would save her life? Her heart felt exceedingly complicated. All right, Li Wenjie, Feisha, the two of you go and inspect the cafeteria. If there is no other magical beast, then we can leave the rest of the matter to the police if that girl is still alive, Xu Dahuang said. Search and rescue required a large amount of people. The hunter team's primary objective was to eliminate the danger factors. Following that, all they needed to do was to let Feisha and Li Wenjie assist the police in searching for the missing Lin Yuna. It was just that it had been over a week, the girl's chance of surviving was very low. As Mo Fan was about to leave, the little Loach pendant suddenly let out a buzz. Mo Fan felt delighted as he hurriedly walked to the side of the Colossal-eyed Ape Rat's body. A blue radiance emerged out of the body of the Colossal-eyed Ape Rat. It looked similar to a firefly. It was as small as a candle flame, looking like it was being summoned as it slowly floated into the pendant around Mo Fan's neck. The others were busy with other things, and thus they didn't notice this scene. Mo Fan successfully absorbed the soul remnant of the Colossal-eyed Ape Rat into his little Loach pendant. The little Loach pendant had an ability that allows it to automatically absorb soul remnants. When he had killed the spirit wolf the last time, it had also absorbed the spirit wolf's soul remnant. Unfortunately, to make the little Loach pendant really grow required something even more pure than a soul remnant, which would be a soul essence. Who knows if absorbing these soul remnants would have any effects whatsoever? I'll have to go back home and do some research on it. Moreover, the Magic Association and Hunters Union also sold soul remnants. The price of one was roughly around 10,000 yuan. If there were enough soul remnants absorbed, then they would also allow the little Loach pendant to grow. In that case, is there a need to use the money from hunting magical beasts to buy those soul remnants? Either way, the top priority is to make the little Loach pendant grow. This way, I will definitely be able to have my fire burst reach the level of Rupture. The lightning star seems to have some transform. Don't tell me. Suddenly, Mo Fan felt the stars within his lightning stardust tingle with incomparable excitement. The excitement here was similar to the time where his fire stars had transformed. The transformation that time had allowed Mo Fan to reach the level of fire burst, burning bones, up from merely scorch. That is to say, his lightning strike was about to make a breakthrough. In the past when he kept meditating, the lightning stars had no reaction to whatsoever. Who would have thought that the lightning quick spell casting today would actually cause them to transform? Mo Fan didn't know whether it was because of the experience from the battle he had today that allowed them to transform, or it was due to the absorption of the soul remnant. Fire Burst has already achieved Burning Bones. I wonder what kind of effects the heaven-defying Lightning Strike will cause at its second level. It really made you look forward to it. What Mofan did not expect was that he would actually obtain a commission from his first time completing a mission. The school had in total used 200 yuan to request the City Hunter team come there and solve the issue. Mofan received 10% of it. After all, he had just joined them. Normally speaking, those who just joined would only receive the wages of an intern. The commission was only given as a token. They had considered Mofan a special lightning mage, as well as his outstanding display today. The team basically gave Mofan a full share. 10% was around 20 yuan. This was on par with 6 months of his father's income. Mofan didn't want to play around with this money, thus, he cautiously put it away as he did not need it for a period of time. Speaking of which, this was Mofan's first time being paid for work. Although it was indeed dangerous, the reward had actually exceeded Mofan's expectations. This was much more than what the hunters outside of the city earned. No wonder why so many of them would do their best to join the ranks of the City Hunter team. The sky blue private pool had a gentle ripple. Muhi in a swimming cap had swum up on shore. With his body still wet from the water, he laid down on the recliner with an umbrella shielding him from the sun. He then looked at the private swimming teacher with rye-colored skin as he not so accidentally swept his gaze across her chest. As Muhi was about to say something, he discovered the swimming pool had a layer of frost slowly covering it. The surface of the swimming pool quickly solidified. "Don't. I'm going to swim again soon." Muhi felt a headache. Before he could finish, the entire swimming pool had already been frozen solid, as if it were winter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Uncle my father wants you to come over," a tall, slender man with a gloomy look said to him. "Yuang, your ice Stardust has gotten increasingly strong. How has your training been?" Muhi asked with a pleased expression. "The progress is a bit slow," the youth called Yuang replied. "You still call that slow?" Muhi said with a forced smile. "Other people are only at the first level of ice spread, yet you have already grasped ice spread, condense. With your cultivation speed, you won't even need 2 years to attain the third form of ice spread, cover. That is a large-scale ice spread. Let's not even talk about a small fire elemental student. You could even freeze a whole lot of them by yourself." 2 years? That's still too long. Yuang mumbled to himself. "You're always so dissatisfied with your cultivation. The truth is, you're already more outstanding than other peers of your age. Yes, you and that child Mu Ningxue have a definite difference. However, Mu Ningxue is just too special. You should already know that your father, Mu Zhuyan, has been brooding over that kid Mofan. After a year, when you've successfully dealt with that kid, then your father will definitely give you an amazing present." He laughed. "I haven't even put that little clown in my eyes at all," Yuang stated. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Underground Holy Spring. Yuang's diligent cultivation was for himself. Even if his father, Mu Zhuyan, had arranged a magic duel for him a year from now, Yuang genuinely did not put this matter in his heart. "Why don't you head over? I'll be right there with you," He told him. Yuang nodded as he walked toward the master's house. After going through an artificial garden, Yuang stepped into an unusual little courtyard. In an European-styled mansion like this, having an antique tea house was extremely strange. "Father, I don't understand why you have arranged a boring duel for me." Yuang sat down to the side as he addressed Mu Zhuyan. "If we were to only invite high-class people, family members, and people of your age on your coming-of-age ceremony, then that would be extremely dreary. The opportunity of gathering the most important and well-known people of Bo City into a single place is quite difficult. If there was be a duel during your coming-of-age ceremony, then I'm sure a lot of people would have a more positive opinion of you. There are certain matters which older generations like me just cannot interfere with, thus, you need to use your own superior strength to subdue the seniors and peers watching you. This way you will also gain prestige. Having that will assist you greatly when you control the city later on." Mu Shuyan sipped the tea as he talked about his plans. Then you should arrange for me a more suitable opponent, Yuang replied. In the beginning, I also thought that having a small character like this would be a child's play for you during your coming-of-age ceremony, so I was also considering about whether I should have arranged for someone more appropriate. However, now it doesn't seem that way anymore. After all, it's essentially a battle between me, Deng Kai, and Principal Zhu. Mu Shuyan said. What do you mean? Yuang was confused as he asked. Your opponent, Mo Fan, has already grasped the second level of Fire Burst. The progress of his cultivation has exceeded everyone's expectations. Being able to achieve this kind of result in just a short year means he's not just some minor character. Presently, he is the most outstanding student of Qianlan Magic High, and he has gained the attention of Deng Kai, Zhong Kong, and Principal Zhu. Now, if I wanted to pull anything on this kid, I believe the others most likely wouldn't let me do it. This really has caught me by surprise. The cultivation of the son of a driver is actually not any slower than the preeminent disciples of our ancestral families. If he was more discreet, then you wouldn't have to know anything about the matters between Deng Kai and I, Mu Shuyan explained with a cold smile. In that case, there might be some interesting things happening. Yuang looked greatly relieved. If a weak opponent were to appear at his coming-of-age ceremony, then that wouldn't be earning himself any prestige. Instead, it would be giving this scoundrel his spotlight, as well as not being able to demonstrate the strength that exceeded his peers of the same age. The Mu family regarded the younger generation's coming-of-age ceremonies as their most important, and it could be said that the coming-of-age ceremony was their grandest ceremony. If the youths were strong, then the family clan was strong. This would allow them to claim power within Bo City at an early age. Having the older generations jumping out and showing off their strength wasn't always appropriate. If they were to have their younger generations of disciples demonstrate their overwhelming dominance to their peers, wouldn't that be demonstrating the Mu family's absolute power? Mu Ningxue was at the imperial capital, which was at an even higher domain. Bo City would also need an outstanding young magician who could carry the banner, right? Yuang was an excellent successor for controlling the city. Mu Shuyan wanted to meticulously nurture him so that he could stand at the peak of Bo City. Whether the path of the future would be smooth would naturally depend on the beginning. Other disciples' coming-of-age ceremonies could be arranged in a small manner. However, Yuang's coming-of-age ceremony needed to be grand. It had to have grandeur, it had to have guests, and it had to amaze the world. That brat Mo Fan does indeed exceed our expectations. However, he is only a stepping stone for the growth of an elite youngster like Yuang. However, would this scheming Mu Shuyan tell Yuang that he was allowing the young man to be nurtured with a large amount of resources, so that when he reached a high position and held a large power, he would only be someone else's stepping stone? That person would be Mu Shuyan's biological daughter, Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue is the most perfect successor for Mu Shuyan. Since Bo City was too small, his only choice was to nurture another trusted aide so he could properly control Bo City and the native lands of the family. Don't worry, after the end of the coming-of-age ceremony, I will open up the underground holy spring of Bo City for you. You will have a week's worth of cultivation time in there. This 1 week will be enough to allow your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, then your peers in Bo City will no longer be placed in your eyes. Mu Shuyan said calmly. Father, is that underground holy spring really that magical? Yuang's eyes glistened as he asked this. Of course. You know of a Stardust magic tool, right? This underground holy spring is equivalent to a Stardust magic tool that reinforces your strength by countless times. It doesn't just simply ease your fatigue, it is also a holy ground for the nurturing of your cultivation speed. Whether it is meditation or control, the spring is the most perfect place for it. The underground holy spring isn't something you can open at will, thus, once you enter, you will have to put your entire mind into cultivation. This is because this could possibly be the best opportunity for you to attack the intermediate level. Mu Shuyan said. Intermediate? Aren't I still quite a bit far from that? Yuang was a bit startled. If you didn't enter the underground holy spring, then you would still be quite far from it. However, if you were obtain the opportunity this time, then that would be different, Mujin said as he rubbed his mustache. Father, just how did this underground holy spring of Bow City come to be? How can it have such an incredible effect? The underground holy spring has a long history, there is no need for you to know it. All you need to remember is that the underground holy spring is an amazing cultivation opportunity that you only get once in your life. Mujin no longer said anything else. Yuang nodded several times in understanding. Assuming that it was able to allow a person to break through the primary level and tread upon the intermediate level which many yearned for, this underground holy spring of Bow City was indeed extremely important. Chapter 63. Chapter 63, Strange Occurrences in the Old Streets. In the remaining time of the summer break, Mo Fan kept on cultivating. The City Hunter team wasn't exactly a very busy job, most of the time, he was just adjusting his life. After Mo Fan had finished 2 more bounty missions with the City Hunter team, he finally left the realm of a rookie. He was able to stay even more calm as he cast his spells when faced with a magical beast. Advancing his battle experience along with his cultivation, Mo Fan unexpectedly discovered that his Stardust's growth was even faster. As his Stardust grew, naturally, the usable stars were also transforming. On the day he started his 3rd year of high school, Mo Fan had successfully transformed the lightning stars. They had turned increasingly bright, and the radiating stars were able to conduct increasingly stronger lightning magic. Thus, the used spells naturally changed as well. Next time when I go out on a mission with the City Hunter team, they will surely be surprised. Mo Fan was sitting in class, he felt particularly happy. Currently, his Lightning Strike and Fire Burst had both achieved the 2nd stage. This advancement speed had far exceeded his peers. If he was able to reach the 3rd stage by his graduation, then that would be even more perfect. It was said that when the stars had transformed into the 3rd stage, then one would be rather close to breaking through to intermediate level mage. Mo Fan had no idea on when he would reach the intermediate level. However, he would definitely exhaust all methods to make himself stronger. School life was still just like that. After going through the practicals, the student's temperament had a clear transformation. On top of that, the magic entrance exams were near, so those students who were usually slacking in particular were giving their best as they frequently appeared on the training grounds. Mo Fan himself didn't go to the training grounds. What was the use of hitting a wooden puppet? He had directly changed these meaningless practices and exercises into real combat against magical beasts. That kind of progress was many times more effective than hitting the wooden puppets at the school training grounds. Brother Fan, did you realize it? Ever since practicals, the arrogant class representative, Jomin, has been treating you really well, Zhong Xiaohu whispered into Mo Fan's ear. Really? Mo Fan asked as he raised his eyebrows. Of course, sometimes, she would even sneakily glance over here. Isn't it because I'm handsome? If you were to put it like that, then I can't do anything about it. However, if it was because you're handsome, then she wouldn't have been so harsh on you when the school began. She is harsh on every single person, however, when it comes to you, her entire person changes, she becomes like a next-door little sister, cute and obedient, Zhong Xiaohu stated. Presently, Mo Fan went to class in the morning and cultivated in the afternoon. At night, he has to wear a uniform to protect the peace of this city. How could he have time to care about a young girl's heart? Moreover, he already had a heroic spirit that would save thousands of girls from their sufferings, thus, occasionally obtaining a few girls' affections. Isn't that a common thing? See. She's coming over here to find you. TSK, Brother Fan, I'll retreat first. Zhong Xiaohu was indeed a qualified friend. There are certain friends who are as stupid as pigs, they just love being a light mage. One Mo Fan raised his head and saw that Jomin really was coming his way. Seeing her appearance, embarrassed yet excited, it truly made one feel pity for her. Jomin looked quite elegant with squeaky clean black hair over her shoulders, and a delicate face that carried the arrogance of many young girls. Normally, they naturally treated boys like devils and so they kept their distance. However, the truth was, it was just impossible for them to conceal their warm hearts. Mo Fan. Do you have time tonight? Jomin whispered after she walked over. He still had to consolidate the level 2 spell of Lightning Strike. Jomin, oh, Jomin. As the class representative, you should be wholeheartedly focusing on your studies. How could you let your heart focus on the mundane things? We are third-year high schoolers who are about to become university students. This year is extremely important, it will affect the future. If you were to let your heart distract you this early, then it will bring nothing good for anyone. Therefore, Mo Fan nodded as he said, I'm available, to Jomin. Jomin immediately opened her eyes widely and said, wait for me after school, I need to tell you something really important. No problem. Mo Fan nodded his head. He was thinking of whether he should have Zhong Xiaohu go and prepare a small umbrella, just in case he will need it. Point 2 After the school ended, a large crowd of students rushed toward the exit. Jomin was indeed true to her words, she was waiting for Mo Fan at the back gate of the school. Mo Fan walked over and as he was about to open his mouth, Jomin mysteriously said, Mo Fan, I'm not sure if I should be telling you about this matter, but I also don't know anyone who is more suitable. As Mo Fan heard this, he suddenly had no idea what to expect. It's like this, my grandma's house is on the Rongshu Street. It is an old district that is going to be rebuilt into a new one. During the summer break, I went back to live with my grandmother, and then I frequently felt trembling sounds from the construction site next door. It seemed like there were construction workers doing their jobs. However, I asked some people and they all said that they don't do construction work at night. My grandma always said that the large old district that is about to turn into ruins has something living there. I tried to have my grandmother move away, but she refused to leave the place. Therefore, I was hoping you would come with me and see what exactly is happening. Or else, I won't feel safe leaving my grandmother there alone, I'd feel scared at night, Jomin said to Mo Fan sincerely. After hearing Jomin's words, Mo Fan couldn't help but feel shocked. Sheet. Last time there was a cafeteria, and this time, there's a construction site trembling. This Bow City was getting toyed with too much. Don't tell me it's another Colossal Ape Rat. Mo Fan began to think. Colossal Ape Rat? That's a magical beast, the Bow City shouldn't have those kind of things, right? Jomin blurted out in shock. Jomin still had lingering fears from facing the dread of a magical beast the last time. That's not a strange thing at all. The news from the Hunters Union states that during this period of time, the colossal-eyed ape rat is acting as though they're entering the mating season. There are frequent cases of them popping out from dark corners. Mo Fan was already used to seeing strange things. If he was lingering around school, Mo Fan would be the same as Jomin, thinking that Bow City was 100% safe and that there would not be any magical beasts appearing. However, being in the City Hunter team, Mo Fan could count as having experience and knowledge. Little classmate, Jomin, you really found the right person. This brother's other identity is an officer of Bow City, and because we only clean the magical beasts within the Bow City, we are definitely more specialized. Sigh, I won't be able to receive commission this time. However, getting the girl's affection isn't exactly a bad thing either. Let's go and take a look. Arriving at the old district, it was just as Jomin had described. This part of the city had already been demolished. It looked as though it had just experienced a severe earthquake. Dust pervaded the demolished district, and there were temporary walls and holes all over the construction sites. A half-demolished house was just left there. It affected the appearance of the area as they erected another unfinished tower. I heard that the old Rongshu district are going to be rebuilt into a new commercial district. In the end, there was a severe shortage in the investment, thus, they left behind a remnant of what it used to be in this part of the city, and even the government doesn't know how to deal with it. Most of the people had already moved from this district. There were wanderers and vagrants who decided to stay here temporarily due to difficulties. The remaining ones who stayed behind were the old people who refused to move away, like Jomin's old grandmother. Chapter 64. I'd Magic Wolf. To be honest, other than the emergence of Mo Fan's pure and manly heroic spirit, he was very puzzled over this trembling thing happening again. It already happened once in the Mingwen girls' middle's cafeteria. How come, not long after, another trembling emerged in a different part of Bow City? Was it really another colossal-eyed Ape Rat? It was reported that after eliminating the colossal-eyed Ape Rat, the other areas around Mingwen Girls' Middle School also had slight trembles. The police hadn't found the reason behind it, and the school had ensured the campus safety, so school began as planned. My grandmother lives here, and the trembling area is over there. Jomin pointed at an old house, and then pointed toward a large construction site with old houses that had already been partially demolished. Due to being unpaid, the construction team had withdrawn from the site for a while now. The entire abolished district could be described as desolate and uninhabited. When night fell, the distant splendid city and lights was not able to illuminate this place. Black clouds shrouded the night sky. The great city officer Mo Fan was currently being quite daring. With a nimble leap, he crossed the temporary construction walls, and after he elegantly landed, he discovered Jomin walking in from the little gate to the side. The atmosphere immediately turned incredibly awkward. Cough, so what time does it usually start trembling? Mo Fan began to ask. During the evening, no specific time. Usually, Jomin would appear like a successful career woman. However, after coming to this abandoned construction site, she couldn't help but stand closer to Mo Fan. Mo Fan walked forward a few steps, and then took something like a fragrant bag from his pocket. He untied the fragrant bag. Inside it was sparkling and translucent dust. As Mo Fan blew the dust, it immediately scattered through the air, before it slowly sprinkled all over the construction site. This is beast-seeking dust. As expected of the honor student Jomin, she could tell what it was from a single glance. Yeah. Mo Fan nodded his head. Beast-seeking powder was a must for the city officers when hunting beasts on a dark and windy night. How come you brought this kind of thing along? Do you really think there's a magical beast here? Jomin asked, surprised. What student would normally bring this along with them? Moreover, this is Bow City. It's not like they're in the desolate countryside. Lady, you need to trust in experts. Just look yourself. Mo Fan pointed at the sparkling, translucent dust that was sprinkled on the floor. The dust he'd sprinkled had gathered about 10 meters away from the two, and the translucent dust particles looked as though they were glued to the floor, forming an outline there. This outline looked like a footprint. As Jomin saw this, she was completely dumbstruck. Heavens, Bow City really had magical beasts. The odor of a magical beast was normally really hard to catch a whiff of, especially the ones that had already left the scene. The specialty of the beast-seeking dust was that it was extremely sensitive to a magical beast's odor. If a magical beast left behind a footprint 10 days ago, the beast-seeking dust would still be able to track it. What do we do? Jomin was so scared that her face turned pale. Normally in school, she wouldn't question what the teachers said, and she would think the city is the safest place. Who would have thought that there really were footprints of magical beasts? The beast-seeking dust didn't lie. I'll take a look at the shape of the footprints. Mo Fan was brave, so he directly walked over. We should hurry and contact the city hunter team. Jomin couldn't help but feel a chill. Mo Fan was completely speechless. I am a genuine officer from the city hunter team. Contact them my ass. Besides, it's not like the city hunter team has a lot of time. If there wasn't any concrete evidence, then they wouldn't dispatch the team. The footprint outline emerging from the beast-seeking dust could only count as a suspicion, and not ironclad evidence. After all, a summoning mage taking a stroll here was a possibility, too. This footprint doesn't seem like it belongs to a colossal-eyed ape rat. Mo Fan creased his eyebrows. Mo Fan. We should leave. Jomin was a bit scared. Mo Fan, however, wanted to investigate this to the end, so he continued to walk toward the inside of the construction site. Jomin carefully followed Mo Fan. It seems like he is hiding in that unfinished mall. Mo Fan pointed down the road to the building in the front. This building looked like it was supposed to be a shopping center. The area of the floor was gigantic, and there were piles of cement bags, tools, and waste materials everywhere. The footprint shown from the beast-seeking dust ended at this unfinished shopping center. If there really was something living here, then it'd definitely be living here as it terrorized the people. This abandoned construction site had been here for 2 months, so it was the most perfect spot for hiding. Mo. Mo Fan, Germaine's voice suddenly turned incredibly stiff. She used an extremely strange way to warn Mo Fan. Mo Fan immediately looked towards the place Germaine was gazing at. Through the brick wall in the front, the place that was supposed to be the first floor had a wiggling black shadow. It was a creature with very sturdy lower limbs. Just standing there, its head was almost hitting the ceiling of the second floor. Its physique resembled that of a spirit wolf. The main difference was that it did not stand with 4 limbs, it stood with 2 legs like a werewolf. The biggest difference was this thing's head. The gigantic wolf-shaped head had 1 single eye. It looked particularly terrifying beneath the night sky. It's an one-eyed magic wolf. Germaine almost yelled out. A one-eyed magic wolf. This was a savage magical beast that was mentioned several times by their teachers in magical beast class. It was different from a creature like Colossal-eyed Ape Rat that hid in the corner. The one-eyed magic wolf mostly dwelt in the mountains. It had an innate hostility against humans, and it really liked eating humans. It was greedy, savage, and enjoyed massacre. They covetously eyed the humans who tended to live away from the human centers of civilization. Sheet, this kind of one-eyed magic wolf appeared so close to the city area, even if there are people who care, they won't be able to anymore. After Mo Fan saw this scene, his heart also began to tremble. Not too long ago, he was the same as Germaine, someone who thought the city was extremely safe. Who would have thought that this would be the second magical beast he had encountered in Bow City? The colossal-eyed Ape Rat appearing in the city wouldn't be too strange. That kind of creature already lived amongst the human sewers and graveyards. However, how could one explain the savage one-eyed magic wolf appearing in this kind of place? What is it doing? Germaine was so scared that her face had gone white. Eating midnight snacks, Mo Fan replied. Germaine carefully looked over before she almost fainted. This one-eyed magic wolf was chewing. In the shadowy light, Germaine saw a chewed-off arm. Heavens, that was a human's arm. Mo Fan, that scoundrel, how could he playfully say that the monster was eating its midnight snack? Chapter 65. Chapter 65, Brother Wolf, we came in peace, we leave in peace. This place has many vagrants living here. They wouldn't be integrated into the population statistics recorded by the police. This one-eyed magic wolf is so sly. It hides in the abolished construction site and then uses those wanderers that no one takes notice of as food. If I hadn't found this, then who knows how many people would have become its rations, Mo Fan coldly snorted. Germaine was already scared to the point where she couldn't talk. Originally, she had come here with the attitude of finding the source of the problem, but she didn't expect to encounter a magical beast that ate people. Even if Bow City had nearly 1 million people, there were people dying every day. That, however, did not mean that the living people were being eaten by a magical beast that hid in a place like this. Dreadful, this whole thing was too dreadful. Speaking of which, Germaine, don't you feel like this one-eyed magic wolf is different from the ones our teacher has described? Mo Fan commented as he looked at the dreadful animal from afar. How could Germaine possibly have the mood to think about this question? At the moment, she was thinking about how to escape this construction site without being discovered, and then immediately notifying the Hunters Union of this scary information. Its physique is at least twice as big as the one our teacher described. This is not your common one-eyed magic wolf, Mo Fan continued. Let's think of a way to escape this place first, all right? How can Mo Fan's courage be at this level? Mo Fan himself very quickly realized that Germaine was only an arrogant girl in school. When faced with a horror scene such as this, she lost her intent to investigate. You can leave this place first and call the City Hunter team's hotline. While you're at it, have the police move the residents and wanderers of this area away, Mo Fan said to Jomin. What about you? Jomin asked. I'll stay here and watch over it, Mo Fan replied. Jomin looked at Mo Fan with a gaze that seemed as though she had seen a monster. They were both third-year high school students, but why doesn't this guy have any reaction after seeing this scene? Normal people would be so scared that they'd pee their pants. After carefully thinking about it, Jomin suddenly realized that this abnormal Mo Fan had killed a spirit wolf once before. It seems like magical beasts don't bring out too much fear in him. I already notified them, Jomin whispered, somewhat proud of herself for taking the initiative. Mo Fan was confused as he asked without thinking it over, how did you notify? Oh, sheet. Within a heartbeat, Mo Fan realized the trouble he was in. Inside the not-so-distant building, the one-eyed magic wolf who was busy having its meal slowly turned its head around. The lantern-like eye locked onto the location Jomin and Mo Fan were at. In a split second, the atmosphere froze. Despite hiding beneath a brick wall, Mo Fan and Jomin could still feel the shivering killing intent released from the savage one-eyed magic wolf. An evening wind came through, carrying a dense smell of blood as it blew right into the faces of Mo Fan and Jomin. Jomin was completely dumbstruck. She never thought that the one-eyed magic wolf would suddenly discover their whereabouts. As her gaze met that single eye, it was as though her entire being was dropped into a dreadful abyss. Her body was unable to move. Did your mom not teach you that magical beasts have the ability to sense mobile signals? Mo Fan grabbed Jomin, and with lightning speed, he dashed toward the outside of the construction site. The creatures in this world had one thing that was out of the norm, which was their ability to sense the signals of magical equipment. So even if you were to send a help text to the City Hunter team with your phone sounds off, it'd be no different than sending your phone GPS location to the magical beasts. Brain, exposing you instantly. The one-eyed magic wolf also realized that its whereabouts were exposed. It readied its body like a bow, and then it became like a coyote who found food as it flew toward Mo Fan and Jomin, its speed extremely frightening. Fortunately, Mo Fan and Jomin were a good distance away from this thing, or else the two of them would have instantly turned into the one-eyed magic wolf's midnight snack. Mo Fan ran extremely fast. He was running as he was connecting his star path. This technique was something he had learned from the few times he had responded to a call with the City Hunter team. If a magician stood in his original spot connecting his star path like a retard, the magical beast could just wantonly throw something at your forehead, and you would lose your life on the spot. With one hand, he held Jomin's wrist as he ran, on the other hand, he coagulated a boiling fireball. As he jumped over the piles of cement bags in front of him, the fireball in his hands was simultaneously thrown toward the one-eyed magic wolf that was charging them. The swirling speed of the fire burst, burning bones was extremely fast. In an instant, it ignited the pile of scrap wood. Due to the high temperature, the one-eyed magic wolf didn't dare to charge through it. Mo Fan's fire burst naturally wasn't thrown at the one-eyed magic wolf. The nimbleness of one-eyed magic wolf was at the same level as the colossal-eyed Ape Rat. Its sturdy fur limbs allowed it to vigorously jump over the ruins, while Mo Fan's skill with his spells hadn't reached a level where he would be able to accurately hit the one-eyed magic wolf. The objective of the burning bones flames was simple: to form a firewall to cut off the one-eyed magic wolf's attack route. However, the one-eyed magic wolf's agility had far exceeded Mo Fan's imagination. The one-eyed magic wolf's back legs ferociously stomped the ground, and it suddenly jumped up. It had actually directly jumped over the raging burning bones flames. Boom! The one-eyed magic wolf landed heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Its eye once again locked onto the escaping Mo Fan and Jomin. The one-eyed magic wolf's back leg stamped ferociously, its body lowered and then become like a charging bullet as it charged after them. The construction wood, sand piles, and handcarts in the way were all sent flying to the sides. Mo Fan turned his head around, and was unable to stop himself from cursing. This one-eyed magic wolf really was abnormal. Let's not even talk about its speed, its body was actually so sturdy. If he were to get hit by the one-eyed magic wolf like this, then Mo Fan would lose his life. It was probably much stronger than any of the other magical beasts that he had encountered before. Fortunately, Zhou and I were a bit far from it before. We'll be exiting the construction site soon, we should be safer once we're outside. The temporary outer walls of the construction site were like foam, directly smashed into pieces by one-eyed magic wolf's body. When Mo Fan and Zhou, who had just made it to the old residence area, turned their heads around and realized that the one-eyed magic wolf was still chasing them, their entire beings turned completely dumbstruck. Freaking one-eyed magic wolf, this daddy has already entered his pagoda, yet you still want to be that noisy. Before, Mo Fan had thought that this one-eyed magic wolf had some intelligence, because it was hiding in a construction site no one was at while it ate vagrants. Thus, he deduced that the one-eyed magic wolf would not chase them all the way to the old residence street. If it was discovered by people, it would become the objective of a manhunt. Who would have thought that the one-eyed magic wolf was actually that stupid? It directly chased them out of the construction site. Brother Wolf, attacking in the broad daylight would not give you anyone to eat, so you can go and head home. Although it is currently evening and the old residence street doesn't have many people around, there will still be someone who will see this and report this. Isn't it better if we all were to just come and leave in peace today, split up after we've crossed this corner and none of us will turn their head around? Sheet, you're still chasing? If you're still chasing, then don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, Bone Shield Saving Life. Mo Fan. Mo Fan. What do we do? I can't run anymore. Zhou was still ghost-white pale from fright as she hid behind Mo Fan. It was the dead of the night on this old residential street. Due to the abandoned construction site, there weren't many people living here to begin with. At this moment, the one-eyed magic wolf had dashed out of the construction site as it followed the slightly muddy street. From the shadows of the old banyan tree, you could only see another shadow engulfing everything as it passed by. Hurry up and escape with your grandmother, I'll try to delay this thing. Mo Fan said to Zhou. No matter how fast they ran, they still couldn't run away from a violent, full-limbed one-eyed magic wolf. At this time, Mo Fan was once again reminded of how important it was to have a movement spell. How are you going to delay? Zhou asked as her voice trembled. Don't bullshit so much. Mo Fan excoriated her. Although Zhou was also a fire mage, her fire burst, Scorch was completely useless against this kind of large one-eyed magic wolf. The signal device had pointed out that his hunter team members were in the vicinity, so Mo Fan should be able to hold up until reinforcements came. Zhou finally stopped wasting time as she hurriedly ran toward one of the houses on the street. However, Mo Fan underestimated this stupid girl's kindness. Not only did she notify her grandmother, she also wanted to notify the older people who also lived on the street. As Mo Fan realized that there were quite a few old people who still lived on the old residential street, his forehead creased. If they hadn't seen through this thing today, then it's possible that these old people would have turned into the one-eyed magic wolf's food. Finally, the one-eyed magic wolf caught up and was roughly 20 meters away from Mo Fan. The one-eyed magic wolf probably didn't even need a second to cover the 20 meters. Not to mention, these magical beasts were way scarier than what the school described them. The pressure given off by the one-eyed magic wolf as it dashed over was about the same as a car. A normal person would just stand there completely dumbstruck. I told you to not chase, yet you still had to freaking chase. Do you think that I'm gonna drop some rare loot after I die? Mo Fan couldn't help but curse as he stared at the one-eyed magic wolf that was dashing over. Cursing was one thing, but Mo Fan had no intention of standing there waiting to get killed. His intent was locked onto the Scythe imprint within his spiritual world. In an instant, a mystical glow from the spirit blossomed from his body. In the front of Mo Fan, the mystical glow was quickly drawing a three-dimensional, rhombus-formed shield that was a bit taller than a human. When the mystical light was at its brightest, the radiance in the front of Mo Fan turned into a dark green bone shield with clear corners. Magical equipment, Bone Scythe Shield. The bone scythe shield was floating in front of Mo Fan's head as it was enveloped in the mystical light. It was extremely fast. The colossal one-eyed magic wolf wasn't aware of the appearance of the bone scythe shield, and in its haste to crush Mo Fan into mincemeat was unable to stop in time. Because the one-eyed magic wolf was leaning forward, it hit the bone scythe shield head-on. The bone scythe shield emitted a fierce trembling sound. The one-eyed magic wolf who had rammed into the bone scythe shield with colossal force flew back 10 or so meters, and caused Mo Fan, taking cover behind the shield, to be blown away as well. After the bone scythe shield had warded off the vicious attack of the one-eyed magic wolf, it immediately turned into fragments of lights as it disappeared into thin air. Mo Fan slid along the cement like he was on a skateboard as he was forced back. Mo Fan fought down the urge to puke. Even though the bone scythe shield had warded off the one-eyed magic wolf's strongest attack, Mo Fan still felt like his stomach had been hit by something. What a strong animal! Mo Fan was secretly astonished. The quality of the bone scythe shield could be called pretty good equipment, as being able to block the full strength of a magical beast and emerge safe demonstrated. However, when the one-eyed magic wolf had charged over, it had still caused some damage to Mo Fan. From that, he could tell that if this power had directly hit his body, it would definitely caused his bones to shatter. The one-eyed magic wolf was lying on the street, its head was bleeding. It shook its head as it slowly climbed up in a daze, and then held the area it had hurt with its paw like a human would. It can even stand up from that. Is its body made out of iron? As Mo Fan saw that this one-eyed magic wolf hadn't lost its ability to move, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Was it that the magical beast he had encountered before was too weak, or this one-eyed magical wolf was just particularly strong? If it was the spirit wolf or that colossal-eyed ape rat who had charged over like that, then their bones would have fallen apart. Taking advantage of this thing still being dazed, he began to run away without stopping. Just running wouldn't work, it would quickly catch up. Thus, he'll just give it a lightning strike so it will lose its ability to move for a bit. At this kind of time, Mo Fan no longer dared to hide his strength. If Zhoumin saw his lightning element, then she saw it, convincing her to not tell anyone wouldn't be too hard. As he took a deep breath, he eased the pain in his stomach. Mo Fan had already begun to prepare for control of his lightning star path. As Mo Fan had just begun taking control of 2 lightning stars, a girl's shout came from afar. A cold air quickly covered this old resident street, frost fell down from the ominous sky. This frost was formed by command, it quickly gathered on the foot of the one-eyed magic wolf, and the surroundings of the one-eyed magic wolf condensed into an ice block. The ice was able to spread. It grew up the one-eyed magic wolf's strong legs, and in just a few seconds of time, the one-eyed magic wolf's 4 limbs were covered in ice. If the one-eyed magic wolf were in perfect condition, then the ice spread most likely wouldn't be able to stop him. However, the one-eyed magic wolf was currently in a dazed condition. By the time it was clear-headed, its lower limbs would already be frozen. If it were still able to take a step, then freezing it would be extremely difficult. Mo Fan felt a joy as he turned around, seeing a cold-faced girl wearing dark purple jeans with long legs standing at the end of the street. The white ice star path was still on the side of her body emitting a radiance, causing the ice mega to look even more beautiful. Scythe! Mo Fan was overjoyed. She didn't forget that he had saved her life once before with lightning strike, and with her timely move this time, he was able to maintain the secret of the lightning element. Little bastard, how come you are here? Guo Scythe was suspicious as she looked at Mo Fan. This thing Mo Fan, how could Guo Scythe not recognize him? With a group of little kids, they peeked at her taking a bath. How could Guo Scythe ever forget about that matter? It made her hate Mo Fan to the bone. If she knew it was him who had attracted an one-eyed magic wolf, then Guo Scythe definitely would have hesitated when she took action earlier. In theory, a pervert and a magical beast should both be the same. In the name of the moon, I will eliminate you. My girlfriend and I were having a date here. You came just in time. Mo Fan immediately retreated to a safe distance as he reunited with Zhoumin and her grandma. Hurry and get lost. Our hunter team is already in the vicinity, Guo Saitang said with a rude tone. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Advanced Magic Wolf. Great! It's the Beast Hunter team, Jomin said as though she obtained another life. Mo Fan no longer said anything. He took advantage of the one-eyed magic wolf being frozen to immediately escape from the place. Right after they escaped this street, he immediately heard Guo Saitang use her Bluetooth-style earphones to communicate with her other teammates, saying, "Have you guys notified Fan Mo? This is an one-eyed magic wolf at the advanced stage. If I'm not wrong, then this should be the thing that sneakily absorbed the underground holy spring along with the Colossal-eyed Ape Rat. Dealing with the Colossal-eyed Ape Rat isn't much of a problem, but this one-eyed magic wolf that has reaped a great benefit is much stronger than your average magical beast. Without lightning mags, it'd be very hard for us to subdue it. So it's that kind of reckless animal. My father put out a bounty for it for a while ago now. Today, it will be seized by us." Standing beside Guo Saitang was a tall, skinny, and gloomy-looking man. "Since I'm here, then I, Yu Ang, will help the hunters team eliminate this animal. We shouldn't approach it. Let's use the ice spread to suppress it from afar first. It seems like it hit something a while ago and hasn't regained its senses yet. Otherwise, our ice spreads most likely wouldn't be able to obstruct it. Let's just wait for our teammates to arrive, especially the lightning mage. Against this kind of power-type magical beast, lightning is the best choice to use." Guo Saitang said sincerely. "Oh? All right, I'll go with what you say." Yuang nodded his head. He also began to link his ice star path as he stood away, before he continued to freeze the wolf. As it seemed quite easy, Yuang turned his head around to glance at Mo Fan, who was escaping with his female classmate. "Who's that guy you called Little Brat? Do you know him?" "It's Mo Fan, it's the uncontrollable guy who cursed Uncle Mudrian." Guo Saitang clenched her teeth. "So that's Mo Fan, he. Yuang couldn't help as a smile of contempt emerged on his face. "I thought this guy was supposed to be pretty amazing, but it turns out when he is facing a magical beast, he becomes a scared dog. That's comical. It seems like the rumor of him killing a spirit wolf before really was just the luck of a dog. I bet it wasn't even him who killed it. The people in the stronghold really enjoy babbling nonsense. Does this kind of a dreg really have the qualifications to appear at my coming-of-age ceremony? Sigh, let's not think too much about that unimportant character. I have to think about how to deal with this one-eyed magical beast that is at the advanced stage." "Mo Fan, why are you going back?" Jomin led her grandmother toward a street with more people. "I dropped my phone there." Mo Fan didn't care too much about Jomin's question as he hurriedly ran back the way they'd come. As Mo Fan was running, Mo Fan pulled out a fashionable hoodie from his flat backpack. At same time, he used crayons to paint his face black, and to be on the safe side, he wore a face mask. Damn, Captain America can just rip off his clothes to instantly become the city rescuing hero, whereas my transformation is just too behind the modern times. Ed note, remember, Mo Fan is from another world. Highly doubtful either Cap America or Bluetooth is known here. In fact, Mo Fan was just changing from fire element to lightning element. Fortunately, he didn't forget that he had a secret identity of being a city officer while he was in school, which was why he always brought his tools along. After acting like a brave male student, he ought to become the emissary of the city. He just didn't know whether it was just amazing or if he was just a clown. Speaking of which, the person standing next to Guo Saitang should be the adoptive son of Mudrian. Yuang looked like a she-male pretty boy, one glance and you know that. He's not a good person. And one-eyed magic wolf who sneakily absorbed the underground holy spring? Just what is the underground holy spring? How did it turn a normal one-eyed magic wolf into something this dreadful? Mo Fan was already different from when he was at the practical. If it were a spirit wolf in front of him right now, then he could actually deal with one or two. However, this one-eyed magic wolf was clearly much stronger than the spirit wolf. Lately, there has been vibrations everywhere, as well as an increase in colossal-eyed ape rats that have gone crazy. Is it possible that it had something to do with the underground holy spring? Forget it, let's not think too much about that for now. I need to hurry back and defend the peace of the earth. It is said that a variation beast tends to drop good things. By the time Mo-Fan returned to the old Banyan Street, the other hunter team members had already arrived. They could be said as tending to their jobs 24/7, as long as there was a situation, then they would be the first to arrive, much faster than police. Brother Fan Mo, you got here quite fast. When Feisha saw Mo-Fan arriving, he immediately busted out a smile. Don't be distracted, this advanced one-eyed magic wolf can take our lives in just a second, Captain Shu Dahuang said solemnly. Fortunately, we have an extra helper today. With 2 ice mags present, we will be able to substantially restrict the one-eyed magic wolf's movements, Li Wenjie said. Guo Saitang and Yu Ang were both outstanding disciples of a great ice family. With their ice spreads conjoined, they had already frozen 10 meters around the one-eyed magic wolf's legs. Although the one-eyed magic wolf hadn't been completely frozen over, its movements were still much slower. Ice spread had a permeating ability. The longer it was within the area of the ice spread, the stiffer its bones and muscles would become. Against an one-eyed magic wolf who completely relies on brute force to battle, this tactic was extremely suitable. However, a small problem still remained. Ice and fire elements had some conflicts with one another. The primary attack capability of the hunters team was on Shu Dahuang. However, Shu Dahuang's fire burst, Rupture could very possibly shatter the ice spread from Guo Saitang and Yu Ang. Thus, other than restricting the one-eyed magic wolf for right now, there were no other good ideas at the moment. I have already called for reinforcements. Yang Zhuhe from the Mage Association is currently on the way here. We'll need to maintain the restraints while he is on the way. Don't make a vain attempt to kill this one-eyed magic wolf. Shu Dahuang said this with an experienced air. Fire burst, Rupture definitely was capable of severely injuring this one-eyed magic wolf. However, that wasn't much of a warranty. In case the one-eyed magic wolf still was capable of combat, restricting its movement at that time would be much more difficult. Above all, they definitely could not let it flee to a residential area with people still living there. Yang Zhuhe, the intermediate-level mage. Xiao Ku's eyes began to beam, her face filled with admiration. With him here, we can safely kill this one-eyed magic wolf. If we were to let it escape, then it would bring countless casualties among the civilians, Shu Dahuang answered. That is indeed the case, but we don't know how long our ice spread can last. This one-eyed magic wolf's force is too strong. If we were to advance our ice spread to level 3, it would definitely not be able to escape from us, Guo Saitang told him. Don't worry, there's still us here. Feisha and Li Wenjie spoke up. Are we going to do something? Mo-Fan asked as he looked at the people who had drafted a plan. You stay on the side and tend to other lives. Your level 1 lightning strike won't necessarily be able to injure it. However, the paralysis effect should be able to have a significant impact. If this one-eyed magic wolf struggles and the ice spread shows signs. Hey, something is wrong. Why is this guy's aura becoming stronger and stronger? Shu Dahuang's expression changed. There was a cold air from the magic pervading the old Banyan Street area. Without any visible cause, a great amount of ferocious aura suddenly converged around the wolf, before turning into a violent storm that blasted through the whole street. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, Protecting the Resident Area. The old banyan tree's branches were waving wildly, the dead leaves and branches fell to the ground. Yu Ang, quick, use one more layer of ice spread. Guo Saitang immediately realized something as she urgently ordered Yu Ang. I can't, the aura is too strong, it's leaving me unable to breathe, Yu Ang replied weakly. Mo-Fan also felt the mad beast aura that smashed onto his face like a sea wave, followed by the one-eyed magic wolf raising its head to howl at the sky. This ferocious aura continued to splash out like a great wave, causing all the residences on the old street to start trembling. Advancement, this guy has been pressured by us so much that it's forcing its own advancement. After absorbing the energy from underground Holy Spring, it already possessed the potential to advance. We must stop it. If we let it succeed at its advancement, then even if Yang Zhuohe gets here, he won't necessarily be able to subdue it. Xu Dahuang's face turned extremely ugly. After being in the City Hunter team for so long, it was also Xu Dahuang's first time encountering a magical beast at the advanced stage. An advanced stage magical beast wasn't scary at all. The scariest part is a magical beast that has successfully evolved. That was not something these primary magicians were capable of withstanding. Moreover, once it starts to wantonly massacre everything, the people of this area of the city would suffer a devastating attack. This isn't good. We are unable to stop it. Let's use the time before it successfully advances to escape from this place, Li Wenjie said with his face completely pale. The speed of a magical beast that had successfully advanced was not something Li Wenjie was capable of dealing with. The people here would all die. It wouldn't even take 10 seconds for a one-eyed magic wolf who had succeeded at its evolution to kill every single person here. What the hell are you saying? Turn yourself around and see what's behind your back. Xu Dahuang said angrily. This area was abandoned because of the existence of construction sites, and the Banyan Street was also at a semi-demolished state. However, after passing through the old Banyan Street, there was a business district with flashing neon lights. Sitting in that place were families of old and young who were watching movies. There were girls who were preparing the presents for Qixi Festival. There were also old couples who were leisurely taking a walk. Resident towers, shops, entertainment centers, plazas. Do you think these people are capable of protecting themselves? It's safe to say that if we were to turn around and leave, then the one-eyed magic wolf who has completed its advancement will definitely be in need of a large quantity of food. These people are the food. This city did have magicians who were stronger than their hunter team. However, intermediate-level magicians wouldn't be maintaining a stage of alert at all times. Even if they were to come here at the fastest speed possible to eliminate the one-eyed magic wolf, it definitely did not mean that they would be able to prevent the massacre caused by it within that period of time. Just how many humans' lives would be lost is something Xu Dahuang did not dare calculate. Although that little scoundrel is extremely annoying, he still has done something incredible today. We were able to discover this one-eyed magic wolf that was about to evolve in time. That can be considered as preventing an increasingly large massacre. However, we don't have to say such disheartening thing. It still hasn't successfully evolved, thus, we are still able to obstruct it. Guo Saitang smiled coldly. Xu Dahuang has already decided to not run. To be honest, the spirit of the captain of the City Hunter team caused Mo Fan to feel some admiration toward him. Feisha, prepare Earthwave to slow it down. If it breaks away from the ice spread, we definitely cannot let it run, Xu Dahuang ordered. His palm suddenly smacked onto the cement road. In a split second, the surface of the ground suddenly turned into what looked like ripples on a lake. These ripples were moving toward a single direction, forcing the frozen one-eyed magic wolf away toward a location more distant from everyone. However, the ice spread's effects couldn't be sustained for much longer. A churning heat from the wolf's body began to force the surrounding frost to melt into water and cause that water to start boiling. This guy really is evolving. Its body and blood vessels are boiling. Feisha said with an uneasy expression. Li Wenjie clenched his teeth. He didn't know what to do. To be honest, once this one-eyed magic wolf successfully evolved, none of the people here would be able to survive. No one would be able to stop this monster from entering the flourishing business district. Remaining here would be awaiting his own death. Furthermore, the signs of this one-eyed magic wolf's advancement were already very evident. Why were they still remaining, awaiting death? It is about to break through, Li Wenjie said, cold sweat dripping off her. Crap, now it was too late to escape. Xu Dahuang, Xiaka, Feisha, Guo Saitang, none of them had the intention to leave. Mo Fan at this moment was gazing at this one-eyed magic wolf. He could clearly see the one-eyed magic wolf's muscles had turned slightly transparent. The veins within the muscles could actually be seen. They were boiling at a high temperature. The blood was quickly flowing through the one-eyed magic wolf's body. The one-eyed magic wolf's bones were cracking, and bones actually grew directly from the shoulder muscles, becoming a sharp shoulder edge. Its backbone that was already at the size of a giant was also currently growing. It pierced through the muscles of its back. Bones that still had wisps of blood glued to them had turned into a thorny ridge on its back. Beneath the cold moonlight, it appeared increasingly dreadful. Shu Dahuang was finally unable to resist. A fireball was condensed within his hand. It carried some resentment as he threw it toward this monster. Raging flames loudly exploded in front of the one-eyed magic wolf. The fierce tongue of fire immediately engulfed the one-eyed magic wolf. The scarlet blaze was shrouding the entire street in choking smoke. A heatwave immediately poured over the old street, and the old banyan trees combusted beneath the fierce flames. Furthermore, it began to spread toward the older buildings. The residents of these old buildings had already escaped without a trace. After the explosion, the two buildings to the sides had turned into a mess. It was a ferocious blast, and presumably, it would be able to cause injuries to the one-eyed magic wolf. When the intensity of the fire had dissipated, a figure with its body completely draped in flames suddenly flew out from the place that had exploded. As it flew out, it knocked aside everything that was in its way. "Captain, be careful!" Feisha yelled out. Shu Dahuang was completely frozen with shock. After suffering from his fire burst, Rupture, this one-eyed magic wolf had actually emerged safely. Earth Wave. Feisha risked his life to use the spell. He controlled the surface of the ground and wanted to use the rippling ground to drag the running one-eyed magic wolf backwards. Who would have thought that the one-eyed magic wolf's speed was too quick? The rippling ground was of no use. The burning one-eyed magic wolf suddenly jumped, showing its unharmed belly. The claw it had poised to strike turned into a streak of cold light as it cut towards the motionless Shu Dahuang. Water barrier, protect! Xiaoke was still able to complete her star path during the calamity, countless strands of water quickly forming a liquid armor as the claw landed on Captain Shu Dahuang's body. The powerful claw ferociously ripped across this water armor. A spray of blood spurted out. A long wound emerged on the body of Captain Shu Dahuang, looking as though his chest had been completely ripped open. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Intermediate Level, Violent Wave. Xiaoke was already completely stunned. She definitely used her water spell to protect Captain Shu Dahuang. How come the one-eyed magic wolf was still able to tear apart Captain's stomach? Captain! Guo Saitang's entire being was completely dumbstruck. An one-eyed magic wolf who could completely render fire burst, rupture useless and ignore water barrier, protect, was that really a magical beast that they faced off against every day? Xiaoke, hurry up and run! Feisha yelled toward Xiaoke. After Xiaoke regained her senses, it seemed as though she was soaked in cold water. She could feel the endless ferocity from the one-eyed magic wolf's pupil. Lightning strike, fierce whip. As everyone sank into a panicked state, traces of purple lightning covered Mo Fan's head. He raised his hand up before suddenly gripping it. In a split second, all of the traces of lightning turned into a long lightning python. The lightning python frantically whipped onto the incomparably malevolent body of the one-eyed magic wolf, lacerating its flesh. Every time the lightning whip swatted down, an electric arc would follow up and drill itself into the savage one-eyed magic wolf, entering its flesh and bones. It was different from the primary lightning strike, python scars. Once you hit them with the whip-like lightning traces, it would leave behind lightning prints. These prints would then conduct electricity to each other, sustaining the electric shock to the target organism. The one-eyed magic wolf was in so much pain that it began to howl. The one-eyed magic wolf's strong, substantial flesh and its steel-like body was able to endure the formidable destructive force of the fire burst, rupture, and the lightning strike's frantic whip could only cause superficial wounds. However, its flesh was definitely unable to resist the paralysis caused by the electric shock and the electric arc that was incessantly bouncing around within its body. Lightning. The one-eyed magic wolf mostly relies on the strength of its body, and is weak against lightning magic. Guo Saitang was suddenly shocked awake. This is the second level of lightning strike. Facia was also somewhat stunned. During the time where these hunter team members were unable to do anything, who would have thought that the newest member of the hunter team who joined not too long ago would actually stand out? The most important thing was, this kid had actually cultivated his lightning strike to the second level when no one was aware of it. The one-eyed magic wolf was already at the stage where its muscles, blood vessels, and bones were transforming. During this kind of transformation, the one-eyed magic wolf would directly possess the dreadful combat prowess of a successful evolution. At this time, there was nothing that could be more perfect than a lightning mage that was capable of detonating explosives within the creature's flesh. Even if it was the second-level lightning strike, the strongest of the basic elements would only be able to vividly display its dominance in this kind of situation. Adding to the lightning element's powerful restraining abilities, it even caused the one-eyed magic wolf to actually stagger and feel weak across its entire body. On the other side was Mo Fan, who was standing at a distance, letting loose a long breath. Fortunately, the second level of lightning strike was indeed very effective, or else the consequences would be catastrophic. Continue, Fan Mo, continue. Your lightning strike is causing its flesh and bones to stop growing. As long as we are able to stop its evolution, we will still have a chance. Guo Saitang urgently shouted. He connected his star path, and the purple traces of lightning once again emerged on top of Mo Fan's head. Even if he was still a bit unfamiliar with using the second level of lightning strike, Mo Fan couldn't afford to have even a slightest bit of error when faced with a life-and-death situation. The lightning whip once more viciously lashed onto the one-eyed magic wolf, whose body appeared to be a little deformed. The whip this time not only had the ability to restrict the one-eyed magic wolf, it actually caused its body to deflate. Additionally, the growth of one-eyed magic wolf's bones had shown signs of retracting. Hit it until it returns to its original form. Everyone was unable to contain their excitement. For them, Mo Fan's lightning strike had essentially saved the lives of all of them. The paralysis effect of the lightning strike isn't sustainable. After the one-eyed magic wolf's flesh and bones have adapted to the electric shocks, it will be able to expand once more. Guo Saitang reminded everyone. Mo Fan himself was extremely clear on the fact that the lightning strike's paralysis effect wasn't sustainable. No matter what, he still had delayed it for a bit of time. Mo Fan felt like he had done his best, at least enough to allow Li Wenjie to pull Xu Dahuang into a safe area. Whether Captain Xu Dahuang was alive or dead was hard to say. The wolf howled out. It had finally adapted to the paralysis of the lightning strike. This monster that was brimming with power from its body once again released the aura of a wild beast. Crap, it is transforming again. The color on everyone's face changed once more. This meant that they would need to worry about their lives again. After seeing this scene, Mo Fan knew that he himself really was powerless. Currently, all he could do was to retreat. His lightning strike had given those innocent residents a bit more time, and could also be seen as having saved a few people. You evil creature, you still haven't accepted your death, an incomparably solemn shout suddenly resounded through the sky above the old street. Before he had even seen the person, Mo Fan could feel an enormous elemental force gathering in midair. Countless drops of misty fog were faintly falling onto his cheeks. Mo Fan raised his head, and was shocked to see that there was an incredibly large wave emerging in midair. Mo Fan had a hard time believing his own eyes. Yet, this surging wave really was passing through the old houses. Immediately after, it became like a dam bursting as it attacked the body of the one-eyed magic wolf. All of the banyan trees had practically been broken through, the walls of the old houses also collapsed. The originally violent one-eyed magic wolf had no margin to struggle beneath the violent wave's flood. It was flushed from the middle to the far end of the street. Intermediate level water magic. After Xiaoke saw this scene, her face turned incredibly red in excitement. This was precisely the intermediate spell of water element. Seeing the flood waves rapidly flushing across the street, Xiaoke, who was also a water magician, was so excited that she almost fainted. Intermediate level. It was something that people yearned for even in their dreams. For a little magician like her, no one would know how long it would take to reach that level. The trembling violent wave was incessantly surging forwards, but it didn't reach where other people were. What everyone could see was this violent wave that resembled a ferocious dragon as it toppled over the one-eyed magic wolf, along with the fact it almost destroyed the entire street. Mo Fan was also attentively looking at this scene. At the same time, his heart was also surging. Intermediate mage, so this is an intermediate mage. Formidable. Chapter 70. Chapter 70, Magic Wolf Soul Essence. Sorry, I'm late. Is Shu Dahuang all right? A middle-aged man with a dark blue shirt was standing on top of an old building, and beneath his feet was a gradually fading star map. It looked dazzling. It was very clear that this person was Yang Zuohe, and should be the closest intermediate-ranked magician to this place. Fortunately, Shu Dahuang and Guo Caitang had notified him in time. Yang Zuohe still had some lingering fears as he looked toward the renovating buildings in the flourishing commercial streets. From his position, he could see these people who were still shopping, completely unaware of the danger they were in. If the one-eyed magic wolf successfully evolved and crossed over those buildings, then no one knew what kind of living hell this commercial district would become. Yang Zuohe, who had been with the Magic Association of Bo City for so many years, had seen all kinds of magicians. Shu Dahuang's hunter team knew this one-eyed magic wolf was at the stage of evolving, yet they stood their ground and did their best to stop it. This bravery really caused one to feel a great admiration. His skin was ripped, his internal organs are fine. He's still alive, thank the heavens and earth for that. Li Wenjie helped Shu Dahuang cover his chest that was coated with blood. To be honest, Li Wenjie didn't quite understand Captain's kind of attitude. Could it be that his life as a magician was less important than those people? I have contacted a healing mage and they're on their way here. Think of a way to stop Shu Dahuang's bleeding. I'll take this animal's life. Yang Zuohe said. After saying this, Yang Zuohe's figure suddenly flashed. Mo Fan could only see him leaving behind a cyan-colored star path before he quickly disappeared. Moreover, with extreme speed, he approached the one-eyed magic wolf that had been washed far away by the violent wave. Mo Fan subconsciously followed this intermediate mage's path as he finally arrived at the end of the street to find the one-eyed magic wolf covered in debris. After all, an intermediate mage's might was several times stronger than any element in the primary level. Against the one-eyed magic wolf that everyone was unable to do anything about, he was able to use the violent wave to turn it into a half-dead old dog. Thinking about it, it seemed about right. With such a ferocious wave swatting onto you, a few bones should be broken. Following the rolling, soaking, and previous attacks, even creatures with a higher strength would also directly be turned into trash on the beach. Yang Zuohe evidently did not want to let this one-eyed magic wolf, who almost became a huge threat, go that easily. He used wind track to land in front of the one-eyed magic wolf. The sound of magic was heard. Yang Zuohe instantly transformed from a water magician into a wind magician equipped with the power of wind. A suppression that caused people to stop breathing emerged from the air. Suddenly, the surrounding air looked as though it was being pulled away from something as it began to frantically circulate. Not too far from there, Mo Fan had just arrived in time to see this intermediate mage with a dark blue shirt use a single hand to support the gathering power with all his might. Beneath his foot and above his head were bright star maps that were reflecting one another. They looked gorgeous. It wasn't a gentle wind like the wind track, and definitely not the same as the wind tunnel that was formed to increase one's speed. At this very moment, Mo Fan could clearly feel the churning airflow blowing forwards and circulating at high speed. In a flash, a shocking turbulent tornado emerged before them. The wind disk tornado pulled the immobile one-eyed magic wolf into the air. It drew into an arc as it circulated 20-something meters above ground. The wind disk tornado which stunned Mo Fan quickly dissipated. The one-eyed magic wolf, which appeared to be like a small animal, had begun to heavily drop from the high sky as the wind disk tornado had lost its force. The cement floor directly became concave as the ground formed a large crater. The one-eyed magic wolf's body was completely torn and crushed as it hit, its blood splashed everywhere. From the beginning to the end, this thing no longer let out a domineering roar. In just 2 intermediate magic spells, the wolf had turned into an extremely mournful carcass. Dead? Mo Fan asked, finding it hard to believe. Dead? Yangzhe saw Mo Fan had come along, but still gave a slight smile to show his confidence. Can I go and take a look? Mo Fan asked. You can. Oh, if I'm not wrong, then the lightning strike from before should have been cast by you, right? Young man, you did well. We, the Magic Association, will join with Hunters Union and the government to give you all a commendation. Yangzhe patted Mo Fan's shoulder. Mo Fan approached the one-eyed magic wolf that looked nothing like its former glory as he slowly fished out the little Loach pendant from his shirt pocket. The little Loach had a strong reaction at the moment the one-eyed magic wolf had lost its life. It was as though it was beating a pitch no one was able to hear, as though it was shouting out for something. A strand of wolf soul slowly floated out from the one-eyed magic wolf's mouth. Mo Fan was able to see this wolf soul. It looked like a tiny burning moth that had fluttered up from being frightened, looking unsure on where to go. A radiance emerged from the little Loach pendant, and the wolf soul looked as though it had found its destination as it quickly floated over. The little Loach pendant directly absorbed the wolf soul, and then let out a shivering sound. It was similar to a little child who was happy after having its food. This time, it didn't look like a soul remnant. After the little Loach pendant had absorbed the wolf soul, Mo Fan suddenly realized something. Before, when the little Loach pendant had absorbed the soul remnant, it basically had the weak, nearly invisible light of a firefly, and additionally, the light was particularly muddy. The little Loach pendant simply had difficulty absorbing it. It had the attitude of someone who thought it was barely better than nothing. However, this time, the little Loach pendant appeared very thirsty from afar. When it ate the whole wolf soul, the entire Loach pendant appeared happy. Could it be that it was a soul essence this time? Thinking back on what Guocaitang had said before, this one-eyed magic wolf had stealthily absorbed the colossal power from the underground holy spring of Bo City before it hid within the human city as it sneakily tried to evolve. In other words, this guy had basically received some good nourishment that had caused it to advance in strength and reach the stage where it was going to evolve. This kind of magical beast would have a very high chance of leaving behind a soul essence after its death. Only soul magicians were possessed with the ability to collect soul essence. If the intermediate magician, Yangzhe, didn't bring along a special soul essence gathering tool, then he wouldn't be able to see this incomparably pure soul essence. The soul essence of a dead creature would automatically dissipate after 3 minutes, and it was clear that Yangzhe has never collected souls before. Thus, he didn't have any interest in the carcass. Perhaps this intermediate magician never thought that the coming kid would actually carry a tool for collecting souls. Just when he had turned his back to tell others to clean up the scene, the soul essence valued at 5 million RMB had been taken away by the harmless-looking Mo Fan. The value of an one-eyed magic wolf who was on the verge of evolving was very high, but it not was valuable as a soul essence that had only a very small chance of appearing. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, Spirit Grade Stardust Magic Tool. Not long after, battle mages started appearing in this banyan tree-filled old residential area. Among them was a healing mage, who was currently healing Captain Xu Dahuang's ripped-open chest. Fortunately, Xu Dahuang was a magician and his body had been strengthened by his stardust. If he had been a common person, then he would have died on the spot. After seeing the large blood scar stretching from Xu Dahuang's chest to his abdomen, Mo Fan also realized the importance of a defense spell. At the same time, he also rejoiced over the magical bone scythe shield in his hands, or else he would have died already. Mr. Yang, I think we should still sound the alert. The frequency of the appearances of the magical beast are somewhat high. It's a bit unusual, Guocaitang said to the intermediate mage, Yangzhe. Our Magic Association is already in discussion with the Hunters Union. The government is also contemplating this matter. The only thing is that we have already sounded the alert not too long ago, so sounding another one in such a short time could very easily give rise to panic, Yangswehe replied worriedly. A one-eyed magic wolf, a magical beast that isn't supposed to appear in the city, still appeared. Which is to say that there are some bad things happening, Guo Saitang retorted. Don't worry, we are already investigating this matter. We have already reinforced the safety of the city with people. There are still some bizarre situations that we are unable to deal with, that's why we still need your beast hunter teams to help, Yangswehe answered. We will naturally do our best, it's just the captain has suffered some injuries, thus, our actions, Guo Saitang trailed off. I will let a fire magician temporarily fill your captain's post until he recuperates. Speaking of which, when did your team add a new member, and it's actually a lightning mage? Yangswehe asked as he smiled slightly at Mo Fan. Recruited from the auditions. Recruited from the auditions. Yangswehe was dumbstruck as he helplessly said, it's my first time hearing of a lightning mage going to a recruitment fair. Everyone began to laugh as their gazes turned to Mo Fan. Mo Fan's performance had actually surprised everyone. When everyone thought they would get killed by the evolving one-eyed magic wolf, he used the second level of lightning strike to create a decisive event. The hunter team rejoiced over the fact that they had picked up this kind of lightning mage who was willing to move around the city with them. One had to understand that lightning mags who has grasped the second level of lightning strike were mostly employed by the large, ancestral families. Even if they were to go to the Hunters Union, Magic Association or the government, they would still be able to freely choose a position of equivalent level. Yuang was standing there as he saw everyone's gaze lock onto the young lightning mage, he couldn't help but frown. Even if he had the light from the major ice element family, or even excelled among the peers of his age, the splendor of the lightning element would still be able to overshadow him. Saitang, in order to prevent Fan Mo from changing jobs, how about you use your body to tie him down? In any case, he has saved your life once already, and you still don't know how to repay him, Feisha spoke up. Get out! Guo Saitang's arrogant face was blushing as she viciously cursed back. On the side, Yu Ang's face also immediately turned increasingly gloomy. The disturbance caused by the one-eyed magic wolf had finally settled down. After changing his clothes, he returned to the school dorms. When Mo Fan was about to climb over the walls, he discovered a delicate little shadow flashing past by the gate. Lo Min? Mo Fan was a little surprised. Why hadn't the girl returned back home to sleep? What was she doing squatting here? Mo Fan, that's good. I thought you... After Zhou saw Mo Fan was safe and sound, her eyes began to tear up. Zhou was, after all, a girl at the peak of her prime. She was particularly moved over the time when Mo Fan sacrificed his own life to save everyone during the practicals. However, she was unable to express herself due to her arrogant pride obstructing the way. This time, due to her grandmother's matter, she almost made Mo Fan lose his life again. Mo Fan had once more saved not only her life, but also her grandmother's, and she had no idea how to repay the kindness. As Mo Fan saw Zhou was weeping, he also felt really awkward. In short, thank you for saving my grandmother. My parents are always busy, so I grew up with my grandmother, Zhou continued. After consoling her for a good while, Mo Fan advised Zhou to return to the female dorms. A boy sending a girl home in the late evening while the girl is crying, this scene would cause many to have ideas. After returning to the dorms, his dorm mates began to question regarding how it was boring. This daddy, is saving the world, all right. After everyone had gone to sleep, Mo Fan ran to the water tower on the roof of the school building. This place was Mo Fan's holy ground for cultivating. Most of the time there wouldn't be any people disturbing him. How come the little Loach pendant didn't have any reaction after eating that soul essence? It's like it is sound asleep. Mo Fan sat down on the roof of the tower as he began to talk to himself. After saying this, the little Loach pendant was like an infant as it woke up. It gently trembled as it let out a blossoming radiance that covered its circumference by a finger length. This radiance looked extremely viscous, it felt like it was like a silk wrapping around the pitch-black pendant. Spinning a cocoon to use for rebirth? Seeing the little Loach pendant's transformation, Mo Fan couldn't help but think of a word. In fact, the little Loach pendant was slowly being wrapped in the radiance, and was indeed undergoing a transformation. Its old surface had some evident transformations appearing. It was no longer as rusty or stained. It now looked as glossy as jade. The thing which old man Ying had left for me is indeed a treasure. Mo Fan was entranced. He could distinctly feel the changes to the Loach pendant. After the transformation had finished, its location on his chest was continually receiving a very comfortable flow of energy. When he was being nourished by the common grade Stardust magic tool, it was like being soaked by a spring. His entire body would smooth out from the flow of the comfortable heat. The feeling of quickly loosening up his body and mind was extremely evident. However, after the Loach pendant had transformed, Mo Fan could increasingly feel like he was being covered by something unique. If he really were to describe it, it would be a soft silk. That soft silk would not be a burden to the actions performed by his body. It was tightly stuck to his entire body, causing Mo Fan, who had just gone through a big battle, to instantly feel fresh and comfortable. It was like an infant lying down on a soft baby's bed that carried serenity and peace. Even though he had never seen a spirit-grade Stardust magic tool, he was still able to clearly feel that this kind of effect from the nourishment definitely belonged to a spirit-grade Stardust magic tool. Other than feeling his exhaustion was quickly dissipating, Mo Fan could feel his own Stardust being showered with nourishment. This kind of feeling was like he was meditating. It is able to increase cultivation without meditating. Mo Fan was thoroughly shocked. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, The Incredible Life Starts Now. The amount of time Mo Fan could endure meditating for was already much longer than other people. With the assistance of the Stardust magic tool, he could cultivate for 12 hours a day and it wouldn't be a problem. However, the time a person had was still limited. If an even higher grade of Stardust magic tool allowed him to continue cultivating for an increasingly longer period of time, then it wouldn't mean much at all. It's not like Mo Fan would meditate for 24 hours a day. After experiencing combat, Mo Fan understood that if a magician solely relied on meditation to increase their strength, it would not be enough. On the contrary, experiencing combat, being in a life-threatening circumstances and having the thirst to become stronger when faced against a powerful foe, these had a certain degree of inducing a slow but definite range of increase in Stardust. Thus, Mo Fan needed to maintain a long cultivation time every day while he also had to join the operations of the Hunter team. If an even higher grade of Stardust magic tool only increased a Mage cultivation time, then it wouldn't be very effective for someone like Mo Fan who could already cultivate for 10 or so hours every day. What went beyond Mo Fan's expectations was that the spirit-grade Stardust magic tool could allow Mo Fan to continually meditate, but also directly nourished his Stardust to a certain degree. When he was not meditating, his Stardust could still slowly grow. When he meditated, then it would have an even higher effect on the growth of his Stardust than normal. Mo Fan had already attained a longer degree of increase to his meditation time, and if the effects of meditating received a boost, then that was increasing his power like a rocket. Awesome! If it's like this, then not only will I be able to advance to the 3rd level of the fire spell before I graduate, but my lightning spells will also be able to advance to the 3rd level. If I were to strive even harder, I might even be able to touch the threshold to intermediate Mage. When the stars reached level 3, it signified that the Stardust was not too far away from transforming into a nebula. Mo Fan had already researched many things concerning intermediate Mags. The element that was first formed within a magician's spiritual world was known as a Stardust. When the Stardust within the magician's spiritual world turned into a nebula, the star orbit would appear increasingly magnificent and bright. That meant the magician had reached the intermediate level. The nebula was much bigger than the Stardust. If the Stardust was just a tiny, sparkling dust in the vast universe, then the nebula would be a cloud where starlights converged. The nebula contained increasingly larger amounts of mana. This would signify that the mighty, formidable intermediate magicians could rip open the vast sky and grandly arrive. When you link the stars within a Stardust, they would become primary magic spells. When you formed a star map with the stars within a nebula, they would become intermediate magic spells. Mo Fan definitely did not forget that when the intermediate mage named Yangzhuhe cast his intermediate magic, beneath his foot was an incomparably mysterious and magnificent star map. It was different from the radiance of a star path. The star map was far stranger and mightier. The power within it was enough to earn the boundless admiration of all the magicians who were still hovering around the primary level. The intermediate water magic that was able to wash the entire street, violent wave, and the intermediate wind magic that was able to lift a one-eyed magic wolf that was as heavy as a car 10 or so meters into the sky, wind disc. Let's not even talk about how cool they were, but their strength was even more abnormal. It was definitely on a whole different league than a primary spell. If just the wind and water elements intermediate magic were that amazing, then wait until I have grasped the intermediate spells of lightning and fire, then who would need to be afraid of the Mu family? Mo Fan's incredible life has only just started. The winter wind was blowing smoothly from the north. Everywhere it went, the trees stripped off the leaves that covered them as they welcomed the breeze with harsh nudity. In the south, the flora wasn't affected so much by the winds of winter. No matter how strong the wind was, the trees were always suave and green. Having some leaves falling was only giving face to the seasons. The trees were always green, 365 days a year. Mo Fan was in Bo City, a city that didn't have very clear seasons. Even the clear seasons would change one day, and that would signify that Father Typhoon was coming. Yet another typhoon season. Mo Fan and his friends were all curling up in their dorms. The moist and cold dorm building with a somewhat musty smell was mostly silent. Most of the students were expending big efforts for the Magic High exams next year. What no one knew was that a mere magician who graduated high school would still need to struggle within society. If you weren't able to strive for a higher position, then it'd be increasingly more difficult to cultivate to a higher level of magic. If you genuinely wanted to stand out from your peers and become a magician that would receive people's reverence, then you must enter a magic university. That way, your chances of becoming an intermediate magician would be significantly bigger. Intermediate magician, that was a magician's one chance to completely change their life. All of the students were all doing their best to strive for this chance. Big Brother Mo Fan, I awakened the healing element. So if Big Brother Mo Fan were to receive any injuries, then I can use magic to heal you, came a text message along with an adorable smiling face. Mo Fan was slightly astonished. Healing element? How come you awakened the healing element? All of us awakened a basic elemental, so how come you awakened a light magic during your primary awakening? Mo Fan urgently sent a text back to ask. The vast majority of everyone's first element awakening is a basic element. However, there are bound to be some few exceptions. I have heard that others could use some unusual item to conduct their awakening. This would give them a definite chance of awakening a certain magic element, Yi Xinxia texted back. Conduct awakening. If I were to reach the intermediate level and wanted to awaken an element, then couldn't I use the conducting way that you mentioned to complete it? Mo Fan was delighted. He felt as though he had gained a whole new view of heaven and earth. You can, the prerequisite is that you need to be able to gather the conducting materials. Xinxia, I love you to death, you have helped me solve a huge and difficult issue. Mo Fan's dull mood immediately turned happy. He had always thought that the awakening was random, whatever element you grabbed would be it. He never thought that there'd be something like awakening conduction in this world. In that case, after reaching the intermediate level and obtaining a chance at awakening his second element, if he were to use the awakening conduction, then he could receive the dark element. The window of magic was unceasingly opening widely for Mo Fan in this short period of time. Every time it opened, Mo Fan could see a future that he yearned for, driving him to passionately cultivate. The progress of his lightning and fire stardusts had gone smoothly. The speed of their advancement was a few times faster than his expectations. Especially after meditating and joining the hunter teams for combat, he had shaken off many of his peers. However, this kind of things did not necessarily need to be boasted about. On the day of the Magic High exams, his peers would definitely be so surprised that their chins would come crashing down to the cement floor. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Underground Holy Spring. Time quickly flowed by. Mo Fan gave his precious youth to cultivating and hunting beasts as he immensely enjoyed this experience. In just a wink, the number of beasts killed by Mo Fan had already gone past 15. In the eyes of the old veterans in the Hunters' Union, he would be classified as an extremely experienced magician. In school, the Magic High exams, the waterfall that could allow the students to leap onto the gates of the dragons, was slowly approaching. "Your comfortable days are quickly coming to an end, Mo Fan," Joe Kunson said to Mo Fan as he delighted in Mo Fan's misery. With graduation coming, it would also mean the previous magic duel promise which was witnessed by the school principal was near. He couldn't help but admit that this guy Mujriyun sure was cunning. He had set the magic duel on a date before the Magic High exams. This would mean that if Mo Fan were to get into some small accident in this magic duel, then it could very well influence his performance at the Magic High exams. "Brother Fan, I heard the neighbors talk about Mujriyun. He is preparing for Yu Ang's 18th year coming-of-age ceremony. Our Bow City has always placed a great importance on the coming-of-age ceremony, and a big family clan like the Mu family would definitely set up their most important disciple ceremony to be grander than anything," Zhong Xiaohu said. "I know, they will invite rich and powerful guests. All the people of importance within Bow City have been invited, families with status just enjoy doing this kind of stuff," Mo Fan said. "But this is so unfavorable toward you, this old scoundrel is obviously trying to cheat you. He's using you as a stepping stone for that guy Yu Ang. In any case, Brother Fan is currently the #1 student of Tianlan Magic High. If you were to lose the magic duel in front of the gazes of all these people, then not only will it give their family an awe-inspiring authority, but it would also mean that the #1 student amongst the 1,500 at Tianlan Magic High was not able to win against the student nourished by their family. Principal Zhu will not be able to leave that stage." Principal Zhu was the most important person in Tianlan Magic High. He and Mudriyun could be said to be two old rivals in Bow City. The prestige of Principal Zhu in Bow City was very high. After all, he had earned the trust of the people. All of the grassroots magicians who were outstanding were unable to succeed without Principal Zhu's support. Principal Zhu had used the school to dig up many brilliant magicians with no background. Mudriyun was more of a typical case of a magic family clan. This basically meant the family was more specialized toward nurturing their own disciples. By relying on the more outstanding children of the aristocrats, Mudriyun was able to obtain a long-standing position within Bow City. Every once in a while, the grassroots magicians and the clan magicians would have a contest. The most important time for Mudriyun every year was to see the young magicians from his own clan completely wipe out the students which Principal Zhu had nurtured from his public school, Tianlan Magic High. Deng Kai and Principal Zhu were both completely on the side of the school. That was why when Mo Fan slandered Mudriyun, even if they hadn't settled the matter down to having a duel with a younger generation of the Mu family, they would still somehow suppress this matter. A student who is able to take 3 SS in the annual examination, that would make him the school's treasure. How could they let the tyrant Mudriyun suppress him? After hearing that Mo Fan had smoothly eliminated the summoned beast that went berserk, both Principal Zhu and Deng Kai increasingly felt like they had obtained a treasure. Mo Fan himself didn't know that Principal Zhu and Deng Kai had always been more meticulous about him. The two of them, who put great importance on the grassroots magicians, had always arranged for people to watch over him. However, a school was still a school, they couldn't be selfish. They also wanted to give a Stardust magic tool to Mo Fan so he could use it all the time. However, they couldn't be like an ancestral family, favoring one and discriminating against the others. When the time arrived for Yu Ang's holiday-like coming-of-age ceremony, Principal Zhu and Deng Kai finally couldn't help themselves, and called Mo Fan to the principal's office. Mo Fan had met Deng Kai before, he had stood up to help Mo Fan before. He was the boss of Bow City's Hunters' Union. He was even stronger than the intermediate Mage Yang Zhuhe. Principal Zhu was someone Mo Fan was meeting for the first time. This old principal who held a prestigious status in the hearts of the students and their parents actually seemed to have the aura of a hermit. However, when there were big things happening, he would still come out and take charge. "Mo-fan, there are some matters we need to discuss with you seriously," Deng Kai took the lead to say. Mo-fan stood there as he listened attentively. "The truth is, every now and then, the students of our Qianlan Magic High and the disciples of the Mu family will have a session of interaction. In past years, we would always pick the most outstanding one from among the students, and the student with the strongest combat ability would fight against the disciples of Bo City's families. Originally, we had put our hopes on Xu Jiaoting. After all, he is a rare lightning mage, and thus, he had a higher chance of success in this contest. However, on the annual examination, you had a very good grades, and were even presumptuous enough to provoke their family. In order to prevent Mu Zhiyan from making your life difficult, we intentionally moved the matter toward this fight that was already bound to happen," Deng Kai sincerely said to Mo-fan. "I know. What I meant to say is, thank you to you two directors for helping me out of an embarrassing situation," Mo-fan said. "To be honest, we have already helped you delay the time by 2 years. The growth that you have been through within these 2 years has been noted in our hearts. But you still need to pay the cost for being so rude back then." Deng Kai helplessly shook his head. Deng Kai had already obtained some information from other people. Yu Ang's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in these 2 years. Additionally, he had real combat practice provided by the family. Even if Mo-fan was more clever, he still might not be Yu Ang's opponent. Everyone knew that he was lucky when he had killed the summoned beast back then. The principal sighed. "Mo-fan, we also know that the heavens are sometimes unfair. They sometimes give people a privilege from birth, where others get nothing. However, this does not mean that you can blame the gods and accuse others and boldly vent out the resentments in your heart. Although you may have spoken out about your discontent to these superior characters, and there are many who want to do the same, they also signify that you are putting yourself on the edge of the abyss. When your strength is far from being capable of contending against a big family like this, swallowing your anger is not a bad thing," Principal Zhu said with sincere and earnest wishes. Principal Zhu had been a principal for so many years, and had seen many students who had been haughty. Some of them really did accomplish a lot and had become magicians who many revered. Some others, however, had sunk so far that they were never heard of again. Talent was important, cultivating was important, but the most important thing was to judge the size of the situation. Don't do unnecessary things. The school was only able to provide protection for a few years. After joining society, only the words of those who are at the top mattered. "Thank you for the guidance. I was indeed too willful back then," Mo-fan nodded. "The reason as to why we called here today naturally isn't for educating you. We actually do hope for you to remain victorious in the duel this time, and that is because the winner will obtain a chance to cultivate at Bo City's Seoul Underground Holy Spring," Principal Zhu continued. Underground Holy Spring. Mo-fan's eyes immediately brightened. Chapter 74. Chapter 74, 3 years. This wasn't the first time Mo-fan had heard of the Underground Holy Spring. It appeared that the one-eyed magic wolf from that time had stolen the energy from the Underground Holy Spring, and it had almost evolved into an even higher rank. From that, it was evident that the Underground Holy Spring was the heavenly treasure of Bo City. Even the magical beasts would sneak into the dangerous areas where humans dwell to steal it. Our Bo City naturally has some special resources. They are specially provided for those who are on the verge of entering the magic universities. Unfortunately, the Underground Holy Spring is an extremely limited resource. We can only open it up for a single student every once in a while. This student isn't just simply chosen from a school, but the magic clans and ancestral families also have to fight for the spot, Principal Zhu said. After saying this, Deng Kai couldn't help but give off a bitter smile. "Principal Zhu, we haven't had the qualifications to take that spot for many years. I feel like it is always taken by the disciples of the clans and families." That's not strange at all. The ancestral families and clans are able to focus their resources into an outstanding disciple. Additionally, the nurturing and training which they can obtain is not something our egalitarian school can compete with. Principal Zhu seemed quite calm. It appeared he was already indifferent about this matter. Mo Fan, the outcome of this battle is not something you need to put any importance on. Having you realize the might of a disciple from an ancestral family is also good. In the future, you will be able to stay calmer on the road of cultivation, and work even harder. As for the revenge from the Mu family, that won't be something you need to worry about. After you enter a magic university, they naturally won't be able to touch you that easily, and if you were to remain in Bo City, then we are still quite willing to continue carrying on nurturing you, Deng Kai said. After hearing the two teachers' words, Mo Fan felt somewhat moved. No wonder why Principal Zhu and Deng Kai has such prestige within the hearts of the students and their parents. It seemed like they had always been on the side of the common students. They were willing to protect the common students, even from the ancestral families and clans. These kind of people were hard to find. One had to know that the school directors of many other public schools would try to curry favors with the strong. All right, the competition is the day after tomorrow. Adjust your mindset and perform properly. Even if winning against this Yu Ang who has been carefully nurtured by the Mu family is impossible, the duel this time is still an opportunity for you. It is not an everyday occurrence that you can gather so many important people of Bo City to watch youngsters have a duel. Even after you enter an university, a magician's advancement requires a large amount of resources. If you are to find someone of influence to watch over you before you enter university, and is willing to subsidize you, then it will be much better for you after you enter university. After all, the competition amongst the magicians in the universities are even fiercer. If you don't have anything, then you won't be a match for those students who have an even stronger power behind them, Principal Zhu told Mo Fan. The two teachers didn't say anything useless. In fact, they were telling Mo Fan the answers to questions that he would encounter in the future. They hoped for Mo Fan to understand that the road of magicians wasn't that simple. Mo Fan once again expressed his thanks to the two teachers. The time went past very quickly. The Mu family was in their manner as they wildly beat their gongs and drums. Mo Fan walked out of the school. He raised his head up at an angle as he couldn't help but sigh in sorrow. *T. 3 years have gone past so fast. It's not long before I will have to leave this school gate. 3 years ago, I walked out of middle school. 3 years later, I'm on the verge of walking out of this high school. The school gates had numerous cars parked there today. Most of them were here to pick up their adorable mage children and return home. The school had given the students 10 days of self-cultivation time in order to welcome the Magic High exams that happened after those 10 days. But before the Magic High exams, Mo Fan naturally still had his duel. In fact, he had been waiting far too long for this day to arrive. He could not forget the high horse attitude which Mu he had displayed when he snatched away their family house, nor his father Mo Drushing's low and petty action that caused Mo Fan's heart to tighten. He would definitely not forget Mu Triyun's conceited attitude from 2 years ago. A long time ago, he had treated them as a dog as he drove them out, yet, on that day, he threw a bone and called Mo Fan back, expecting him to come. Was he born into this society to be controlled at the very bottom by the guys who tyrannically abused him? No one should be born to be someone else's slave, unless they were willing to lick the shoes of their owner. The him of yesterday was indeed not even worth mentioning, a clown with a mouse as sideshow. Tomorrow, he would enter the gates of the Mu family and rely on the cultivation which he had bitterly worked on for so many years to defeat the disciple which they had carefully nurtured and let this fool understand what it meant to start a great fire with just a tiny spark. Mo Fan, a familiar middle-aged man yelled toward him. "Father, how come you're here?" Mo Fan asked as he lowered his head, astonished. "I heard that the school is giving you guys a self-study holiday, so I came here to pick you up." Mo Drushing revealed a spotless row of teeth, his face filled with a silly smile. It felt like he had returned to 3 years ago when he had walked out from failing the exams. It had also been filled with cars by the gates, and his father, Mo Drushing, had been waiting with the crowd, his face sweating. The difference was that Mo Drushing was more tanned and skinny. Mo Fan didn't even need to ponder to understand that his father had been running all over the place for the family in the past 3 years. The other difference was that Mo Fan himself had gone from a student who was lagging behind the others to a magician who had grasped the lightning and fire element. At the very least, he was worthy to face Mo Drushing's decision to send him to the magic school without hesitation. "Father, you don't need to work so hard. Didn't I transfer a bit of money over to you?" When Mo Fan saw his father this tanned, he began to feel bad. "You can keep your money to yourself, a magician needs a lot of money. I have heard from the old mags in the stronghold saying that there is something called a Stardust magic tool that is able to increase the speed of your cultivation. I'll see if I can raise some money to buy you one. This way you'll have something when you enter university, or else what would you have to compete against those other kids from the big cities?" Mo Drushing said with a smile. Mo Fan was momentarily speechless. Magic had replaced science, yet Mo Drushing was still like a common father, pure and blunt. "Don't worry, that thing has already been provided to me by the school. Don't worry, take that money and go check out houses with little aunt when you have time. You don't have to buy it, you can just rent one for now," Mo Fan said. This year Mo Fan had hunted quite a few beasts. Their commission was considerable, from 120-130k RMB. This money was not enough to buy magic equipment, nor magical tools, but it was enough to allow his father to rest for a period of time and relieve the pressure of their finances. The truth is, Mo Fan didn't know how to tell his father Mo Drushing that a Stardust magical tool was actually really, really expensive. It's not something you could afford even if you were to work hard for a few years. This thing was something you couldn't buy even if you were to work hard for several lifetimes. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, Variety of Ways. That's not necessary. You're entering university soon, who would be staying in that house? It's better if Xinsha is at your little aunt's, and us big men have a hard time taking care of her. I give your little aunt some money every month. Speaking of which, the card you gave me has about 100 or so thousand, plus I have around 80,000 saved from running all over the place. In total there is 200,000. It's enough to buy a piece of magical equipment, right? I heard that thing is extremely important for magicians, Mo Drushing continued. I already have a piece of magical equipment. Oh. I almost forget, you had obtained a magical tool from Zhangkong. Honestly, you're really giving face to your father. I don't know how many times I've heard the old hunters in the stronghold talk about that matter. Speaking of this thing, Mo Drushing's face was brimming brilliantly as he just now realized it had already been a year. Tomorrow, I will go to Mu Manor to have a magic duel with someone called Yu Ang, Mo Fan said sincerely to his father. I know. I have implored some elders in Mu family to have Yu Ang go easier on you. Either way, you're only there to give some luck to his coming-of-age ceremony. Being able to display yourself in front of so many powerful and influential people of Bo City is also an extremely rare chance for you. Speaking of which, I wonder how you even thought of this kind of outstanding method back then. Anyway, don't offend Master Mu again, he is still unhappy about the thing between you and Mu Ningxue back then. You little brat, so young, yet the pearl of a family almost eloped with you. Mo Drushing said. Mo Drushing didn't blame Mo Fan for the things that happened in the past. Mo Fan was too young back then, doing a few stupid things was only normal. Furthermore, the biggest problem didn't lie in his own son, the problem was the other family was too powerful. If only Mu Ningxue was the daughter of a common family. That way, he'd have gained a daughter-in-law. This little brat didn't have any redeeming qualities, yet his ability in swindling a lady back when he was a child was outstanding. This magic duel was seen as an incredibly good thing by Mo Drushing. Many other disciples who had better circumstances than Mo Fan were very eager to appear at this incomparably grand coming-of-age ceremony. Even if they were only there to enhance Yu Ang, it was still a supreme honor. For a fool like Mo Fan, this kind of opportunity was indeed very good, as long as this Mo Fan didn't have intentions to actually fight for the outcome of the battle. What kind of a background did the other person have? If they were able to be the supporting character, that'd be fine, as well. If Yuang really became a great character of Bow City in the future, then they'd at least be able to say, I fought with him once before. Father, I will be able to win. Mo Fan said sincerely. Don't be too ambitious, I am already very satisfied with the grades you have gotten now. Mo Drushing said as he patted Mo Fan's shoulder while laughing. Seeing Mo Drushing's attitude, Mo Fan's heart was somewhat puzzled. Why do you guys think I am going there to be someone else's cannon fodder? The Mu family's invitations were sent ages ago. The entire Mu Manor was already surrounded by their distinguished friends and high-class crowds. The employees of Mu Manor were extremely busy, even a stray weed in the flowerbed would cause a huge fuss before they fixed it. Mu Zhuyin went overboard for the coming-of-age ceremony this time, making sure everyone in Bow City would know about it. Mo Fan had wondered in the past why Mu Zhuyin had set him to fight against Yuang. It seemed like this cunning sly fox had actually planned this whole thing. It was all about adding a little good luck charm to the grand banquet. Just drinking and eating would have no meaning. Watching the younger generation duel was better. Not only would he be able to deal with a sore rat like Mo Fan beneath the gazes of everyone, but it would also give his Mu family some face. What reason would he have to not go through with it? To be honest, Mo Fan really hadn't thought that the old scoundrel Mu Zhuyin would give it such wide publicity. Perhaps it really was as Principal Zhu and Deng Kai had said, this was a contest between the disciples of an ancestral family and the students from school. The current Mo Fan was no longer just the student with the best grades at Tianlan Magic High in name only. There was a chance that even if he hadn't inconvenienced Master Mu, he still would have ended up battling against the disciple of the ancestral family. That's fine, we'll deal with the new and old grudges at same time. Old scoundrel, since you gave it such a wide publicity, then this daddy, I will make you lose face. Mo Fan stood in front of his old house, as he raised his head to look at the Mu Manor that was decorated with lanterns and colored banners as it lit up splendidly. It brought a cold smile to his face. On top of the manor, Mu Zhuyin suddenly sneezed. He was currently sitting inside the tea room as he rubbed his mustache. His face was filled with pride as he looked at Mu Ningxue, who had returned a while ago during the summer holidays. This coming-of-age ceremony was originally prepared for you. However, your father, I didn't think that you were far more outstanding than what we had imagined. This tiny Bow City is no longer something you need to contend for. This coming-of-age ceremony will be given to Yuang. He is loyal to our family. In the future, he can become your right hand when you contest against the disciples of other elemental ancestor families. Mu Zhuyin said. For his daughter, Mu Zhuyin had actually gone through a lot of trouble. Why are you still holding on to him so tightly? Even if you wanted to let Yuang obtain the opportunity of the underground holy spring the proper way, you could still have chosen someone else. Finally, Mu Ningxue couldn't help but open her mouth. The him Mu Ningxue was pointing at was naturally Mo Fan. That little scoundrel slandered me in front of so many people, how could I possibly forgive him? Doesn't he think that he's noble and virtuous? Doesn't he think that he's amazing? How is it inappropriate of me to give him such an exceptionally good opportunity? I have already arranged it. When the time comes, you just need to sit next to me and watch. Mu Zhuyin's mood immediately changed when this matter was brought up. Still protecting that kid at this time? Mu Zhuyin did not understand. There were so many outstanding disciples from these large ancestral families, yet she didn't say more than a sentence to them. She just had to care about a poor kid who didn't know how to admit his mistakes and had no abilities whatsoever. Then tell Yuang to stop before he goes too far. Mu Ningxue knew that her father wouldn't budge a single step on this matter, thus, she also spoke of her own bottom line. Don't worry, I have morals. I only want to let this kid who doesn't know the difference between heaven and earth to understand that the dignity which I stomped on doesn't mean anything. Whereas tomorrow, he will understand that being completely defeated beneath the gazes of everyone is truly losing all his face. Mu Zhuyin couldn't help but smile. Little thing, you want to play with me, Mu Zhuyin? When I shook the whole of Bow City, you were still inside your mother's womb. I, Mujurian, have a variety of ways to make you unable to raise your head again within Bow City. Chapter 76. Chapter 76, Treacherous Banquet. The moonlight was charming, and there was a wind flowing around the tranquil Bow City, giving it the gentility and elegance possessed only by a southern city. The mountains outside of the city were endless. Tomorrow was the day that was extremely important to his life. The children of poor people didn't have a coming-of-age ceremony. However, from everyone else's perspective, he already had a decent coming-of-age ceremony, being the supportive role to the disciple of a rich family. From everyone else's perspective, he was also undoubtedly crouching on the floor, acting like a footpad for Yu Ang's shiny leather shoes so that Yu Ang could appear even more outstanding among his peers. Lifting the beer in his hand, Mo Fan raised his head to pour the ice-cold beer down his throat. In front of him was a tall tower. The 100-meter-tall Global Trade Center was towering in front of him. It was like a prominent sword loftily erected in the center of the city, with glorious lights. Mo Fan sat on the balcony with the wind drifting onto him. In the past, he had really enjoyed sitting here. He was able to see all of the flourishing scenery of Bow City, the Global Trade Center, Mu Manor, Bow River, and Tianlan Magic High, located on the southern mountain. He was feeling rather rueful. Behind him came the sound of footsteps, rhythmic and slow. An ice-cold wind blew over from behind him. Mo Fan didn't need to turn around to know who it was. I asked Xinxia, she told me you were here, the girl's bright voice called out. If it wasn't so cold and detached, then her voice would be as beautiful as a silver bell on a snowy day. Looking for me this late at night? I won't be able to elope with you this time. Mo Fan grabbed a paper used to wrap peanuts and put it next to him, signifying someone should sit there. Mu Ningxue stood there, watching Mo Fan's familiar movements as she remembered some things from the past. When she was young, he would take her to some bizarre places to play. No matter where he went, he was able to sit on the floor, whereas she would be afraid of dirtying her beautiful skirts, so she'd refuse to sit. At some point, he started to find something clean to put down next to him. Even his jacket was a victim, although his jacket sometimes would be filthy. Don't go tomorrow, Yu Ang will be harsh on you. He listens to my father's every direction. Anyone who harms my father, even if it is just cursing at him, he will harbor grudges toward and will not stop until you die. Mu Ningxue didn't walk over, she just stood there as she said this to Mo Fan. Your father sure adopted a good dog, I reckon he'd bite anyone your father wants him to. Mo Fan didn't have a favorable opinion of Yu Ang. He's really odd, I don't like him either, Mu Ningxue agreed. Then that's good, I'll help you educate him tomorrow, Mo Fan said with a smile. Do you not understand me? I don't want you to go tomorrow. Mu Ningxue wrinkled her eyebrows. Miss, have you reached the intermediate rank yet? Don't go tomorrow. After avoiding this, go to Magic University immediately. During the time you're in university, I will slowly take control of the authority of my family so when you return to Bow City, no one will do anything to you. You want to provide for me? But I will still go. Mo Fan turned around as he acted surprised. The Mu Ningxue was so angry that she had chest heaved up and down. She sincerely wanted to help him, yet, he was playing such a joke on her. Doesn't he know that offending my father means that he will have no place in Bow City? Mu Ningxue realized she was unable to get through to Mo Fan. Thus, she turned around and left. Brother Fan, I heard that little princess was looking for you, Zhong Xiaohu asked through a text. She still admires me, she wanted me to understand the tyrannical and cruel guy named Yu Ang. All right, she wants me to run in order to avoid dying, ha ha ha. Brother Fan, I also suggest you run, Yu Ang is abnormal. His entire being is odd. Mo Fan, who had stayed at his little aunt Mo Qing's house, heard the sounds of festivities early in the morning from the Mu Manor not too far from him. One after another, luxurious cars followed the curvy mountainous road as they entered Mu Manor. Who knew whether Mo Fan, who was going there by motorbike, was losing face for the title of Yu Ang's opponent? Just when he was about to enter the large iron gates, Mo Fan saw a few familiar figures. Li Wenjie, Feisha, you're finally here. Hurry up and come in. Our manor has some of the best chefs of Bo City. I guarantee it will suit your tastes. Guo Saitang stood by the gates as she welcomed her team members. Ha ha ha, thanks to you, we, the small city officers, are able to have the opportunity to come to this wealthy ancestral family's home and take a look. Feisha patted his growling stomach. It's too bad that kid Fanmo had some matters to attend to, so he was unable to come. Or else you could let him understand your extravagant life, and when the time comes, he will definitely pursue you without stopping. Li Wenjie added. Guo Saitang glared ferociously at Li Wenjie. Guo Saitang actually felt somewhat disappointed. She actually really wanted to invite Fanmo to her own house. Guo Saitang's gaze suddenly turned to see a familiar figure. After looking carefully, Guo Saitang immediately felt loathing and twitchy. How is that Fanmo? It obviously was that little scoundrel, Mo Fan. I really don't know where this kid got his guts from. He is actually having a duel with Yu Ang. No matter what, he's going to be beaten half to death. HMPH, you came. Guo Saitang looked at Mo Fan sideways. Arrogance was not enough to describe her appearance. Yeah, there's no other place to eat breakfast. Mo Fan said with a ruffian-like attitude. Guo Saitang got angry. This little scoundrel was making the Mu Manor into a buffet. If you apologize now, I will tell Yu Ang to go easier on you, Guo Saitang snorted coldly. You're still brooding over the things that happened when we were young. In that case, how about I take responsibility for it? It's not a big deal, Mo Fan said. After Mo Fan finished teasing Guo Saitang, he laughed as he walked toward Mu Manor. In any case, he was an important character for today, so he should have his own seat. Forget it, there's so much to eat, let's start with everything. That's the disciple of an ancestral family, he even dares to assail our sister Saitang with obscenities. What ancestral family? It's just the son of a chauffeur. The one who cursed our master Mu, and the one who is having a magic duel with Yu Ang today is precisely him, Guo Saitang snarled, full of disdain. Are all the teenagers nowadays that arrogant? Not all of them. If you look at the Fanmo in our team, lightning element with a solid strength. Young, yet not arrogant. Saitang, I advise you to grab Fanmo as soon as possible. If he is taken by some other girl, Feisha said once more. Don't talk about useless stuff. HMPH, I invited him to my home this time, yet he actually didn't come. Who would understand him? Guo Saitang's cheeks turned red as she hurriedly explained herself in a low voice. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, The Stepping Stone for Someone Else. After entering the inside of the Mu Manor, Mo Fan unfortunately heard Feisha, Li Wenjie, and Guo Saitang having a discussion about himself. Within his heart, he thought about what kind of expressions they would have if they knew that Fanmo and Mo Fan were the same person. Forget it, let's focus on the matters of the duel today. Entering Mu Manor's large dinner hall, there were indeed numerous tasty delicacies being placed on the table. Mo Fan, who was just getting hungry, was about to start eating before he came face to face with a handsome mustachioed man who was surrounded by young, unmarried women. Good brat, you really dare to join the banquet, the mustached man glared at Mo Fan. Head instructor, you're also here to eat and drink for free. Mo Fan didn't think that head instructor Shankong would be here as well. Cough, what are you saying? The mustached Shankong broke loose from the crowd of young women. He pulled Mo Fan to the side as he asked with his eyebrows cocked, how about it, why don't you join my army when you graduate? If you are able to enter a good magic university, then our army will be able to support the whatever large cost of your magic university. I know that you brat has caused trouble for the master. The government can protect you and guarantee that you will be able to stomp on these second generations if you aren't satisfied. We will clean up your mess. This wasn't the first time Shankong wanted to pull Mo Fan into his army, and it was very hard to say if it was only to have Mo Fan give back the precious bone Scythe shield. No, protecting the borders every day is boring. I still wanna take a stroll around the big cities. Mo Fan rejected him. What's so good about a large city? Reinforced concrete, vehicle emissions and putrid stench. How is it better than our large stronghold with an enchanting scenery with bird songs and fragrant flowers? If you're not satisfied with the meals, then you could go to the outside and hunt a few magical beasts to bring back home to eat. How free is that? Zhang Kong said with his face filled with smiles. Either way, I'm not enlisting, Mo Fan said with certainty. All right, you brat sure is unyielding. If you nod your head today, then this head instructor will definitely help you settle any big matters in the future. Since it's like this, then I won't care even if you get beaten half dead by that guy Yuang. Zhang Kong started getting angry. With Zhang Kong's reputation, he could get any young magicians he wanted as they all begged him to take them in, yet, this kid didn't even give him any attention. As Mo Fan was about to walk away, Zhang Kong pressed his finger onto Mo Fan's shoulders. Head instructor, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to make me join by force? Mo Fan asked in confusion. At this moment, Zhang Kong had retracted that vulgar yet handsome uncle appearance. Between his eyebrows showed a hint of seriousness as he whispered, not joining my team is fine, but help me with one small matter. What matter? Mo Fan was puzzled. When you battle that kid Yuang, be mindful. I don't understand. Before Mo Fan could inquire more, two middle-aged men and women who looked important were walking over. They appeared to be familiar with Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong immediately smiled as he greeted them. Mo Fan was completely confused, he didn't know what Zhang Kong wanted him to do. Not too long after, Principal Zhu, Deng Kai, Yang Zhuhe and the more important characters of Bo City began to appear. Mu Zhuyin personally brought Yuang along to greet all of them. Principal Zhu represented the magic school, he was the MT Tai of all the magic schools in Bo City. Deng Kai was the head of Hunters Union, his position was naturally aloof. Yang Zhuhe represented the Magic Association, his power approached the previous two. The one representing the military was Zhang Kong, and it could be said that he was the strongest magician in this crowd of people, and the true god of war of Bo City. Mu Weiyan didn't need any introductions, he was the head of this elemental family. Mo Fan unexpectedly realized that he had met all these important characters of Bo City, thus, did that mean he himself was also an important character? Note, sure, it's all about you, Mr. MC. The fact is, Mo Fan also knew that he was quite a distance away from that group of people. He was able to easily receive the attention of these people at the top of the ladder because of his identity as a student who excelled beyond the common. Once he entered society and the great tides washed by, he reckoned that they would quickly forget about him. The three instructors, Luo Yungbua, Pan Li Jun, and Bai Yang, were also participating. Based on what Mo Fan had found out from the mouths of those veterans at the stronghold, these three instructors' powers were a bit stronger than the hunter team's captain, Xu Dahuang. They were all people who were approaching intermediate mage. The truth is, those who had reached intermediate magician in Bo City could count as impressive. Any power would try to offer a powerful person benefits to rope them in. Frankly speaking, if Mo Fan were to reach intermediate magician, then Mu Weiyan would no longer dare to cause trouble for him. The amount of intermediate mags in Bo City could be counted on two hands. Mu Weiyan really went all out this time, he invited so many people here. It feels like those who have the slightest bit of prestige are invited, and they came here to give old Guiyan enough face. Inside the banquet, there were already a few people whispering. How could that be? The Mu family has already produced a Mu Ningxue, their future position won't be on the same level as it is currently. Who doesn't know that old Guiyan will quickly be able to cover the skies with his hands? Today, he will introduce his little tyrant of Bo City. Thus, if you want to be able to make something out of yourself in Bo City in the future, how could you not come? If you don't come despite being invited, then I reckon you'll be dragged onto the blacklist, a man who looked like he should be from the Magic Association whispered. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Another person said. It's true, it's definitely true. Look at us, at what age did we cultivate to intermediate mage level, and then look at Mu Ningxue, how old is she? From that, you can tell the amount of power the Mu family will be able to grasp in the future. That's why other than Boss Shankong, someone who has transcended beyond common people like us, everyone will have to treat old Julian with respect. I really don't understand what that foolish brat called Mo Fan is really thinking. Even we have to say yes to everything Mu Julian says, yet he talks back. He really doesn't want to stay in Bo City. Sigh, that's hard to say. I've heard that Mu Ningxue and Mu Julian's relationship isn't too good. If Mu Ningxue says to not touch someone, then Mu Julian can't be too excessive. Yeah, besides, I've heard that Kid Mo Fan is the student with the highest grades in Tianlan Magic High, and he obtained the backing of Boss Shankong during his practicals. Principal Zhu and Deng Kai would definitely protect this kind of student. Even if the two don't want to offend Mu Julian, Boss Shankong wouldn't care about that. Who has Boss Shankong ever been scared of? Whoever touches his soldiers, he would crush everything on his way to their home. As Feisha realized these people were discussing this, he immediately went up to them to join them. Not long after, Feisha came back. Xiaoke was curious, so she asked Feisha, "Brother Feisha, why is everyone discussing the matter of Yuang and that person called Mo Fan?" "Oh, I also just found out. Mo Fan is representing the strength of magic schools to a certain degree. He will be using the identity of a student of a magic school to duel against Yu Ang, who is a disciple of an ancestral family. The winner would naturally obtain an opportunity to cultivate at the extremely super-ultra-precious underground holy spring of Bo City," Feisha explained. "So it's like that. I heard that it has been many years since a student from a magic school has entered the underground holy spring. That's normal, the schools have many students to tend for. Having one or two incredible geniuses appearing occasionally counts as a good harvest. The disciples of the ancestral families are the elites. They may not have as many people as the schools, but they are all elites. It won't be too weird if that person called Mo Fan becomes the stepping stone for someone else today. It feels quite lamentable. An outstanding student who emerged victorious from 1,500 people is still not better than someone from an ancestral family." Xiaoke sighed. Being born into a good family is a skill. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Tonight, supporting role. Mo Fan walked around and obtained some news from the people around. "That's what I thought. What was the point of making two youngsters duel so grand? As it turns out, it is actually a duel between the powers of Bo City. This battle was indeed not a bad thing for himself. Perform well during the duel and he'd make a name for himself. That's not bad at all. Zhou Min, Xiao Hu, He Yu, Zhong Yinglu, Xu Jiaoting, Wang Sanpang. How come you guys are here too?" Mo Fan suddenly discovered a group of relatively young figures. It turned out they were his classmates. The school had a few spots, and Mu Bai helped getting us in here. It's not every day that you see the school's #1 expert fight with the disciples of an ancestral family. How could we not come and see? Xu Jiaoting sounded a bit sour. For Xu Jiaoting, a great lightning element user, this spot was originally his. In the end, it was stolen by Mo Fan, who killed his way here. However, after what happened during practicals, Xu Jiaoting's scorn towards Mo Fan was no longer as fierce as before. Everyone's lives were basically saved by Mo Fan. In fact, he was actually hoping for Mo Fan to perform brilliantly during the duel this time, so he could regain some face for the magic schools. "Brother Fan, I just saw Uncle Mo Drushing's name on the invitation list. I reckon it was done by that guy Mu He," Zhong Slouhu said. "Mo Fan, you need to do your best," Zhou Min said with a pure smile. The Mo Fan from 2 years would never have imagined that his duel would turn into such a passionate topic among the crowds today. That is also good. The feelings of having so many eyes on you is also an once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's way better than being in the dark with no one knowing of you. Everyone, I'm thankful for everyone who made it here to congratulate my son. Time always flies by so fast. Some of us will definitely reach a point where we are unable to cast magic. Bo City's future will inevitably be seized by those younger, and ever more outstanding youths. You may think that I have invited everyone here for my son's coming-of-age ceremony. That is a mistake. I have always believed in the student surpassing the master. I, Mujuyun, am only able to do this much for Bo City. I am only able to help preserve the current state of this Bo City that has given birth to many magicians and outstanding, talented people. However, in the next 10 to 20 years, Bo City will be in the hands of the young and will become even more prosperous. Becoming an increasingly more flourishing Mage City is definitely possible. Don't you think that I should be holding a majestic banquet for the future of Bo City, so everyone can witness it together? Mujuyun was the organizer. He raised the goblet with red wine as his face filled with a red aura to hint to the present guests. All right, let's give a toast for the future of Bo City. Yang Zhuhe was the first to stand up as he greeted Mujuyun. The people present are all those who have the qualifications to discuss our Bo City. Master Mujuyun is not the only one who is looking forward to the future of our Bo City. This toast, I will drink all at once. The present guests also stood up as they toasted before drinking it all. Amongst the people in the hall, Mo Fan discovered that Mrs. Tangyue, who was also present at the banquet, was feeling as sick as he was from what Mujuyun had said. She even rolled her eyes during the toast. He didn't know which part of Mujuyun that Mrs. Tangyue was against. Realizing his ambitions, after the impassioned and mighty Mu manner, that almost emitted golden rays, feast had ended. Naturally, they welcomed the most important play of the day, the magic duel. Many of these people really did not come here to listen to Mujuyun's stereotypical speech. They just wanted to know whose family the underground holy spring would fall on this year. There were numerous magicians within Bo City who were in the primary level and had only been able to use the same magic, so much that their old hands began to develop calluses. Whereas how many were there exactly who had actually taken a step into the realm of intermediate mags? Stardust was unfathomable. Some people displayed talents from the start, yet at the end of the day, they were unable to cross that threshold. Thus, those who had been primary magicians their whole lives could be found everywhere. Hence the heavenly treasure, the underground holy spring, that was able to infinitely increase a magician's chances to approach the intermediate level, became a holy item everyone was yearning for even in their dreams. Unfortunately, it was only open to the younger generations of magicians who were filled with unlimited possibilities. Furthermore, only one person could enter every year, and few could win against the disciple of an ancestral family. When Mo Fan was just a student, he didn't know that Bo City had this kind of heavenly treasure. He also didn't know that time being rude and impetuous would allow him to hit the cultivation opportunity which numerous people within Bo City were thirsting for. It seemed to comply with the saying, if you don't do your best, then you won't know how great your strength is. The time of the magic duel finally came. Mo Fan was already waiting in the inner arena of the magic duel after hearing the arrangements from Mujuyun. An elliptical center emerged in the duel arena. It was much bigger than the training grounds of the school. It approached the size of a sports stadium. On both sides were ascending seats, more than enough to contain today's invited guests of the Bo City. Mo Fan was standing in the center of the duel arena. In fact, he had been standing there for a while. Yu Ang was late. It was clear that Mujuyun wanted to give him a gorgeous appearance on stage. This kind of feeling wasn't good. This made Mo Fan feel like he was in a bullfighter ring. He was the bull that was released onto the ring so everyone could watch him. Let the spectators understand what kind of weight this bull had. To see the sturdy physique and sharp bull horns. Then the leading role, the handsome and elegant matador, brilliantly enters the arena a little while later. All kinds of lighting begins to flicker and all kinds of applause screeches. My son, that's right, that is my son. Mo Drushing was definitely optimistic. He was cheerfully telling the old employees of Mu family at the side. Not bad, old Mo, it could be said that you brought a change of fortune, a worker who dealt with the garden said. Is that right, as long as he doesn't get completely beaten? I have heard this Yu Ang is normally unusually fierce against his own brothers and sisters, a worker who is in charge of cleaning said. The youths are just testing their skills, how could they be fierce? Mo Drushing chuckled. In Mo Jiaxing's view, this was just a very common duel. He also thought that a great character like Mu Zhuyan wouldn't have the mind of a child. The truth is, a lot of the people knew that Mu Zhuyan wanted to stomp on this Mo Fan who didn't know the difference between heaven and earth. I bet on this kid Mo Fan being beaten in a single move. *T, no matter what, he is still the #1 student of Qianlan Magic High. How could that be possible? I will bet on it either way. I have heard of Yu Ang's abilities many times before. As everyone was incessantly discussing this, Yu Ang, who was wearing a unique garment, finally emerged. His clothes looked like they were made of leather, but at the same time, they also looked like high-quality silk. It was sparkling beneath the illumination of the lights. His entire person looked like a prince who was walking into his palace. In terms of the appearance, it was clear that they put a lot of effort into it. This really caused a huge contrast with Mo Fan, who wore sandals to the arena. After Yu Ang wore high-class clothes. His entire demeanor had immediately risen by a few levels. Adding to his already tall stature and somewhat feminine traits, bedazzling a few girls was natural. On the snowy white clothes was a design that fused the family's ice magic diagram. Yu Ang brilliantly entered the arena, and the corner of his mouth displayed a confident smile that indicated that he was the main character today. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, A Magic Duel. Crap, this old guy Mu Zhuyan is really going all out. Are you able to count how much magic equipment and how many magic tools are on his body? As Deng Kai saw this, he almost jumped out of his chair. Principal Zhu repeatedly shook his head. The reason why the numerous students from school were unable to beat the disciples of an ancestral family was not just because their cultivation was slightly lacking, but their equipment was definitely not as good. At this coming-of-age ceremony, who knew how many magic tools and how much magic equipment old man Mu Zhuyan had given to Yu Ang? Other than the bone scythe shield he received from Zhang Kong, it appeared that he has nothing else. Seeing this scene, Principal Zhu and many other people from the school were slightly dejected. Deng Kai, since this duel was approved by you, then you can be the referee for it this time. Mu Zhuyan gave a slight smile. He was waiting to see a good play around the cat dominating the rat. Deng Kai really did not know what to say. He could only pray for Mo Fan in his heart. The two are both well-known figures amongst the younger generations. Having the duel is to motivate you to work even harder on your cultivation. Either way, take your positions. Deng Kai stood in between the two young magicians as he said this with a voice everyone could hear. Deng Kai then slowly took a few steps back, but he did not completely exit the field. At that spot, if something were to happen, then he could quickly put a stop to it. All right, shake hands. Wait for my signal to start. Deng Kai said. Mo Fan and Yu Ang were facing each other as they both extended their arms. A wisp of ice condensed on Yu Ang's palm. At the instant Mo Fan shook hands with him, he could feel a cold air penetrating into the depths of his bone marrow. Mo Fan's response was quick, as his arm turned burning red. The flames were protecting his own flesh, arteries, and bones. With his face remaining the same, he raised his other hand to erect a middle finger toward Yu Ang. You really are a little rat that doesn't know anything. However, that won't be a problem. I will freeze your brain that is filled with water. That way, it could perhaps make you more clear-headed. After Yu Ang let go of his hand, he turned around as he let out a cold laugh before taking his position. After returning to his designated place after turning around, Mo Fan subconsciously closed his eyes for a moment. He opened his eyes again as his gaze swept across his surroundings. When he had entered this manner, he had forgotten how many eyes he had seen that carried ridicule and sympathy, and there were many who were saying to him that he was incredibly brave, yet the corners of their mouth let out a shallow smile of disdain that meant you're overestimating your own strength, simply attempting the impossible. In this world, there would always be someone who thought they were clever. Using the excuse of being experienced and having schadenfreude tendencies, they would judge you based on every action that appeared to be overstepping your boundaries. They themselves were trapped in a cage of mediocrity, and they were all living in a system they thought no one was able to jump out of. Thus, they thought and hoped for everyone to be the same as them. Furthermore, they used an opinionated and short-sighted belief to ridicule the people who dared to do anything more. These people loved to rejoice over other people's misfortunes, incessantly gossip, loved to show off their limited knowledge and sense of superiority. Today is the day Mo-Fan would make them all shut up. Duel, begin! As a command came, Denkai had thoroughly declared the beginning of the magic duel which Mo-Fan has been waiting for a long time. In the next second, Mo-Fan's pupils instantly emitted scarlet fire rays. Within the fire ray, you could clearly see the 7 flame stars. They quickly connected to each other to form a star path. Dazzling! Star path, magic come forth! A ball of flames ignited on top of Mo-Fan's palm. The scorching flame sprites were excitedly jumping around, impatient to scorch all of the inflammable materials in the surroundings. The speed of Mo-Fan's completion of Star Path was fast. The people could still feel the sounds of Denkai's declaration of battle resounding within their ears. The adept casting naturally startled everyone present. It seems like he's still got some ability. The problem is that this first level of fire burst is completely useless. Strange, hasn't this guy already grasped the fire burst, burning bones? Why is he using the first level, fire burst, scorch? The power of burning bones is much stronger than scorch. Since he already seized the opportunity of casting magic first, why isn't he being more fierce? Instructor Luo Yungbei immediately revealed the suspicions in his heart. The people who somewhat knew of Mo-Fan already knew that Mo-Fan was the first person in the entire school to have grasped the second level of primary magic. The might of fire burst, burning bones had already been displayed back in practicals. In this important duel, why did he decide to cast a fire burst, scorch? On the other side, Yu Ang was not in a hurry at all. He stood there watching Mo-Fan finishing his star path. It looked as though he was saying, "So what if you finish your magic spell first?" I spread. Yu Ang no longer waited. He also used his intent to control all of his stars. He was just as adept at it as Mo-Fan. Spirals of cold air swirled around the expensive white clothing that Yu Ang wore. Yu Ang continued to chant the name of his magic. In a split second, the entire duel arena's temperature abruptly dropped. It went from originally hot midsummer to a cold winter season. Snowflakes were floating. There were partially frozen layers of frost and ice motes fluttering through the air. The white snow of frost descended upon Mo-Fan. With the speed of the ice spreads freezing, if Mo-Fan were to stand more than 3 seconds within the area of the ice spread, the lower part of his body would definitely be frozen. Ice spread was an extremely advantageous spell during a showdown. At the primary caster level, only the wind and earth elements had any movement spells. The effect of ice spread had always been an entire area. Once it arrived and the snow frost fell to the ground, the magician would have to escape from this area within 3 seconds or else they'd be frozen still. The people who weren't fast enough were completely unable to escape from the frozen zone. Yu Ang's ice spread covered a large area around where Mo-Fan was. Even if Mo-Fan were to do all he can to run from this, he definitely could not escape the range of ice spread within 3 seconds. Thus, after 3 seconds, Mo-Fan would become a human target. After that, Yu Ang will continue to cover the place with yet another layer of ice spread. Mo-Fan would become an ice sculpture that would attract the laughter of the people in yet another 3 seconds. There was nothing to be done about it. Ice element was basically a no-brainer when it came to dealing with slower magicians and magical beasts. This was because ice spread was said to be the spell that required no technique within primary magic, yet still very useful. *T, did this kid go crazy? Why is he still standing there? If it was me, I'd just start running. The second you get frozen, it'll be over. Mo-Fan didn't run. If it was any other knowledgeable magicians facing ice spread, they would start moving so they wouldn't be easily frozen. You want to freeze me? At this time, Mo-Fan had already burst out with a smile. Mo-Fan didn't throw the flames in his hands at Yu Ang. In fact, he was very clear that the small level 1 fire spell was definitely not able to emerge victorious against Yu Ang. This fire burst, scorch possessed another clever function. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, Level 3 Ice Spread. He lightly raised his palm, and the ball of flames on his palm rolled down. As the flames fell down, the scarlet-red fires instantly spread beneath his feet as they turned into a gorgeous scarlet carpet. These flames began to burn around Mofan's surroundings. He already had the body of a fire user, and thus, even if flames were to burn around his body, they would not affect him too much. Furthermore, there were still layers of ice accumulating under his feet. As the frost encountered Mofan's flames, melting began to occur instantly. Raising his head as he stood there in the middle of the flames, Mofan had a smile on his face, carrying hints of provocation as he looked at Yu Ang. The ice spread that was everywhere had melted into water from the effects of scorch. Mofan didn't even need to move to accomplish a state where he didn't need to worry about being frozen into an ice cube. Using the fire burst, scorch on his surroundings, thus, removing the effects of being frozen from the ice spread. This guy is pretty clever. Mrs. Tangyue, who was seated in the audience, had a trace of a smile on her face. Even if the students from the magic schools have been learning magic, their understanding toward the uses of magic were still incredibly limited. Just like the fire burst spell, practically every fire student who cast fire burst would subconsciously use the fire burst to directly attack their foe's body by throwing it. In fact, the effects of fire burst scorch had many usages. For example, let's say if you cast it on a fixed area, causing it to ignite a continued fire, it would be able to turn into a firewall that could seal roads and cut them off. If you were to do it like Mofan, directly allowing the flames to roll beneath his feet, relying on his natural resistance to fire, that would cause a layer of protection in the form of fire. The protection of these flames could at very least shatter the freezing effects of an Ice Mage ice spread. A Level 1 fire burst broke the Level 2 ice spread's freezing effects. This is a little interesting, Principal Yu nodded. During the stage where you were lacking in spells, being able to flexibly use what you had was a very profound skill. Clearly, on the first exchange, Mofan still occupied some advantage. My turn. Mofan stood in the center of the flames that were protecting him, his star path connected once more inside his pupils. The speed of connecting the star paths were very quick. He casually grasped his hands. One more fire burst emerged on top of Mofan's palm, but the intensity of the flames this time were different. You could tell the fire burst that emerged within Mofan's hands was impetuous. The temperature of the raging flames increased, and a dazzling scarlet-red fireball was thrown out. It left behind a long flame remnant as it streaked across the line of sight of the spectators before it accurately fell toward Yu Ang. It's the second level of fire burst. If you are touched by this, then you will definitely be directly burned into ashes. The present number of knowledgeable people was not small in number. After they saw Mofan easily cast the second level of fire burst, their hearts began to billow. Yu Ang's ice spread was broken, now he will be more passive, Guo Saitang said, slightly worried. Don't worry. He was the opposite. Mu Shuiyun carried his accustomed smile, as though everything was under his control. Fire burst, burning bones finally fell down. However, the people quickly realized that Yu Ang's speed had suddenly accelerated. He actually moved 4 or 5 meters to the side when the flames approached him. The fast speed caused the people to feel dazzled. The people were astonished, as they had no idea how Yu Ang could suddenly change his location. As Mofan saw the burning bones flames had landed on a piece of empty ground, his brow slightly creased. He was able to see it clearly. This guy Yu Ang's leather shoes had emitted a dim yellow light, and after that, Yu Ang acted like he had gained the Earth Ripple spell. His body shifted a few paces away. T, it was a piece of magical equipment. Magical boots, an Earth magic equipment with the Earth Ripple spell. Having the Earth Element's Earth Ripple spell appearing out of nowhere caused the plan in Mofan's heart to go awry. Fortunately, this imprint spell within the magic equipment needed a magic stone every time you used it, and then you needed to recharge it to continue using it. Or else, Mofan didn't need to fight in this duel anymore. The flying speed of the fire burst was fast, but it still wouldn't be faster than the opponent's monstrous Earth Ripple movement. If you think your little flames could cause me to be useless in front of you, then you are too naive. This fast that has been preserved for 2 years should end. I will let you live, or else I won't be able to see you kowtow in front of my adoptive father in front of the gaze of all these people. Yuang laughed like a maniac. Yuang raised his 2 hands and in a split second, the entire field looked as though it was completely engulfed by a snowstorm. And driving snow descended from the sky, the cold pierced the bones and froze every object into an ice cube. The violent snow descended, the temperature rapidly fell. It fell so much that even the flames were unable to continue burning. This kind of cold, it was almost as though it froze the air. Yuang was like a snow beast as he arrogantly stood in the middle of this incomparably concentrated snow. The entire duel arena was boundless, the cold snow was grim and ruthless, it was like a disaster had descended in winter. It didn't allow a way for any of the living things here to survive. The people sitting on the 2 sides of seats fell into a world of ice and snow. They subconsciously began to hug their own chests as their teeth began to shiver. Holy crap, the last time I met Yuang, he had only grasped ice spread, coagulate. After not seeing him for a whole year, he has actually cultivated his ice spread to the realm of 3rd level. Ice spread, blizzard is basically an ice disaster falling, extinguishing the flames. No matter where that kid called Mo Fan hides in this duel arena, he will still be frozen into an ice cube in just a matter of seconds. Facia was unable to hold himself down no more as he yelled out. Facia clearly remembered that when they were dealing with the one-eyed magic wolf, Yuang and Guo Saitang's cultivation were about the same. Up until now, Guo Saitang still hadn't grasped the 3rd level of ice spread, yet Yuang had actually reached this realm. Just what kind of degree of cultivation speed was this? It's over, it's over. Can't you see that Mo Fan's protective fire has been extinguished? After the snow has completely fallen, we will be able to see a human-shaped ice sculpture, Li Wenjie exclaimed. Principal Zhu, Deng Kai, Yang Zhuohe etc. were all feeling the same. The present guests were gasping one by one. 18 years old, this was Yuang's 18 years old coming-of-age ceremony. Many old magicians who had reached 40-50 years old would brag about their 2nd level of ice spread spell, yet, he had reached 18 years old and had already grasped a realm many ice magicians were unable to cross in their whole life. They really had no idea on what to say. Mo Fan also has a magical equipment, Instructor Luo Yuimbo noted. Zhang Kong shook his head, a bone scythe shield is useless against a spell like ice spread. The bone scythe shield was actually a really good defensive magical equipment, but so what if its defensive ability was stronger than ice element? Either way, the copper-clad iron bone would still be turned into an ice sculpture beneath the ice spread. Mo Fan's magic equipment was basically completely useless in this duel. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, Fire Burst, Rupture. Let Yuang finish. If he were to freeze his face, then it would halt his breathing, that would be a danger to Mo Fan's life. Principal Zhu looked like he had predicted this result before he spoke to Deng Kai. Don't worry, a fire student won't die that easily under the snow. Mu Zhuoyan was so happy that he began to stroke his beard. Looking at the surrounding guests, they all appeared to be completely dumbstruck. Ha ha ha, I bet you guys didn't think that Yuang, who has just turned 18, would have grasped the 3rd level of ice spread already. Generally speaking, if you were able to grasp the 2nd level spell before you graduated from Qianlan Magic High as a student, then you'd be a top-notch student. If this kind of student also received a good grade on their practicals, then the majority of them would definitely be able to enter a good magic university. As for the 3rd level spell, who knew how many years it would take to learn that? His adopted son, Yuang, had actually grasped it by the age of 18, surpassing all of the 1,500 students of Qianlan Magic High, and surpassing all the other powerful disciples. This little thing Mo Fan really is overestimating his own abilities. Later, when you get knocked out, Mu Zhuoyan, will still not let you off that easily. I'll let you curse, little brat, I'll let you do that. Didn't it feel good that year when you cursed at me? Am I still not able to control you, little bastard? Nevertheless, the Mu family can still produce these talents. Admirable. Old brother Guiyun, this move of yours was a little unexpected. Third level of ice spread, you sure hid that one deep. Fortunately, I didn't let my dog of a son compare himself with your Yu Ang, or else he'd become just like this pitiable student. An old married woman laughed bitterly to herself. Sigh, with a third level of ice spread appearing, he's basically now in control of all the younger generations of Bo City. Indeed a hero of the young. The intimidation of the third level of ice spread was indeed strong. It essentially caused this duel to no longer have any leeway for the wider number of people. All the guests basically started to congratulate and flatter Mu Chunyun. Mu Chunyun was enjoying it. Making the coming-of-age ceremony this grandiose was so he could show the people of Bo City how strong the Mu family's younger generation was. Deng Kai, it's about time. In the end, Principal Zhu was still relatively worried for Mo Fan. Deng Kai, how come you haven't stopped it yet? Mo Fan doesn't have a single magic equipment to resist this. If you delay it any longer, his blood flow will also stop. That will have a great effect on him. In the middle of the duel, Deng Kai actually wanted to stop this duel with a huge gap between the powers. However, in that boundless snow were radiating round flames that caused Deng Kai to immediately dispel his thoughts. Old Zhu, I'm afraid this Mo Fan isn't as simple as we imagined him to be. Deng Kai's gaze was tightly locked onto Mo Fan. Principal Zhu's heart was filled with suspicion. Just when he was about to say something, incomparably bright and colorful flames ignited within the boundless snow and caught his attention. In this kind of situation, he still wanted to persist and finish a fire burst. Fire bursts, burning bones' might would substantially decline beneath the pressure of this large amount of snow. Even if its might didn't decline, Principal Zhu refused to believe that Yuang wouldn't have any defensive magic equipment. In other words, even if Mo Fan was able to complete a fire burst before he got frozen, his fire burst would still be deflected by Yuang who hadn't used his defensive magic equipment. This kind of struggle. Principal Zhu's eyes suddenly widened. Using his powerful perception, he was actually able to see the intense and incredibly frantic fire element energy within the boundless snow. This wasn't the second-level fire burst, burning bones. The tiny ball of flames possessed an incomparable penetrative power and boiling temperature. It shot through the snow, which was incapable of cooling off the flames. The fire burst once again landed in front of Yuang who was controlling the ice and snow. Yuang sneered with disdain. He used his intent to search for the defensive magic equipment within his spiritual world. Yuang awoke the shield magic equipment imprint within his spirit. In an instant, the specks of ice frost quickly formed into a large, curved ice dust shield in front of him. This ice shield was enough to completely protect him while he was behind it. As the guests saw this scene, some began to sigh and others started to mock. There was no need to continue this useless struggle. A free player like you will definitely not able to win against a premium player. From within the ruthless and boundless snow, Mo Fan's resounding chant suddenly spread around the duel arena. After the sound faded, a frightening scarlet red emerged from center of the vast expanse of whiteness that was the arena. The scarlet red was only the size of a candle light in the beginning, however, in the next second, an enormous explosion sound was heard. Without warning, the raging flames suddenly burst open. Waves of fire began to wash over with the fire burst ball in the middle. Scorching tongues of fire were frantically fluttering. A dazzling scarlet red, and a boiling heat. The air began to vibrate from the sound of explosion, and the undulations were all transmitted towards the guests who were sitting on their seats. As everyone saw this, they were completely dumbstruck. Their eyes sank into that ball of rupturing fire burst. How is this fire burst's burning bones? This is the third level of the fire element spell. The people hadn't regained their senses from the shock of Yuang's elevation, far surpassing his peers. Now, they were all being blasted away by Mo Fan's rupture. Their hearts were all trembling, unable to calm down. The captain of the City Hunter squad, Xu Dahuang, looked as though his eyes were coming off. Fire burst, rupture was his ultimate move. With the help of this third level of fire burst, he could be counted as an outstanding magician amongst the hunters. The problem was that he is close to a 30-year-old magician, and the fire burst, Rupture, was something he had poured all his strength into to break through. A third-year high school magic student who hadn't even graduated yet had actually grasped it. This really was difficult for him to accept. Principal Zhu and Denkai had already sensed Mo Fan's fire burst from the beginning. However, even now, their hearts were still unable to calm down. After running a school for so many years, a student who was able to grasp the third level of fire burst before graduation. They couldn't even remember how many years it had been since the last one. You had to know that just a few seconds ago, they were sighing about how an ancestral family's disciple was the disciple of an ancestral family. No matter how excellent a student of a magic school was, they still wouldn't be able to contend. Who would have known that in the next moment, Mo Fan gave them something that exceeded their imagination? He was still capable of cultivating to this kind of realm in school, a place that had a limited amount of resources. Young Zhuhe from the Magic Association was flabbergasted upon seeing this. He swept past the people in the surroundings who were completely stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Has this kid been pulled in by anyone? If not, then I want him." The Zhu family's Zhu Mingjun was unsatisfied as he immediately said, "Your Magic Association doesn't have any good fire elemental resources, you should leave him to our Zhu family. This kid belongs to our army, don't you steal him from us." Luo Yunbo was unable to hold himself back, he hurriedly stood up and said his part. Yu Ang, a disciple of an ancestral family, had practically the best resources which Bo City could offer. In this kind of situation, he had cultivated to the third level of the ice element spell, which caused people to lament endlessly. A student from Qianlan Magic High who was able to achieve the same realm would definitely disturb the entirety of Bo City. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Background is also a form of strength. Mrs. Tangyue, did you give Mo Fan a private lesson? How can Mo Fan be so abnormal? Xu Jiaoting couldn't help but ask. This time, the arrogant lightning user Xu Jiaoting was completely defeated. Xu Jiaoting, had only grasped the second level of the lightning spell half a year ago. He had thought that he had approached Mo Fan's strength. Who would have known that Mo Fan's cultivation was like a rocket, freaking learning the third level of fire burst already? If it wasn't for Mrs. Tangyue giving him private lessons, then how could he, Xu Jiaoting, believe it? I have not. That was all cultivated by himself, Tangyue denied as she shook her head. Tangyue was the only person who knew that Mo Fan possessed a Stardust magic tool. She was able to roughly guess that Mo Fan's cultivation was much higher than everyone's expectations. However, she never thought that he would have already grasped the third level of fire burst. The face of Mo Fan's arch-nemesis, Mu Bai, had turned completely dark. He didn't know when, but now it seemed like he couldn't even touch Mo Fan's foot. If this level 3 fire burst were to fly toward his face, then he would have lost his dog life in just seconds. Duel. Brother Duel Imu, he was sitting there, his complexion turned extremely rigid. Mu Duel's chest had begun to heave up and down a while ago. His face was filled with wrath, but most of it was an endless astonishment. I really underestimated him. At last, Mu Duel couldn't help but spit these words out. He couldn't help but take a look at Mo Drashing, who was sitting diagonally from him. Was this simple and foolish chauffeur really having his fortunes flipped over? After losing the fortune of his entire family to send his kid to the Magic Academy, he had actually produced a magic genius. Third level of fire burst. Look at Yu Ang, he only reached the third level of ice bread after eating numerous resources. The guests who were sitting on the seats all had an appearance which displayed their endless shock. In the arena, the frantically fluttering snow finally weakened. The people could gradually see the student Mo Fan standing there proudly. On his opponent's side, the summoned ice dust shield had already been completely turned into specks of ice stars splattering over the ground, and the Yuang which the ice dust shield was protecting had been blasted several meters away. His new prince-like white clothing had been engulfed by the explosion, turned into ashes. His entire being was like a sorry figure as he lay on the ground, no longer having the boldness of today's main character. The snow finally melted. Mo Fan waited for his body to warm up before he began to stride toward Yuang on the ground. *T, do you really think you are the only one in this world who has grasped a level 3 spell? I'll let you show off, and then I'll kill you with an explosion. Interesting, ha ha, it really is interesting. It really is too interesting. Suddenly, Yuang, who had been blasted into a sorry state, stood up from the snowy ground. Mo Fan was somewhat surprised. This guy is still conscious? Logically speaking, although the ice shield did indeed take the majority of the rupture's effect, the exploding fire energy shouldn't have been blocked. The rupturing force should have been enough to cause Yuang to lose consciousness. No way, a level 3 fire burst still wasn't able to knock Yuang down. Is this guy's body made of steel? Muzhuyan at this moment began to coldly snort, as he cursed in his heart, fortunately I prepared Yuang magic armor, or else he really would have lost to this kid who was deeply hiding his skills. Mo Fan had nearly emerged victorious in this duel. The power of Fire Burst, Rupture was basically unstoppable by anyone at this level. Unfortunately, no one had thought that Muzhuyan would be this cunning. Magic boots, magic shield, and an extremely expensive magic armor. Is there a need to be this luxurious? That man with the last name Ju couldn't help but call out. Both Principal Shu and Deng Kai was completely stunned when they saw this. Magical armor was a defensive magic equipment, and its price far surpassed that of a magic shield. The block range of a magic shield was very narrow, and furthermore there were some spells that you couldn't block with just a magic shield. Magic armor was able to block absolutely every attack other than spirit attacks. Additionally, it was worn directly on the body, and was able to protect them from the attacks from all angles, truly a divine tool. I forgot to tell everyone. For my son's coming-of-age gift, I specifically gave him an ice silkworm armor, in order to protect him from sneak attacks. Muzhuyan said slowly to his guests, rubbing his mustache. What the heck, what's the point of dueling now? His entire body is covered with magic equipments. If you really have some ability, then why don't you fight without the magic tools? How shameless, the worried Zhoumin couldn't help but yell out. Xu Jiaoting and Wang Sanpang were also feeling indignant. Without magic equipment, then that guy Yuang would have been beaten by Mo Fan so hard that he wouldn't even look like a person anymore. The third level of Fire Burst would have taught him a lesson on how to be a person. Background is also a form of strength. Muzhuyan remained unmoved as he retorted calmly. Muzhuyan had no time to talk about this kind of thing with a group of students. So what if our Mu family has the resources? Aren't you a bunch of poor students trying to fight our Mu family in vain? Unfortunate, how unfortunate. This student called Mo Fan is already incredible remarkable, and in the end, he still lost to magic equipment. Youngs were her side. Many of the present people were pitying Mo Fan. With the level 3 of Fire Burst he had displayed today, he could proudly laugh at all of his peers in Bo City, and it was definitely enough to cause many of the disciples of the ancestral families to feel ashamed. However, a duel was still a duel, a loss was a loss. Just like what Muzhuyan had said, background was also a form of strength. This was a logic that many people would understand after they entered society. You sure recognized a good father. Mo Fan looked at the ice silkworm armor beneath the damaged clothings. His heart also began to feel a trace of rage. Magic boots, magic shield, and yet another magic armor piece of equipment that was just giving him no way to survive. Yuang was still smiling, the look making everyone disdainful of him. To be honest, you're already doing very well. I thought you were a clown who was purposely pleasing the crowd. But it turns out you're actually purposely hiding your ability and wanted to use the opportunity this time to amaze the world. How unfortunate, you were just this close, ha ha ha. Yuang laughed, he didn't care about Mo Fan using the Fire Burst, Rupture again. Standing on the side of the field, his face filled with dismay, Deng Kai didn't know what to do. In the end, he couldn't help but to remind Mo Fan, give up. The Ice Silkworm armor is made to specifically restrain fire elemental spells. I'm afraid your fire burst, Rupture, is not capable of injuring you, Ang. Denkai isn't wrong. On my next ice spread, you will be turned into an ice cube. It'll be complicated after you've been frozen. You can go in front of my adoptive father and kowtow to him. This can be considered me being a little lenient toward you, who could be considered not a bad opponent. Yu Ang stood there, wearing his ice silkworm armor. He looked like someone from the top peering down at Mo Fan. Yu Ang's proud gaze was very high on his horse. The laugh of Muzhuyan, that cunning fox, it also made Mo Fan extremely angry. Background is also a form of strength? Mo Fan also wanted to laugh, but he was unable to do so right now. He looked around the fully seated guests. He looked at the people who held a high position within Bo City. It appeared that everyone had accepted what Muzhuyan had said. They all carried a bit of sympathy as they looked back at him. Chapter 83. Chapter 83, The Duel Hasn't Finished. Muzhuyan, the two youngsters of Bo City have displayed their incomparable remarkability, so let's end it here. You being one of the characters in the lead of Bo City should be able to dismiss the youngster's delirious utterance as a laugh. Principal Zhu still opened to his mouth to say at last. The present guests actually all knew of the events surrounding Mo Fan and Muzhuyan, and they also know that if Mo Fan were to lose this duel, he'd have to kowtow in apology until Muzhuyan was satisfied. Mo Fan's display had caused a sensation among the people. A genius who was able to cultivate to the third level of fire burst by themselves definitely deserved the praise of everyone. At this time, Mu Ningxue also put her two pupils onto Muzhuyan's face. She also hoped her father would drop it. If it wasn't for Yu Ang having the advantage in magic equipment during this duel, then he would basically have lost against Mo Fan, who had exceeded everyone's expectations. Mu Ningxue thought that this victory didn't have any meaning. Just forget it? How could that be? Muzhuyan coldly snorted. If any small thing dared to run up to his face and point at him while cursing him, then how could he, Muzhuyan, continue to meddle in Bo City? A win is a win. What was promised before should be fulfilled. Mo Joshing, what are you happy for? Don't you know that your son is going to kowtow to everyone? An old gardener asked from the slanted seats. What kowtow? Mo Joshing asked with a blank face. Mo Joshing was happy because he never thought that his own son would actually cause the important characters of the city to feel moved. *T, don't you know that your son and Master Muzhuyan had a bet? If Yu Ang loses, then he, Muzhuyan, will personally apologize to the two of you for the matters that happened in the past. Whereas if your son loses, he will have to kowtow to Master Muzhuyan until he is satisfied. Our family's child would only think to himself a few words about Muzhuyan, yet your son had cursed at him several times to his face. For an important character like him, even if he were to tolerate it, he would still be a little angry. Today, he doesn't plan on letting Mo Fan go, the gardener told him. Mo Joshing had no idea about having a bet. He really was a thoroughly confused father. As Mo Joshing heard of this, he was stunned. He really did not know of this matter. He was very clear on his own son's stubbornness and pride. Having him kowtow and apologize in this kind of occasion in front of his classmates, teachers, neighbors, and Mu Ningxue. What kind of children were there nowadays? There were some who would even jump off a roof just because they got slapped. If he were to kowtow at this kind of occasion, then he wouldn't be able to raise his head again. Mo Joshing hurriedly stood up as he ran toward the host's seat in the middle. Master Mu, Mo Joshing yelled toward Muzhuyan. Oh, it's Mo Joshing. Muzhuyan squinted his eyes. He still recognized this old chauffeur. Seeing how it's been so many years, let's not make it difficult for a child. Think about, today, in front of these many people, and many of them are his classmates, teachers, friends, Mo Joshing hurriedly pleaded. Don't talk to me about how many years it's been. You talk about it as though I didn't give wages to you. That time I had already been lenient toward your feelings. This time, no matter what you say, I will definitely not let him go. Mu Shuiyun's attitude was firm. Mo Jiaxing immediately began to panic. He really did not think there was such a thing involving apologizing and kowtowing. With the generations nowadays, and being in their prime, what kind of attack would his self-esteem receive if he were to kowtow and apologize in front of this many people? Then I'll take his place. Let me take his place. Child was not taught, father takes the responsibility. I'll take his place to kowtow and apologize to you. When you're satisfied, that's when I'll get up. Mo Jiaxing said with panic on his face. Words were just words. This old chauffeur really knelt down in front of the numerous people. His pair of wrinkly eyes looked up to regard the still-sitting Mu Shuiyun. Everyone's gazes immediately focused on Mo Jiaxing's body. As Mo Jiaxing felt these gazes on him, he also felt a great humiliation. However, if they thought about it, if they were to let Mo Fan, who had cultivated his magic to far beyond the same level as his peers, to do this kind of stuff, then the humiliation would definitely be magnified numerous times. He had already received the approval of the important characters of Bo City, and he nearly defeated the Yuang whom the Mu family had carefully nurtured. In these 3 years, he must have been practicing really hard. He was a very clever young man. The reason as to why he had gone and made such a bet with Mu Shuiyun was because he wanted to give his total failure of a father the face he had lost when he was driven away like a dog. This child was way stronger than himself. In the future, he would definitely become an extremely excellent magician. If he were to let his son kowtow to someone, then it would be a traumatic experience that he would carry on for life. He himself was just an old chauffeur, an old man with no future prospects. This kind of where you'd lose your face for life thing didn't hurt him at all. Watching Mu Shuiyun, Mo Jiaxing saw that Mu Shuiyun clearly would not cool his temper. He clenched his teeth as he kowtowed. On the dueling arena, Mo Fan suddenly saw this scene. His heart felt like it was hit by an arrow, receiving a pain he had never felt before. The tall and aloof people will be that way from the start to the end. The lowly people will forever be lowly people. Are people really equal in this society? If it really was equal, then there wouldn't exist such a thing as being driven away because he and Mu Ningxue was close. If it really was equal, then their own house wouldn't have been taken. For him, that house that blocked the wind and sheltered them from rain was just one of the drops in the ocean for Mu He. If it really were equal, then there wouldn't be all that magic equipment bought using money in a magic duel that was witnessed by all these people. It was like a colossal mountain that would make a grassroot like him feel like it was incredibly difficult to cross. In the old days, social rankings were really clear. They would force people to distinctly understand where they belonged in this society. In the current age, the scariest thing lay in the fact that although you were at same level as them, what you would be unaware of is that no one will tell you before you exit school that once you entered society, it would be like a bolt from the blue, rumbling down. It would catch you unprepared, and you'll be in so much pain that you'd rather die. The kneeling people? The sitting people? Although you stand most of the time, but there's no difference between that and kneeling. Father, stand up. Mo Fan faced toward the place where Mo Jiaxing and Mu Shuiyun were. Mo Jiaxing turned his head around, but his knees didn't have the courage to stand up. Mo Jiaxing was too scared of Mu Shuiyun wanting Mo Fan to personally come and apologize. Mu Shuiyun remained sitting there, looking indifferent. Mo Fan glanced at his own father, who once again had made a great sacrifice for him, and then at the Mu Shuiyun who didn't have any interest in letting the matter go. Father, don't return the gift back to Mu Shuiyun this early, the duel isn't over yet. Mo Fan looked at Mo Jiaxing, his eyes filled with icy rage. Return the gift. Mo Jiaxing had no idea on what his own son was saying. Mu Shuiyun didn't know what this guy was saying either. Return the gift? Are you saying that I, Mu Shuiyun, also need to kneel down and apologize to you? Chapter 84. Chapter 84, A Lightning Strike, Wrath Shock. Mo Fan, you have to pay for our own stupidity. Currently, your father is kneeling down to my foster father in front of everyone. I believe that makes you feel even worse than you personally kowtowing. As Yuang saw this scene, he didn't have a trace of sympathy. Instead, he laughed once more. He's just returning a gift. My dad is a simple and honest person. He feels that it's more sincere if he were to return a gift. Mo Fan turned around. His eyes were coldly gazing at the Yuang who was still laughing. I see you're not convinced until you're faced with the reality. In that case, let me turn you into an ice cube first, and then slowly enjoy this kind of ceremony that will cause you to never raise your head again within Bo City. Yuang swore, as his eyes dripped with disdain. The ice stars began to quickly connect with each other within Yuang's eyes. With the ice silkworm armor on his body, Yuang wasn't worried about being interrupted by Mo Fan's fire burst. Even if this guy Mo Fan was faster than him at casting. On the other side, Mo Fan's pair of eyes were extremely cold. If Mu Zhuyan had a slight intention of letting go of these matters, then he would have given up on the matters today. However, the father and son's arrogance and irrationality had thoroughly provoked Mo Fan. He firmly believed that if he didn't win this duel, then he would see a scene where his father would kowtow until he started bleeding for his foolish son. However, was he really that foolish? Today I will let everyone understand what it means for a single spark to start a prairie fire. Background is also a form of strength. Mo Fan couldn't help but start laughing loudly. In the next second, his laugh came to a stop. Replacing his laughter was a domineering aura that no one had seen before. In that case, my innate talent is also a form of strength. Do you really think that I, Mo Fan, would lose just like that? Have a taste of the might of my lightning. Purple-colored pupils suddenly appeared. Within the pitch-black eyeballs that seemed like the vast universe was a purple star radiance, glinting warningly. It represented anger, might, and destruction. This ridiculous social ladder was shattered into pieces by this violent lightning. The stars actually had a special connection with the feelings of the owner. The natural attribute of the lightning embedded its user with the domineering quality that would not cease at any time. It was not because of the user's petty background. It was not because of circumstances outside of the body. All of the lightning stars has never been obedient before. That was because Mo Fan's mental state had never been in sync with the lightning element's temperament before today. The lightning star path ignited a raging wrath within his heart as it instantly connected. They also seemed like they wanted to be granted all of the energy of their user. The magic that congested the mysterious energy between heaven and earth was of the highest quality. The purple lightning arc was tyrannical as it emerged. It unprecedentedly swirled around Mo Fan's body, willingly awaiting Mo Fan's command. Mo Fan raised his head with lightning within his gaze. Within the lightning, Mo Fan raised one of his hands. Following this action, he violently grasped his hand and the traces of lightning frantically swirling in the air turned into lightning soldiers. They gave out an angry hissing as they chaotically bombarded Yuang's position. After the numerous traces of the purple lightning landed, they began to mutually link to themselves and turned into an even stronger lightning as they ferociously attacked Yuang, who seemed completely defenseless. Yuang's ice spread spell was still being chanted. In the next second, he was completely wrapped within the dazzling, yet dreadful lightning force. The shock within his heart could not be described with words. The attack was incomparably violent. Every time it shocked his body, it would transmit an acute pain. What was even more dreadful was that these lightning traces could enter the body's flesh and bones while causing the enormous effects of an electrical shock. Even if the ice silkworm armor was resisting it, it still wouldn't be able to completely block out the all-pervasive penetrating power of lightning. Yuang's body no longer belonged to himself. His body was acutely twitching as he stood there. The arrogance and superior look on his face was no longer there. All that remained was his eyes filled with questions and disbelief. Lightning, this is clearly lightning strike. Why can you, a primary fire magician, cast a lightning spell? The ice silkworm armor didn't exist in front of the might of lightning strike. At last, Yuang let out a miserable scream. His entire being began to collapse under the assault of the purple lightning strike. This time, it would be impossible for Yuang to get up. A third-level lightning strike was even more powerful than fire burst. The ice silkworm armor was capable of restraining fire spells, but there was no way it could possibly defend against the dreadful ability of a third-level lightning strike. The lightning's roar was still screeching by the ears, but the entire manor was completely silent. Everyone was completely dumbstruck the moment Mo Fan cast Lightning Strike. Although the lightning strike didn't hit them, the bolt from the sky was still within their minds. This is freaking lightning strike? You, a primary fire magicians, are telling us that you are able to cast lightning strike. Yuang had already collapsed from the attacks. Currently, the people had forgotten about this guy's existence. Instead, the scene in front of them that was beyond common sense had made them so shocked that they almost went crazy. How could they not go crazy? In this world, any magician at the primary level could only control the magic of one element. Magicians were only able to obtain their second element when they reached the intermediate level. You, a third-year high school student who hasn't graduated yet, how can you have acquired two elements? One is fire, the other is lightning dash. Could it be that he's an intermediate magician? That's impossible, that's definitely impossible. In this world, even if your cultivation is fast, there is no way you would be able to cultivate to the intermediate level within just 3 years. This is definitely impossible. Mu Zhuyan was the first one among the people to shoot out from his chair. He had difficulties believing what he saw in front of him. In the same way, Principal Zhu, Deng Kai, Yang Zhuhe, Shan Kong, these magicians who were at a higher realm, they were all unable to believe the scene they saw in front of them. Third-level lightning strike, this was clearly the third level of lightning strike. However, how could a fire student be able to cast a lightning spell? Was it the result of a special magical equipment? That's not right. The magnificent purple star path that had emerged around Mo Fan's body had already proven that this power was something he personally used. It's definitely not possible for him to have been supported by other magic equipment. The only lightning magician in this place, Xu Jiaoting, was even more dumbstruck. Holy crap, isn't that the realm that he himself had been thirsting for? The third level of lightning strike, that was the objective that he himself was pursuing for the next few years. Why was it being cast by Mo Fan? You, Mo Fan, are clearly a fire magician, all right. Crumbled, Xu Jiaoting's heart just crumbled. This something which he, a genuine lightning user, hadn't grasped, and was actually achieved by a fire magician. I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 85. Chapter 85, Innate Duel Elements. Mo Fan's classmates, Xiaomin, Zhao Kunsen, Mu Bai, Zhong Xiaohu, and Wang Sanpang, were all frantically rubbing their eyes. It must be because they'd been studying magic for so long that they became delirious. Not good, they must return back to school to write 10,000 scrolls to calm themselves. Having illusions before the high school exams was not a good sign. The entire place was silent for a very, very long time. As Lightning Strike came out, it was as though the concepts everyone knew had crumbled in this moment, and they were unable to say anything for a long time. Who can tell me just what is going on? The man with the surname Zhu also jumped out of his chair as his gaze swept past the important characters of Bo City, who were completely stunned by the display of Lightning Strike. Is there really no one who can come out and explain, or is it that I really am blind? Intermediate magician, he is an intermediate magician. He has awakened a second element, that must be it. Shui Mushin used words that he himself could not believe. No. At this moment, the one with the highest status, Principal Zhu, spoke out. The people watched Principal Zhu attentively. They believed that the unbelievable and blinding scene in front of them could only be explained by someone with virtue and prestige like Principal Zhu. He is still a primary magician. Principal Zhu said firmly. Then how could possibly possess the lightning element? Principal Zhu took a deep breath. At this moment, one could tell how stirred up this teacher of Bo City was. He was so stirred up that the muscles on his face were quivering, so moved that he even needed a while to speak. Innate dual elements, Mo Fan is an innate dual element. Finally, Principal Zhu spoke out his definite conclusion from shock. That's right, it must be an innate dual element. This student's cultivation definitely had not reached the intermediate level. The only explanation as to why he was able to cast Lightning Strike was him being an innate dual element. He awakened fire, and also awakened lightning. This student who was nurtured within Qianlan Magic High was the world's incomparably matchless, rarely seen innate dual element. Innate dual element. Heavens, this world really has an existence like an innate dual element. Shui Musheng, Mo Fan, isn't he your student? Weren't you in charge of the Awakening Day? The disciplinary teacher Chen Weiliang said to Shui Musheng at his side while being completely shocked. I was, but I clearly remember he only had a fire element. Shui Musheng tried really hard to recall that day, but unfortunately, he really could not recall the situation back then. This mind-blowing matter caused people to forget that this was a magic duel between the youths. The sensation caused by the innate dual element caused people to forget that the main character today was supposed to be Yu Ang, who came of age. Tonight, there would be no one as dazzling as Mo Fan with an innate dual element, who had achieved the brilliant feat of amazing the whole world. This kid, our army will definitely have him. Whoever dares to steal mine, I will raid their home. The head of the army, Zhang Kong, had jumped out of his chair a while ago. He, the great Zhang Kong, feared no one in Bo City. Whoever dared to jump out today and steal this kid Mo Fan with an innate dual element, then he, Zhang Kong, will eliminate said person. Holy crap! He was dropped in Bo City in the south by the higher-ups, and he thought it was just that. Who would have known that this little place would have a youth that possessed an innate dual element that rebels against the heavens? When Mo Fan only had a single fire element, Zhang Kong had already wanted him, and wanted to pull him into the magic army. Who would guess that this kid had concealed such a heaven-alarming talent? He wanted this kid Mo Fan, Zhang Kong would take him even if he had to lose his entire fortune. That man with the surname Zhu wanted to stand up and say something. In the end, Zhang Kong's words made his entire being abruptly stop. *T, not like this. Our Zhu family also wants him. The man with the surname Zhu was now regretting the fact that he didn't jump out earlier to forcefully pull this kid away. Now, after the appearance of the innate dual element, the powers of Bo City were completely broken due to this homeless kid. Boss Zhang Kong, although there are many things which are in your control within Bo City, that does not mean that as long as you want it, you can take it. I am going to report to the higher-ups. Our enormous magic association has never let go of an exceptional genius. Furthermore, what other organization is more specialized in nurturing magicians than our magic association? Youngs were her directly jumped out. Small families and small ancestral families would still have to give face to the army. However, the Great Magic Association did not need to do so. In this world they had never heard of a power that would dare to contest the Magic Association. This kind of student our school actually is very much willing to expend a large quantity of money to nurture. So the two no longer need to worry about that, Principal Zhu said. Damn them, these two guys Zhang Kong and Yang Zhuhe wanted to snatch away Mo Fan in front of his face before he even graduates. Old Yu have good relations with people. However, that doesn't mean I will concede this kind of student to others. If you have some ability, then come and contest our magic school. Don't forget, many of your battle mages actually come from our magic school, so give me all you've got, Zhang Kong. Mu Zhuiyun stood there like a fool. He looked at all the guests who were shocked by Mo Fan, and then looked at all these powers contesting each other about Mo Fan in front of his face. At last, he looked at the duel arena, at the magician who was controlling the dual elements of lightning and fire. Mu Ningxue from his family also had a rarely seen talent in magic. However, if we're talking about appeal, then the innate dual elements were a few points ahead. After all, Mu Ningxue's innate ice affinity spirit was definitely above peers of her age. However, those rich and powerful ancestral families were able to gather treasures to obtain ice affinity spirits, whereas the talent of an innate dual element was something you definitely could not find a second of even if you were to turn on the lights to search for one across the world. It could be said that even Mudrian would want this kid. Hurry up and get up, old brother Joshing, get up. I only wanted to give your son a little lesson, how could I possibly have him do it? Mudrian hurriedly supported Mo Joshing in front of him. Mudrian's attitude had taken a 180-degree change. After Mo Joshing got up with support, he looked around his surroundings with disbelief. Perhaps a driver wouldn't know what an innate dual element actually represented, but from seeing the change of expressions of these important characters from before and currently, he was able to understand just how incredible his own son was. No, being incredible wasn't enough to describe it. His son perhaps was enough to cause a sensation throughout the entirety of Bow City. This was very good. Selling off his only family property to let him enter Qianlan Magic High was not in vain. If he hesitated for even a little, he could have killed off an incredible magician. Look at all these important characters of Bow City, look at the expressions on their faces, look at them when they are fighting. Heavens, Mo Joshing, who doesn't have any morals or ability, is capable of giving birth to such an incredible son. Mo Joshing wiped at his tears of joy as he stood up. A busy life and a petty salary, along with a poor environment, had pressured his back that had always been crooked. Normally, he would drive for these rich, powerful people and not his head and bow, which was no different from kneeling. He now understood why his own son had told him to stand up. It was because from now on, the two of them would no longer have to grovel before anyone. Chapter 86. Chapter 86, Fight Between the Powers. Brother, Yuang is still lying there. He called out, to remind Muzhuiyun. Muzhuiyun's face immediately sank. T, he had almost forgotten that today was the coming-of-age ceremony for his son Yuang. His majestic and formal coming-of-age ceremony had turned into a day for this brat Mo Fan to cause a sensation in Bow City. What was even more regretful was that they had lost this magic duel. This meant that Muzhuiyun would have to apologize to the father and son in the front of his distinguished guests. Thinking about this point, Muzhuiyun felt something in his chest fiercely rumbling and his blood pressure had rose tremendously. In the arena, Mo Fan didn't even feel like looking at Yuang, who had turned into something like a dead dog after being bombarded by lightning strike. Background, you want to talk to me about background? I use lightning to shock you into a dog that acts rich. As he turned away, Mo Fan began walking toward the stands. The result couldn't be more obvious, he had won. Despite the shock that had caused everyone's flesh to feel numb, Mo Fan was more concerned about that old scoundrel Muzhuiyun's current expression. As expected, the old scoundrel looked as though he wanted to spit blood, but was unable to do so. My dad has already given you his gift, old guy, why don't you decide for yourself what to do? Mo Fan walked in front of Mudrian as he coldly grunted. Waiting for today. I have also been wanting for many years. Today, when people who have a status from Bow City are here, I will make you, Mudrian, experience how to lower your voice while you deal with that anger. Mudrian's old face began to twitch severely. In reality, Muzhuiyun actually thought highly of Mo Fan. He was afraid that the kid would cause a reversal of fortune, and so he had specially prepared Yuang that magic armor. However, Muzhuiyun did not even dream that Mo Fan had an innate dual element, and that he even had lightning strike cultivated to the 3rd level. This entire grandiose coming-of-age ceremony had become this kid's ceremony for shocking the world. It was like making a wedding dress for someone else's apprentice. This kind of feeling was like wearing a green hat, causing him to seethe with anger. Don't worry. Master Mudrian has always been looking after us, Mo Fan, just let this matter go. Mo Joshing was after all a good and honest person. From how he saw it, Mudrian kneeling down and apologizing was no different than having him killed. In any case, he was still an important character. Yeah, just forget about this matter. Tonight has caused all of us to expand our horizons. He hurriedly jumped in, his attitude was completely different from before. It was simply like someone with a merchant's friendliness, it carried some good intentions. *T, if this old scoundrel Mujrian had the intention of just forgetting it, then he, Mofan, wouldn't have brought out lightning to shock them. HMPH, what does a kowtow apology amount to? I, Mujrian, will do what I have promised. If you agree to a bet, then you must be prepared to lose. Mujrian fiercely spat out these words. As these words were said, Mujrian really stood in front of Mo Drashing. The spoken words was quite bright, yet Mujrian's actions were somewhat stiff. He really needed to do a kowtow apology to the father and son. After doing this, he, Mujrian, would really be unable to raise his head in front of the people of Bow City. Bastard, freaking scoundrels! How could such a heaven-defying talent like the innate dual element possibly be on that little scoundrel, Mofan's body? No wonder why he was so confident when he agreed to this duel bet back then. It turns out he actually had such a trump card in his hands. The old fox, Mujrian, was similarly calculating, but he was unable to anticipate his opponent's innate dual element. Struggling, Mujrian clenched his teeth as his knees slowly bent. Old brother Mujrian, you must not. Sigh, we don't even have any deep animosity, there's no need to be like this. Besides, what kind of century is this? There's no need for something like this. Even people in the past were able to laugh and forget the old grudges. We could even count to have known each other for a long time. Mo Drashing hurriedly supported Mujrian up. Mujrian looked back at Mo Drashing in shock. In his perspective, most people would be enjoying themselves greatly at this time. It was not just anyone in this world who could enjoy Mujrian's kowtow apology, let alone Mo Drashing, who had also given him one before. Mofan, it's all right now, Mo Drashing turned around and told Mofan. Mofan shrugged his shoulders. Even his father had spoken up, what else could he do? Either way, Mujrian did kneel just now, and it could be said that he also did kowtow. The grudges of many years could be said to have been drained out with the impetuous lightning strike. Well said, even people in the past were able to laugh and forget old grudges. Today should be a day worthy of celebration. Our Bow City has given birth to a shocking genius with innate dual elements. Not too long ago, we thought that Mu Ningxue's ice affinity spirit would make the name of our Bow City famous. Who would have thought that Mofan's innate dual element was even more shocking? The heavens really are watching over our Bow City, the prestigious Principal Zhu let out with a sigh. Among the southern cities, Bow City couldn't be counted as being particularly excellent, nor did it have many excellent magicians appearing. Thus, it had been silent in the south for a long time. However, Mu Ningxue's ice affinity spirit, as well as Mofan's innate dual element, could definitely cause a great sensation. It would allow Bow City to become the most watched city in the south. This matter excited people just thinking about it. Mofan, let's just put it like this. As long as you join our army, then you will definitely be able to become the chief of a city army in the future. Let's not even talk about the large amount of cultivation resources. Someday you are definitely able to find success in this career. Zhang Kong was first to jump out and make promises with a sincerity he never had before. Zhang Kong, that should be enough. Being able to choose which faction is an individual's freedom. What is the meaning behind your forceful recruiting? Yang Zhuhe protested unhappily. *T, how am I forcefully recruiting him? Mofan and I address each other as brothers. He is my sworn little brother. Zhang Kong widened his eyes. The two instructors, Luo Yuanbue and Pan Lijun, to the sides, began sweating. Boss Zhang Kong, when did Mofan become your sworn little brother? Head instructor, just what are you babbling about? Mofan was speechless. Oh? You're not content with that? How about you're the older brother? You being my sworn older brother is also all right. Either way, join our army and you're guaranteed a high position and great wealth, Zhang Kong immediately proclaimed. Luo Yuanbue and Pan Lijun had already begun sweating waterfalls. you, the Grand Chief of Bow City's army, are recognizing an 18-year-old kid as your sworn older brother. That'll make all the army squads in Bow City collapse. Can't you have some moral principles, Boss Xiangkong? The two instructors really wanted to drag their boss Xiangkong away immediately. This was far too shameless. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Amaze the world with a single feat. At this moment, the fat yet agile Facia was fixated on Mo Fan. After hesitating for a while, he finally opened his mouth and whispered to his teammates next to him, "Don't you guys think that this guy looked like a certain person when he cast Lightning Strike?" "You also think so?" Xu Dahuang immediately widened his eyes. On the side, Xieko was biting into an apple while she continually nodded in agreement. Li Wenjie had a strained smile as he glanced at Guo Saitang. It was very obvious that Guo Saitang had also sensed something. Her beautiful face was filled with an unwillingness to accept reality. "Fan Mo Fan, T, it's him!" Xu Dahuang yelled out as he suddenly came to his senses. The entire hunter squad came to the same realization. The expressions on their faces couldn't be described with mere words. They always knew Fanmo was young, but they definitely hadn't imagined that he was a third-year high school student who hadn't even graduated yet. The most important thing was, not only did this guy have the lightning element, he also possessed a ferocious fire element. The power behind his fire element was actually not inferior to their captain, Xu Dahuang. Guo Saitang was probably the person who felt most the complex about this revelation. In fact, after interacting with him for the past year, she had developed a good opinion of their mysterious lightning member, Fan Mo. Everyone knew that a lightning mage had infinite prospects, and most lightning mags chose to head into an easy job with a high income and high position. The young and promising Fan Mo had instead been part of their hunter squad, and not only did he excel amongst his peers, he was also very calm most of the time. Additionally, he had once single-handedly saved her life, and another time he had used his lightning strike to save the entire squad. Thus, having a good opinion of him was a certainty. In the end, Fan Mo and Mo Fan, the two had suddenly turned into one. Combining a person who you have a good opinion of with one whom you loathe and disdain, that truly made her speechless. "Everyone, I have something to say." Principal Zhu spoke out once more. Principal Zhu had a good moral bearing and reputation, so naturally everyone paused to listen to him. An innate duel element is an astonishing talent, and the Magic High exams are coming soon. Our school plans on using this extremely rare opportunity to properly pull off a big move and make the people from other places see the might of our Bow City. Thus, I hope for everyone will not leak the matters that happened today. Wait until the National Magic High exams have started. We will give our incredible magician of Bow City, Mo Fan, an opportunity to cause a sensation across the country. How about it? Principal Zhu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. This kind of large matter, it would most likely be spread across the media, covering the skies and earth. Ed note, must ask Tofu if this was written before the true cell phone age. There's no way a lid could be kept on it nowadays. It was almost time for the incomparably important Magic High exams, and Principal Zhu hoped to use the opportunity of these Magic High exams to firmly fly the flag of Bow City. It had been far too long since Bow City had this kind of glory. That, I don't mind. However, I can at most postpone the reports to the higher-ups for 2 weeks, said the Magic Association representative, Yang Zhuhe. Principal Zhu, who would dare to spread news of this kid with me here? Boss Xiangkong agreed. Xiangkong wasn't stupid. If the bigger organizations caught news of this guy, they'd come running here to dig for him. If that happened, then he, Xiangkong, could only start crying. No matter what, they had to suppress this matter. With this place having so many people, it was only natural to be unable to control everyone from running their mouths off. However, as long as they were able to control the media and prevent them from spreading this matter outside the city, then those people could run off their mouths as much as they wanted. Either way, they were only keeping this a secret until the end of the Magic High exams, when they would announce it. Speaking of all this, isn't this a bit exaggerated? They even have to block off the media for the magic innate dual element. Wang Sanpang whispered. Mrs. Tangyue was sitting with the students, her heart still hadn't calmed down from the shock. After hearing Wang Sanpang's question, Tangyue couldn't help but explain, "You have only been in a small place like Bo City, so it's natural you don't know how incredible the innate dual element is. If the news were to spread out, then Bo City would be occupied by incredible forces within a day. Furthermore, if Mo Fan were to choose a faction, then some with sinister intentions would rather kill him than let him grow. After all, killing a primary magician like Mo Fan in secret is not a big matter to them. By suppressing this information, it will benefit Mo Fan as well as everyone else." No way, there really are people that scary? Doesn't that make them no different than the Black Vatican? When a human's heart is evil, you need to be cleverly cautious, Tangyue replied. Brother Fan really caused a sensation this time. Speaking of which, just how did Brother Fan cultivate? Since he has dual elements, then it should take even longer for him to cultivate, so how could he be so much further along than us with both of his dual elements? Zhong Xiaohu couldn't help but ask. The corner of Shu Shouting's mouth began to twitch. Zhong Xiaohu, can't you shut up? I reckon you Ang will cry until he turns stupid. Exactly. Did you not see that old scoundrel Mu Zhuiyun? Even though he had some problems with Mo Fan before, now he would immediately accept Mo Fan as his godson. How could that be? Even the chief instructor wants to make Mo Fan his sworn brother. With the chief instructor, an advanced magician, backing Mo Fan, who would dare to touch him? Sigh, comparisons are odious. While Mo Fan's classmates were discussing this, Tangyue's eyes had been watching Mo Fan this entire time. Tangyue finally understood how Mo Fan was able to kill the spirit wolf back then. Speaking of which, Mo Fan really gave people endless surprises. He had actually been hiding his innate dual element this entire time. However, doing that was pretty smart of him. Having a low profile while his strength wasn't high enough was not a bad thing. Now that Mo Fan had people who were backing him enthusiastically, like Zhang Kong, his future growth would be a lot smoother. It was just that they didn't know if this guy would be able to properly use his incomparable innate dual element and be able to distinguish himself from the other exceptional geniuses from across the country. Tonight, Mo Fan had naturally amazed everyone. The Magic Association, Hunters Union, and Bo City Army combined to suppress the news together. It naturally wouldn't be possible for this matter to spread out in a short period of time. Ed note, someone has not heard of telephones and the internet age. Methinks, and of course, this magic duel's biggest profit wasn't just retrieving his family's dignity from the past. The most important thing was obtaining the opportunity to enter Bo City's underground holy spring to cultivate for a whole week. With the Magic High exams approaching, Mo wanted to advance tremendously in his cultivation with the nourishment from Bo City's underground holy spring before taking the exams. That way, Mo Fan would be able to have a stunning performance on the Magic High exams and take away the breath of people across the country. When that happened, he would truly be renowned everywhere. It could be said that it would give Mo Fan a perfect road for his future magic cultivation. The underground holy spring, just what kind of special cultivation ground is it? Mo Fan couldn't help but look forward to it. It was reported that many magicians who were stuck at the primary rank had broken through to intermediate with the help of the underground holy spring. An intermediate magician in Bo City was seen as very good. Furthermore, Mo Fan was an innate dual element magician. Once he reached the intermediate rank, he would possess a third element of magic. That kind of versatility would hold an absolute advantage among intermediate mags. Alright, I must definitely use this rare opportunity to substantially increase my strength. Chapter 88. Chapter 88, Star Atlas Book. The underground holy spring was located beneath the Silver Commerce Tower, surprising Mo Fan. This was because the roof he met Mu Ningxue on was only one building away. This Silver Commerce Tower looked like a straight, towering pentagon. People described it as a skyscraper, but it looked like a big pentagonal pagoda that was located in the center of Bo City. The height of the Silver Commerce Tower was around 200 meters. The entire exterior was covered in reinforced glass. Beneath the sun, it looked like the tip of an unsheathed sword. When night fell, the entire tower would be filled with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. City areas in the distance were still able to see its swirling rainbow colors in the evening. It was considered a symbolic structure of Bo City. It was said that the super big conference hall on the top floor belonged to Muzhuyan. And Bo City's heavenly treasure, the underground holy spring, was actually located beneath the Silver Commerce Tower. The white and gold collar workers within the tower didn't know that this place even had a 15th subfloor. An elevator that seemed like the ones from a Secret Service's headquarters had taken Mo Fan down to the 15th subfloor of the tower. Mo Fan was stunned to find out that this place really looked like a secret organization. They actually dug out a secret protective underground hall. The underground hall was built using special crystalline rocks. A tone look, you could tell it came from the hands of a very credible construction master. The underground hall had a one patrol squad guarding the place. The patrol squad's captain was also an intermediate magician. An intermediate magician was guarding the entrance. This showed just how important the underground holy spring was to Bo City. Behind this totem door is the underground holy spring. You are allowed to enter for a period of 1 week to cultivate. The underground holy spring will maintain a cycle by itself, so don't touch it. All you need to do is to sit in the middle of the underground holy spring, on the leather mat, as you enter meditation or control. Muzhuyan was in a bad mood as he said this to Mo Fan. This underground holy spring was originally supposed to be taken by Yu Ang, who would have thought that it would be taken by this kid Mo Fan. How could Muzhuyan's mood be good in this case? Accompanying Mo Fan here was Tangyue. Tangyue slowly nodded to Mo Fan, hinting that he should go inside and enter his seclusion. "Oh, I have something to give you," Mrs. Tangyue said to Mo Fan as she thought of something. "Something to give me?" Mo Fan was surprised. Mrs. Tangyue took out 4 different purple and red-colored books from thin air. The books were engraved with what looked like light specks from the stars and star path prints. It looked like some kind of completed magic diagram. "Mrs. Tangyue, you really are magnanimous when you hand things out. This is a precious Star Atlas book, and you're even given out 4 of them. This really is making me, a rich provincial, broaden my horizons." Standing off to the side, Muzhuyan immediately recognized the book's misses. Tangyue was giving away, his face turning sour. "What is this Star Atlas book?" asked the confused Mo Fan. "After you have experienced the baptism of the underground holy spring, you will surely not be too far from becoming an intermediate magician. I'm not certain whether I'll still be here to teach you. Thus, I'm giving you these Star Atlas books as parting gift, so you can have some way to protect yourself after you've broken through to intermediate level." Mrs. Tangyue stopped for a bit before continuing on to explain the functions of the Star Atlas book. "You already know that primary magicians are required to link their stars to form a star path. After a star path emerges, spell will be formed." Mo Fan nodded. It felt as though he was listening to his teacher give him an even higher level magic class. After you reach intermediate level, your Stardust will turn into a nebula. The nebula will be even more vast than Stardust, and it will have 49 stars in total. Intermediate magic requires you to connect the 49 stars into a Star Atlas. Intermediate magic will only be born after the Star Atlas has emerged, Mrs. Tangyue explained. Stardust turning into a nebula. 49 stars interconnect to form a Star Atlas, which becomes intermediate magic. Mo Fan's heart silently remembered these crucial words. You should understand that completing the control of 7 stars requires an incomparably long time to cultivate. The 49 stars difficulty won't be just 2 or 3 times as hard. Even if you change your Stardust into a nebula, you will still need a long time before you are able to cast an intermediate level magic spell. This Star Atlas book's speciality is that when you pour your intent into it, the Star Atlas book will release a special attraction that will cause your 49 stars to form into the arrangement on the Star Atlas. Even if you don't have enough power to take control of all 49 stars, as long as your nebula has enough magic energy, then it will be able to cast its intermediate magic spell. Mrs. Tangyue explained sincerely. Mo Fan's jaw dropped. He never thought that this world would have such a magical thing. With something like a Star Atlas book, what was the point of magicians bitterly cultivating control? They could just bring along a few books and they would be fine. Muvullian looked as though he could read what Mo Fan had in mind before he coldly humphed. Even if you had money, you still wouldn't be able to purchase a Star Atlas book. Your Mrs. Tangyue isn't as simple as a regular teacher. Mo Fan looked at the mature and beautiful teacher in front of him, astonishment building in him. Thinking about it carefully, a teacher who was able to casually settle the matter with a Stardust magic tool shouldn't be as simple as just being a high school teacher. Furthermore, Mo Fan had witnessed Mrs. Tangyue's shadow spells. This meant that Mrs. Tangyue was at least an intermediate magician. You possess an innate dual element. It will be hard for you to escape the jealousy of smaller people. These books are given to you to protect yourself. Naturally, if you want to use these Star Atlas books, the prerequisites are that you need to turn your Stardust into a nebula, and 7 stars into 49 stars. If not, the Star Atlas book will absorb your body and turn you into a mummy, Mrs. Tangyue informed him earnestly. Ed note, I think Mo Fan totally missed the part about becoming a mummy. Mo Fan nodded his head in sincere gratitude. He felt really moved. He and Mrs. Tangyue only had a regular student and teacher relationship, and yet, she was caring for him so much. It seemed he must hurry up and cultivate to the level of an intermediate magician, and then earn lots of money so he can marry her. Only then will he be able to return this favor. Thank you, Mrs. Tangyue. I will definitely do my best, Mo Fan said sincerely. Tangyue smiled. Her bright eyes had some expectations of him. You shouldn't be too proud of yourself. The heaven and earth spirit pond of this underground holy spring isn't bad. However, it won't be able to help you reach the intermediate level. It will only give you a big push toward the intermediate level checkpoint if you really want to break through. Still far for you. Mujuyun coldly humphed. Tangyue no longer said anything. She had already given him what she wanted to give him, so she turned around to leave. Mujuyun was too lazy to look at the kid that made his entire being feel like babbling rubbish. He waved his hand to signal to the protectors of the underground holy spring to pull Mo Fan in and lock him inside. Pull yourselves together. Last time, the ground gutter rat almost found this place. If the warm waters of the underground holy spring were to leak out and attract calamity, then you guys will definitely be questioned, the captain of the guards, Liang Bin, shouted. Captain, don't worry. That matter will definitely not happen again. The other guards made a solemn vow. This last thing Mo Fan had heard from the guards before he had entered the underground holy spring made Mo Fan think of that one-eyed magic wolf that had almost evolved. The one-eyed magic wolf had precisely acquired the leaked warm waters of the underground holy spring, turning it into something dreadful. With that logic in mind, if I was to cultivate here for 7 full days, wouldn't my entire being soar? Chapter 89. Chapter 89, Calm Down, Little Loach Pendant. The underground holy spring was an enclosed area, built with dark green boulders. Each boulder had a strange magic diagram and incantation engraved on its surface. In any case, Mo Fan was an educated person. He could understand some of the meanings behind the diagrams, and if he wasn't wrong then these must be advanced-level protective-type magic spells. Thus, it was not just some place built with stone. In fact, even if there was an earthquake, it wouldn't necessarily affect this place in the slightest, a flawless defense in the truest sense. Originally, Mo Fan thought this underground holy spring was a large bath. He would strip off his clothes and lie in there as he enjoyed all of it. However, after passing through a few erected archways, Mo Fan was amazed to find out that the underground holy spring was only a square-shaped, stone-stepped altar. The stone altar had 4 layers. The very bottom one had a small hole that acted as a circuit channel. The clear holy spring water that was practically transparent was slowly flowing through the small stone channel. Mo Fan observed it for a bit and couldn't find anything special about it. Just when he was about to sit down on the stone step altar and start cultivating according to the instructions of Mujuyun, suddenly, the little Loach pendant on his chest began to emit strange trills. "What are you getting excited for, acting like you can drink all this?" Mo Fan immediately began to scold it. The current little Loach pendant was a spirit-grade Stardust magic tool. Not only was Mo Fan able to maintain meditation for 14 hours a day, he was also able to obtain the special energy from the little Loach pendant that helped nourish his 2 Stardusts. It was precisely why Mo Fan was able to cultivate 2 elements to the 3rd level within such a short time. Even in a school with so many people, those who possessed the 2nd level of primary magic before they graduated their 3rd year of high school could be considered as impressive. Mo Fan was able to exceed them by a level in circumstances where he had 1 more element to cultivate. This was enough to display the capabilities of a spirit-grade Stardust magic tool. Is it possible that the little Loach pendant is able to absorb the underground Holy Spring's warm pond? Mo Fan felt his own pendant's thirst. His heart couldn't help but ponder. The Stardust magic tool and underground Holy Spring should have the same nature, so it should be able to speed up a magician's cultivation. The underground Holy Spring exhibited a colossal amount of energy, so much that it could help magicians attack the intermediate realm from the primary level. Should I try? If the little Loach pendant really can absorb the energy from this place, then wouldn't it be able to once more advance to an even higher quality Stardust magic tool? Mo Fan inevitably had some brazen thoughts floating through his head. The school's Stardust magic tool's energy was completely absorbed by the little Loach pendant. If the special warm pond within the underground Holy Spring was absorbed, wouldn't that be equivalent to him carrying around the underground Holy Spring on his body? The underground Holy Spring only opened up once a year. It would only be able to supply 1 promising magician with cultivation time. With just that, many people admired it. If the Stardust magic tool from school was absorbed by the little Loach pendant and was turned into garbage. He could only thank Mrs. Tangyue, who had helped him settle the matter. This time, if he were to absorb the entire underground Holy Spring, not only would all of the people in Bow City go crazy, he himself would be put on a stake and burned to death. Carefully meditate. It's better to not think about this kind of large, illogical matter. Little Loach pendant, don't be so impulsive. I know this thing is a big supplement for you. However, if you were to do that, then your grandfather, would be stomped by the people of Bow City. Thus, you cannot just do anything you want. We'll just quietly seclude ourselves here for 7 days, and then pass the exams, enter university, and then subdue monsters and kill demons to save the world, with my left hand wrapping itself around Mu Ningxue and nestling against Tangyue with my right. When the time comes, we'll even find you a female pendant, Mo Fan dreamed inside. The little Loach pendant seemed as though it really understood, as it no longer blindly caused trouble. It returned to obediently laying on Mo Fan's chest. *T, is this really a pendant? Why is it acting like a little demon king in the world of players? After seating himself on the leather mat, Mo Fan was able to feel an energy gathering to him, similar to the nourishment of the pendant, even if he didn't enter meditation. The nourishment from the special warm pond was much stronger than little Loach pendant. If the Stardust magic tools were divided into common grade and spirit grade, then the cultivating nourishment which the underground Holy Spring brought was definitely a first-rate one. It felt like his entire being was getting ready to fly. His lightning and fire Stardusts, who were at a saturated state, began to move. They were like 2 infants who suddenly touched mother's milk as they frantically began to suck it in. Every time they sucked, their bodies began to expand a little. When he first awakened, the 2 Stardusts were really small. In his entire spiritual cosmos, they really seemed like tiny Stardusts. Their radiance was rather dark and not clear. Sometimes, they were even hard to find. After cultivating for 3 years, the Stardusts gradually expanded, their radiance distinct and clear. His entire Stardust looked as though it formed its own territory as it exhibited a mysterious energy. At this moment, the 2 Stardusts had subtle expansions. The change in every hour was about the same as Mo Fan's bitter cultivating for a whole week. This is too good, this experience is almost like cheating. Mo Fan's heart was incomparably stirred up. He never thought that he himself would actually accidentally obtain such an exceptional opportunity for cultivating. It seemed like stealing resources from those wealthy second generations was necessary. Even a dumbass would be able to be an expert who exceeded their peers with a cultivation speed like this. Resources. There were too many resources that were in the hands of a small number of people. If it wasn't for him revealing his dual elemental ability, then he wouldn't have gotten his hands on the underground holy spring. With the nourishment from the spirit-grade Stardust magic tool, added with the effects of the underground holy spring, the 7 days of cultivation could very possibly allow him to attack the intermediate magician level. A new guard who came not too long ago, Wang Tonglian, inquired of his commanding officer, Captain Liang Bin, "Is this underground holy spring really that miraculous? Our Bo City traces back a long time, even earlier than the age of Qin kingdoms. The underground holy spring could be said to have survived up until now. Think about it, our Bo City doesn't have economics, talents, nor development. So why are we a reputable city in the south? It is only because of the existence of the underground holy spring. It could be said that without the underground holy spring, our Bo City would at most be recognized as a village." Guard Captain Liang Bin answered from his seat on the floor, his face tranquil. "Dating from the Qin kingdoms? Doesn't that mean it has more than 2,000 years of history?" the new guard asked, shocked. "Exactly. As long as you're not a naturally endowed, foolish, incurable magician, then cultivating inside there for 1 hour would be equivalent to cultivating for 3 days on a normal day." Liang Bin's face couldn't help but reveal some fascination. "But Captain Liang, there are only a few people in Bo City who have entered underground holy spring," a guard to the side pointed out. Liang Bin nodded. He could never forget about the time he had been in there to enjoy it for 7 days. To people who thirsted for a greater power, that place felt even better than having a group of beauties assigned to you to ravage for 7 days. Chapter 90. Chapter 90, The Blue Alert. Furthermore, the underground holy spring that was capable of assisting a breakthrough to intermediate level also had a big ability. If you were guarding it for the long term, even if it was separated by a restricted door, you were still able to receive some of its nourishment. Why else would a grand intermediate magician be willing to stay there? Captain Liang, the cavern tunnel that was dug by the colossal Ape Rat has been found. This cavern tunnel looks extremely deep. "We didn't dare to go too deep in for now," said a valiant and formidable-looking woman wearing a guard uniform. The beautiful eyes of the female guard carried hints of valor. Paired with that tight white uniform, she commanded an unique charm. "Vice Captain Lin Yusin, you're thinking too much. The colossal Ape Rat is a commonly seen creature within Bo City. Being able to dig all the way here through a complicated underground drain is also an occasional matter," said the rookie guard Wang Tonglian. Lin Yusin creased her brow. It was very clear that she did not like how laid back this Wang Tonglian was. "The Magic Association has already sent someone to investigate this. There was nothing particularly strange." "It's better if you just stop worrying," Captain Liang said with a smile. Lin Yusin nodded, but it was evident that she didn't loosen up after those words. "I'll take a look on the outside." After Lin Yusin finished speaking, she brought 4 guards along and left. Everyone stared at Lin Yusin's attractive backside before they couldn't help but shake their heads. Ever since Lin Yusin's sister went missing, her smile has become a rare occurrence. Sigh, even her sister's skeleton hasn't been found at this time. Such a good middle student, if she's gone then she's gone. Tan exclaimed as he sighed. "I heard that it was done by a colossal Ape Rat." After Vice Captain Lin Yusin had left the underground hall, her heart was still filled with worry. After her sister had gone missing a year ago, she has been constantly searching for colossal Ape Rats. She even entered those caverns left behind by the colossal Ape Rats in the underground sewers of Bo City. Even if the Magic Association had sent people out to investigate, Lin Yusin was still unresigned. She was unwilling to believe that her dearest little sister would disappear from this world without seeing her corpse. Just yesterday, Lin Yusin found something that was unusual within the caverns of the colossal Ape Rat. Having water in the sewers was very normal. If someone else were to see this, they definitely wouldn't think this was strange at all. However, in the eyes of a water magician, that wasn't just your normal water. Accurately speaking, the water was very similar to the waters of the underground Holy Spring. Why was the water of underground Holy Spring in the sewer tunnels? This was something incredibly inconceivable. The underground Holy Spring was being protected, even a drop was precious. However, when she investigated the sewer tunnels, the water was like a sewage flow as it was spread all over the quagmire, even as it was being drunk by the nasty rats and cockroaches. Suspicious, Lin Yusin specifically brought this water over to a specialist who researched substances. The researchers from the Magic Association had told her that the results would come today. Lin Yusin walked to an empty place and saw it was nearly time to call the number of the researchers at the Magic Association. "How is it? What did the results say?" Lin Yusin asked. "It is not the underground Holy Spring," the researcher calmly said. "I thought so." Lin Yusin nodded. It seemed like she was thinking too much. However, other than it not having the same special effects, its other qualities are very similar to underground Holy Spring, the researcher continued. "What does that mean?" "It's possible to find a second underground Holy Spring in this world." Lin Yusin was puzzled. The underground Holy Spring is a spirit pond from heaven and earth. Other than it being clean, it is able to bring a great nourishment to cultivators and magical beasts. This water that is similar to the underground Holy Spring was also birthed from a special environment, however, it should have been affected by the darkness in its surroundings. The waters that you found are actually also capable of boosting the strength of cultivators and magical beasts for a short period of time. The only difference is that this water seemed more like a stimulant, frantically absorbing the energy in the organism's body. The creatures would turn crazy and irrational at the cost of their energy, the researcher said sincerely. Lin Yusin was startled, as she had never heard of this kind of water existing in this world. Could it be that this water was the cause of the originally vulgar and cowardly colossal-eyed ape rat jumping out and harming people? There's one more thing. But I hope I'm just thinking too much. The researcher's voice suddenly turned exceedingly solemn. If you don't drink this sewage water, then it could actually be passed off as underground Holy Spring as it has similar effects. At the very least, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between two of them within a day. Lin Yusin felt a chill over her body. This kind of water had indescribably emerged within the cavern dug by a colossal-eyed ape rat. A year ago, a colossal-eyed ape rat almost dug through the location of underground Holy Spring. Was this really a coincidence? It could be a coincidence. Lin Yusin rigidly smiled as she herself couldn't believe that. I can only hope so. There's going to be heavy rain. I'll come to the Silver Commerce Tower to pick you up. You probably don't have an umbrella, the researcher said. I'm a water magician. Would I still need an umbrella? Lin Yusin said. All right, let's have dinner together tonight. I have to guard underground Holy Spring. Lin Yusin hung up the phone with her forehead creased. There remained many doubts in her heart. A white pickup truck that was turning grey was climbing up the snowy Peak Mountain station. Just as it entered the station, torrential rain suddenly began to pour down. In an instant, the entire mountain range was enveloped by the continuous rain. An orange mist emerged on mountain peaks in the distance. The goods were almost ruined. Fortunately, I got here just in time. Mo Jacksong jumped out from the truck as he looked at rain outside with a lingering fear. How can the rain have colors on it? Strange, a few veterans in the station remarked. Yeah, it looks like the color of urine. Ha ha ha, another hunter magician laughed. Mo rushing passed by them as he greeted some of the familiar faces with a smile. As he heard the people discussing how the rain was weird, he couldn't help but look at the sky that was covered by a curtain of rain. Either way, this rain really was strange. The station was normal. The man guarding the northern checkpoint was a direct subordinate of Shunkong, Wan Duanfeng. Wan Duanfeng was the army commander of a regiment with 1,000 people, an intermediate earth magician. In terms of guarding Bo City, there was no one who was more remarkable than him. Wan Duanfeng wore a conjoined leather raincoat. he stood in the middle of the rain with a dignified and solemn bearing. His gaze was attentively watching the forest that was drenched by the large rain. Suddenly, a light ball flew out from the back of the mountain hill as it broke through the yellow rain. In the dark skies, it let out a weak light. Brilliant light. Wan Duanfeng widened his eyes, and his expression immediately sank. Brilliant light was the primary spell of light magicians. The purpose of light magicians within the army were very important, as they are able to transmit messages and locations. This brilliant light was similar to a primitive signal bullet. Magical beasts had no perception toward this kind of light, and if they were to watch it, it could easily cause blinding harm to their eyes. If the soldiers were to use any other technological equipment to transmit messages, it'd be like sending the surrounding magical beasts their GPS location. This kind of brilliant light had become a strategy to expel magical beasts and transmit signals. Commander Wan, that is a warning signal. Why is Group 3 sending a signal to us? Could it be that a magical beast is escaping? A battle mage to the side asked. As he finished speaking, yet another brilliant light cut through the rain from afar, once again turning increasingly bright. At this moment, all the battle mages standing guard at the checkpoint were startled. Chapter 91. Chapter 91, Magical Beasts Attacking the City. The alerts were divided into different levels. The first level was orange. 2 years ago, Bow City had pulled off an orange alert. Back then, there was precisely a brilliant light radiating from the back of the mountain. At that time, there were at least 300 magical beasts scattered in the vicinity of the safety boundaries. Today, 2 staggered brilliant lights were seen. This meant a blue alert. Once this alert went off, it signified there were hidden threats and a crisis in the city. The orange alert was quickly solved by Boss Xiaokong back then. However, with the appearance of a blue alert today, it meant that there were at least a few thousand magical beasts roaming the vicinity of the safety boundaries. Heavens, Bow City hadn't sounded off a blue alert for the last 10 years. Just when everyone thought this was a joke, the phone in Wan Duanfeng's pocket began ringing. The rain poured down onto the faces of the hundreds of battle mages, revealing stunned expressions. With the exception of the sounds of rain and Commander Wan Duanfeng's mobile ringtone, the surroundings were very silent. Wan Duanfeng fished out his mobile beneath the drifting rain and put it to his ears. Hello. Commander Wan, we were attacked by a group of beasts. The light magician died. We are unable to continue firing off the brilliant lights. The voice of Squad Captain Zhu Jin was coming over the phone. Wan Duanfeng felt a chill run through his body. The hand that was holding the phone began to tremble. If Bow City is able to survive this disaster, please apologize to Boss Xiaokong, and apologize to Pan Li Jun. Zhu Jin's voice was gloomy and hoarse, carrying reluctance. Wan Duanfeng's face was fiercely twitching, his eyes carried a deep sorrow and anger. After saying this, he hung up the phone. In the process of the call, Wan Duanfeng was able to hear clamorous roars. The roars sounded as if they were right next to his ears. His heart was palpitating. Wan Duanfeng put down the phone in his hand with a despairing soul. He tightly closed his eyes, the pouring rain paining him, and it seemed even more swords were stabbing into his heart. Even though they had hung up the phone, Wan Duanfeng was still able to imagine the next second when the squad captain Zhu Jin let out a grieving shriek. He was dead. He was definitely dead. There was no one who is more clear about that than Wan Duanfeng. A person who was using a phone in that situation was definitely not capable of surviving. Sound off the blood alert. Wan Duanfeng took a deep breath. His eyes no longer had traces of sadness, it was replaced by the resolution of a soldier's hard work. Blood? Blood alert? You're not joking with us, are you, Captain Wan? The battle mage at his post had a disbelief on his face. Beneath the curtain of rains, the battle mages guarding their posts were all dumbstruck. For them, the second-level blue alert was already a turmoil. As for the blood alert was the most dreadful calamity. Some people could live their entire lives without seeing a blood alert, whereas those who had experienced a blood alert might not be able to step out of that shadow for the rest of their lives. "What are you being distracted for? Hurry up and do what I told you to do." Danfeng practically roared. These blockheads. Delaying the sounding of blood alert by even a second could cause the death of hundreds of people. Suddenly, a series of roars that caused people's heart to shake came from the back of the mountain. It was as though the back of the mountain had series of lightning bolts hitting it, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The aftermath of the trembling reached the station. The giant stone barrier in the station also slightly trembled. In the vast curtain of rain, a fuzzy figure suddenly jumped out. He emerged on top of an erected pine tree's utmost summit. Beneath the rain, the proud and aloof creature that resembled a king clearly had the body of a wolf, yet it was arching its back as it stood there. The three eyes on his fierce skull let out an incomparably vicious red light. The magical beast was overlooking this checkpoint station of the human city from afar. It was like it was looking at penned-up sheep. Three-eyed magic wolf, a young battle mage to the side shouted with a trembling voice. As he said this, the three-eyed magic wolf that was proudly standing on top of the pine tree suddenly had shadows scuttling forth at its back. Those shadows occupied the tall trees as they scattered around the three-eyed magic wolf like it was a military officer. More and more of the shadows appeared. Their red and savage eyes were like stars decorating the dim rain. One glance caused their entire bodies to feel a chill, and their scalps went numb. Multiple packs of one-eyed magic wolves began to appear on the hill. They simultaneously raised their heads as they howled toward the sky that was raining down. The entire mountain was covered by their voices. They're continuously calling for their comrades. A summoner who had done research into the beast language stated, his face completely stunned. Heavens, that place already had over 300 one-eyed magic wolves. With that many one-eyed magic wolves calling out at the same time, just how many more magical beasts were they calling for? At this moment, the battle mages who guarded the station finally understood why they sounded off the blood alert. The magical beasts were attacking. Multiple groups of magical beasts were attacking. This was a calamity, an unforeseen calamity. A heavy rain, followed by hundreds and thousands of magical beasts who were frantically rushing in. Bow City had been fighting with the magic wolves for many years. It was like the magic wolves were no longer able to suppress the thirst in their hearts. They were gathering beneath the commands of higher-level magic wolves before they frantically attacked the defense line of Bow City. A dark green tide covered the mountain, formed by numerous one-eyed magic wolves. They were frantically running and howling. The small snowy peak mountain station trembled fiercely. The eyes of the numerous magic wolves were filled with hatred and cruelty toward the humans waiting beneath the heavy rain. They planned on eating all the living people. Beneath this kind of frightening sound, even the magician seemed incredibly small. At this moment, they were coming to fight off the magical beasts. For many of the battle mages, they would never forget the scene of groups of one-eyed magic wolves racing over. Oh, it's unlikely that they would forget it, because there wouldn't be many who would necessarily survive today. Chapter 92. Chapter 92, Blood-Marked Colossal Rat. Within the underground holy spring, a youth wearing a street-bought shirt was earnestly sitting there with his face occasionally looking excited, and sometimes his brow was furrowed. Whether it was studying or cultivating, they were both slow and dry. Mo Fan had already deeply experienced this point. However, for his incredible life as a magician, he was willing to endure this lifestyle. I don't know how many days it has been, but I can feel myself touching the doors of an even higher realm. Mo Fan stopped meditating and began to ponder. The biggest difference between primary and intermediate level was the Stardust within a Mage spiritual world turning into a nebula. During the time his N experience card was activated, Mo Fan cultivated frenziedly. His cultivation time had always been more than twice as long as others, and additionally, he had the nourishment from the underground holy spring. With this, he was able to achieve nearly 24 hours of continuous meditation. After all, meditation gave Stardust a large boost. Mo Fan was already able to clearly feel the transformation of his magic Stardust during the past few days. Originally, the higher-level magic nebula was a strange and odd thing to him. However, after his Stardust had burst out with a weak, pulse-like radiance, Mo Fan vaguely felt that this could be the sign of a breakthrough. Normally, Stardust was very stable. His current Stardust was covered in a mist of a bizarre light shell that looked like an aurora. After going through meditation in this short period of time, there was a clear thirst and agitation coming from the Stardust. It seemed like a little life within an egg, urgently trying to break open the mist-light shell on the outside. With every intense radiance coming from the Stardust, it was an attempt to break through the binding of the shell. Every time the radiance turned dark, it probably meant the Stardust was charging its power. His lightning element was the first element he had awakened. During this period of time, Mo Fan felt like the lightning Stardust was going to break through the shells and evolve. Even the stars seemed to have some clear changes. Still not enough, let's continue meditating so I can get the Stardust to increasingly expand. Only then will they have a hope of breaking through and becoming a nebula. After Mo Fan let himself rest for a while, he already began to have the ideas of attacking the next realm. Suddenly, a fierce trembling came from his surroundings. Mo Fan, who had been about to break through in a spurt of energy, immediately opened his eyes as he surveyed the shaking walls of his surroundings. What kind of circumstance is this, an earthquake? Mo Fan stood up and walked toward the location of the large gate as he put his ears to it. He wanted to hear whether something had happened on the outside. Just as he was going to listen, the restricted gate slowly began to open up. A week has already gone by? That was fast. Mo Fan was stunned. The sealed door opened up, a woman wearing a milky white uniform entered Mo Fan's eyesight as she darted in. At the same time, Mo Fan saw the entire underground hall was covered in scarlet red marks of blood. The guards were laying everywhere, their bodies all ripped into several pieces. The blood clots and organs were all mixed in the pools of blood. Seeing this stunned Mo Fan's entire being. Corpses, there are so many corpses. What happened to these guards of underground Holy Spring? What happened to make them so miserable? Captain Liang, the uniformed young woman, yelled out. As she finished yelling, Mo Fan saw movement on the other side. The intermediate magician, Liang Weichan, were fiercely thrown toward a pillar of the underground hall like a sandbag. The pillar was directly broken into two. Fortunately, Liang Weichan's body had a layer of water barrier protecting him, or else that kind of collision would definitely have injured him badly. Seeing that made Mo Fan tremble in fear. There was actually something that was capable of throwing a grand intermediate magician around like a sandbag. Mo Fan moved to the side so that he could see the other half of the underground hall obstructed by the stone door. What numbed Mo Fan's entire body was that there was actually a creature standing there with a body that was bigger than a small truck. This creature's neck and head were indistinguishable, but the big rat's body was extremely distinct. It was different from a colossal-eyed ape rat. This creature's body was covered in incomparably sinister, twisted, and numerous blood marks. It made this pickup-sized big rat appear even more dreadful. Mo Fan had been in the hunter squad for a year, yet he had never seen this kind of body. He had never seen a colossal-eyed ape rat with a body full of blood marks. The aura it emitted from its body made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern as he trembled in fear. This is a blood-marked colossal rat. Mo Fan plundered the knowledge he had learned from his magical beast classes. At last, he finally remembered the name of this creature. Heavens, the blood-marked colossal rat on the textbooks looked somewhat comical, but the genuine blood-marked colossal rat's fierce appearance felt like an attack in itself. Why did this thing appear inside the underground hall, where all of the guards get killed by this blood-marked colossal rat? The blood-marked colossal rat seemed to have smelled the odor emitted from the underground holy spring. Its massive lantern eye immediately locked onto the location of Mo Fan and the guardswoman. Its sharp claws easily dug into the underground hall stone bricks. One could feel that this blood-marked colossal rat was currently charging up its power, just like a pickup truck gunning its engine. Close the door. Surrounded by stone fragments, Liang Weichan shouted toward the guardswoman. Lin Yusin bit her lips, but she had no choice but to fiercely slap the gate. The two restriction gates closed. Just when the opening was reduced to a small crack, Mo Fan was terrified to see the blood-marked colossal rat's claw coming in. It caused Mo Fan to reflexively stumble back. The closing speed of the gates was extremely quick. The blood-marked colossal rat was clearly over 30 meters away, yet it charged over in a wink. The stone gates trembled. The blood-marked colossal rat had clearly slammed into them. Lin Yusin's complexion turned pale as she glanced at the student who was still cultivating here. What happened? Mo Fan asked, a lingering fear in his heart. The scene from before was too scary. If they were one step later closing the door, then they would have instantly lost their lives. The blood-marked colossal rat was several times scarier than the nearly evolved one-eyed magic wolf. It was definitely not something a primary-level magician was capable of fighting against. If you don't want to die here, then come with me. Lin Yusin didn't have the time or patience to explain to him. All of Bo City had sunk into a crisis. The sewers were filled with magical beasts. They appeared to have been planning for it. They all began to frantically attack the underground holy spring. On the surface, all of the magicians were currently fighting off an invasion of magical beasts. The underground holy spring had suffered a surprise attack, and so they wouldn't be receiving any reinforcements. Presently, they could only rely on themselves to protect the underground holy spring. Chapter 93. Chapter 93, Bo City died in blood. How do we leave? This is basically a cell. Mo Fan looked at the guardswoman, who was dripping with sweat. Just follow me. Lin Yusin didn't want to babble with Mo Fan, and quickly walked to the altar. Without knowing what kind of button she had pressed, the originally circulating underground holy spring was now continuously flowing into a small hole. A few seconds later, all of the underground holy spring had disappeared. There was not a single drop left within the small stone ditch. Lin Yusin strode to the very top of the altar and tore open the still leather mat which was still warm from Mo Fan sitting on it. The board beneath the leather mat could be opened. After Lin Yusin opened the board, there was a blue bottle on the inside. Within the bottle appeared to be the incomparably clear underground holy spring's waters. Mo Fan was incredibly curious. How could so much underground holy spring be contained within a soda can-sized bottle? Lin Yusin carefully put away the bottle that contained the underground holy spring and turned around to look at the straightforward student who was about to do his magic high exams. She said, "This is the emergency protection plan for the underground holy spring. There is another passage in this cell. It should lead to the back mountain of your Qianlan magic high." It leads to the back of the school's mountain? Miss, can't you tell me just what exactly has happened first? Mo Fan asked anxiously. You'll know once you've exited. Come with me first. Their objective is precisely the underground holy spring. We cannot let underground holy spring land in their hands. Lin Yusin didn't want to say too much. There? Mo Fan was even more confused. He didn't know what Lin Yusin was saying. Lin Yusin walked along the wall. Her fingers actually inserted what seemed to be some kind of password into a section of the stone wall that was indistinguishable from the rest. Mo Fan was stunned as he saw this. He had concentrated hard to cultivate in this cell, so much that he didn't realize there were so many mechanisms in the underground holy spring chamber. With a grinding noise, the stone wall to the side suddenly opened up, revealing a pitch-black tunnel. He really wondered where the tunnel led to. Point 1. Leaving this place is our priority. Lin Yusin said no more as she grabbed Mo Fan and they walked into that dark tunnel. Mo Fan had also realized that there were major things happening on the outside, so he didn't dare to hesitate. As they walked a few steps inside, Lin Yusin suddenly thought of something. Her pair of somewhat sharp eyes looked over at Mo Fan. This secret tunnel isn't necessarily safe. The people from the Black Vatican should have me as their objective. I'll let you carry the underground holy spring. You must protect it. Lin Yusin made a decision that he himself thought was rude and impetuous. However, Lin Yuxin had no other choices. The Black Vatican came here prepared. It seemed like they knew the underground holy spring like the back of their hand. If they were to meet people from the Black Vatican during the process of escaping, then their main objective would definitely be her, the vice captain, while Mo Fan, a student, would definitely be neglected by the people from Black Vatican. As long as they were able to protect underground holy spring, then there was still hope. "Can I trouble you to just tell me what is going on?" Mo Fan was a bit impatient. Judging by how Lin Yuxin appeared to have lost her spirits, it meant that a big commotion was happening in Bo City. Blood alert, Lin Yuxin was unable to clearly explain to this student in a short amount of time. After all, the student was secluded in the room, and completely ignorant of what had happened in the outside world. A colossal rock ferociously hit Mo Fan's heart, causing a huge wave of emotion. After coming to this world, Mo Fan had learned some very important information. It was a fact that humans were not the dominant race in this magical world. Outside of the city dwelled magical beasts hundreds and thousands of times more numerous than humans. The magical beasts were also spying on the resources that were occupied by humans. Beneath the command of some magical beasts that acted like monarchs, the magical beasts would be like a legion as they attacked human cities in a large-scale assault. There had been cases where some weak cities disappeared after a single night. Thus, the 5 continents of the world with the strongest magic associations called these kinds of attacks against cities alerts. Furthermore, they would be divided into different levels based on the number of magical beasts and their powers. Just like natural disaster warnings from the technological world had different levels, so too the kind of crises where magical beasts would invade the humans also had different levels. Orange alert. That was the first level of alerts. This meant there were sightings of magical beasts within the vicinity of the safety boundaries. Their numbers were above 300. An orange alert happened 2 years ago. That time had already alarmed people. A blue alert was even more dreadful. For Bo City, this would be a foul wind of blood rain. Who knows how many magicians and civilians would lose their lives when the magical beasts wantonly invaded. But the higher level, blood alert. That was destruction, massacre, a catastrophe for the city. The limited amount of battle mages would be unable to fend off the invasion of the magical beasts. The magical beasts would invade the city and start wildly massacring the people. It was not just a few magical beasts running around, there would be hundreds or thousands of them. There were many magicians who would get slaughtered like chickens, let alone the civilians who were completely unable to do anything. Blood alert, the city would turn into a river of blood, the corpses would be everywhere. Just the descriptions and records from books caused people to tremble in fear. Now that everything was happening in front of everyone's eyes, just what kind of hell on earth would it be? After passing through the secret tunnel, Mo Fan, who was still dazed with disbelief, and Lin Yuxin emerged on the north side of the mountain in the city. The heavy rain was still pouring down, the dark and gloomy weather enveloping all of Bo City in a depressing atmosphere. From afar came a roar that caused people to shake as it echoed in their ears. In an instant, their bodies began to tremble in fear. Mo Fan turned his gaze in the direction of where the roar of the magical beast came from. Heavens, that was a residential area. The ground-level houses, and the streets constructed with an outdated cement, it was like a food market that had scarlet red blood flowing out. All that blood couldn't be the blood of chickens. That was the blood of once living people that converged into a streamlet as it flowed into the sewers from the constant pouring of the heavy rain. Bloody red, an eye-catching bloody red. Standing on the back of the mountain in the middle of the city, you could clearly see bloodstains everywhere in the rain-covered, dusky Bo City. Bo City was an ink-like city with the characteristics of the south. Under the rain, it would normally look even more like a beautiful painting. However, today, Mo Fan saw a painting that was filled with blood stains, like the arrival of a nightmare. A trembling roar suddenly erupted from Bo City, its sound caused goosebumps all over. Mo Fan suddenly turned his head around as he looked in the direction of the sound. However, a mind-blowing and terrifying scene entered his eyesight. A grey sky was shrouded all of Bo City. Bo City Symbol Building, the Silver Commerce Tower was like a crane in a flock of chickens. It almost looked as though it was touching the grey heavens. However, lying on the dome of the lofty Silver Commerce Tower was a colossal shadow. Its tail stretched almost the full length of the dome of the Commerce Tower. Half of its wings were unfurled. One half looked hazy in the rain, the other half covered several floors of the building. Its head was raised high. The roar that shook the entirety of Bow City came from a ferocious mouth that was capable of swallowing clouds. Chapter 94. Chapter 94, Commander-level Darkwing Wolf. The colossal creature was laying on Bow City's highest point. You could see the dome of Silver Commerce Tower from any location in Bow City. That meant that everyone in Bow City was able to witness this ferocious and colossal dark creature. This scene caused Mo Fan to take a deep breath. He was unable to regain his senses for a long time. This was too mind-blowing. This entire thing was too much for Mo Fan. What spirit wolf? What one-eyed magic wolf? What blood-marked colossal rat? All of these looked like a joke of an army in front of this creature that was sitting on top of the Silver Commerce Tower. Mo Fan's definition of a magical beast had been fiercely overthrown in this moment. It was in the territory of the humans, yet it looked like it had entered its own territory. Humans were only food which it had confined and raised in this city. Is this still the Bow City I am familiar with? Didn't the magical beasts get banished into the depths of the mountains, or were the textbooks always deceiving others? The ones who ruled over this world had never been humans, they were these magical beasts that were massacring Bow City. It's a nightmare, it's the underworld. He could really feel every inch of his body shivering from fear. Just what exactly is that? Mo Fan regained his senses after a long, long time. Not too long ago, he was directly beneath this dreadful creature. If he hadn't used the secret tunnel to escape from the Silver Commerce Tower, then would he have lost his life there? Darkwing Wolf, Commander-level magical beast. Calling hundreds of magical beasts with just a howl. The only person in Bow City who can survive its attack is the chief of the army, Shankong. Lin Yusin replied in a stiff voice. Commander-level. Mo Fan repeated faintly. In the hunter squad, Mo Fan had come to understand a lot of knowledge which was not mentioned in the textbooks provided by school. One such tidbit was that magcal beasts were divided into different levels based on the evolved stage. Spirit Wolf, Colossal-eyed Ape Rat, One-eyed Magic Wolf, all those magical beasts which Mo Fan had encountered once before were all the lowest level, servant-class creatures. These servant-class creatures were like butchers in the eyes of the non-magicians. They were completely unable to fend them off. The blood-marked colossal rat that you saw in the underground hall is a soldier-class creature. The Darkwing Wolf is an even higher-level magical beast commander, and also one of the reasons behind the blood alert. Other than the blood-marked colossal rat, there are hundreds of three-eyed magic wolves outside of the safety border who are commanding numbers of one-eyed magic wolves as they're assaulting the army. The perimeter which the army can protect is very limited. There's roughly 1,000 or so magical beasts who have invaded Bow City. Deng Kai of Hunters Union is already commanding all of the hunter magicians to block off their route and kill the magical beasts in the city. Lin Yusin said, trembling. Why are there suddenly so many magical beasts attacking Bow City? Mo Fan was still having difficulty accepting this. Black Vatican, it's the handiwork of the people from the Black Vatican, Lin Yusin said. This wasn't Mo Fan's first time hearing of this organization. They manufactured the Violent Spring, a kind of medicine that could come off as a counterfeit underground holy spring. Its effects are entirely different from the underground holy spring, however. This kind of Violent Spring can arouse a magical beast's wild nature, causing them to basically lose control and go on a rampage. We currently do not know how Black Vatican was able to attract the Magic Wolf race to Bow City. However, they sprinkled the Violent Spring into the clouds and waited for a heavy rain to come so the Violent Spring could act as a dreadful catalyst, causing the entire Magic Wolf race to begin frenziedly assaulting Bow City, Lin Yusin told him. Back when Lin Yusin had discovered the Violent Spring waters, she had completely overlooked this point. Only when the calamity had descended did she abruptly come to a realization, causing her to break out in cold sweat. From how Lin Yusin saw it, this something they had plotted for a long time. There was someone who wanted to use the population of magical beasts to thoroughly massacre Bow City. The only force who would do such a cruel thing was the Black Vatican. What about now? Mo Fan asked as calmly as he could. The objectives of the Black Vatican is to completely destroy Bow City, and have this place become hell on earth. The Darkwing wolf is admittedly very strong, but it is not enough to turn all of Bow City into a slaughterhouse in just a day or two. However, if more magical beasts of the same class as the Darkwing wolf appear, then even if our Bow City were to wait for reinforcements to arrive, there would practically be nothing left, Lin Yusin said with an ice-cold gaze. Mo Fan turned silent, extremely silent. Facing this calamity, he himself could only turn into someone who ran from this. There was nothing he could do. Mo Fan, you need to do two things now. 1. Protect the underground holy spring. Do not let it fall into anyone else's hand in any situation. I have a premonition that the Black Vatican urgently need to obtain the underground holy spring. Lin Yusin's expression was extremely serious as she looked at Mo Fan. And the second thing is? Mo Fan asked. Do your best to survive the calamity this time. My identity is relatively sensitive. The people from the Black Vatican won't necessarily believe I have the underground holy spring on me. Thus, I will now deliberately attract their attention. What you need to do is to hide as long as possible with the underground holy spring, and survive for as long as possible. Don't let the people from the Black Vatican find it, and definitely do not let it fall into their hands, Lin Yusin said. At this moment, Mo Fan had millions of F***K words firing past in his heart. Why are you putting this kind of hot thing into my hands? Lin Yusin saw there was some hesitation in Mo Fan, an agonized expression floated onto her face, yet she did not say anything. Lin Yusin straightened her blood-stained white uniform, and then relentlessly chopped off her messy hair. Wearing the hat while possessing an heroic spirit, Lin Yusin had already begun to stride toward the blood-stained city that was being overrun by magical beasts. As she was running, she emotionlessly called back to Mo Fan, I will draw away all the people from the Black Vatican. As long as you are not stupid, do not meet one yourself, and successfully get to the established safety area, then you will be fine. After saying this, Lin Yusin quickly disappeared into the drifting heavy rain. In the midst of running, Lin Yusin didn't turn her head around to look back at him. She knew that not everyone had a heart of justice, but she believed that every person had something they would sacrifice their lives to protect. The sister she had depended on had become the first victim of this plot, and thus, the only thing left she could protect was the underground holy spring. Mo Fan stood there in amazement. Watching Lin Yusin's figure from afar, he had no idea about what to say. Unfortunately, Mo Fan wasn't given any time to think about it. From his location at the very back, he saw a group of something in the middle of running down the back mountain of Tianlan Magic High. Their bodies were incredibly robust, they easily knocked down several trees. They looked like a group of feral wolves that were rushing into a corral of sheep without fences. Their greed could be seen from their impatient speed. *T, the school also has magical beasts running around, and there's quite a few of them, too. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Attacks on Campus. The safety area was established by a collaboration of the Magic Association and Hunters Union. There were magicians and shelters for protection in there. It was roughly 3 kilometers from the mountain where Mo Fan was currently located. However, Mo Fan knew that he couldn't rely on his own strength to safely go through 3 kilometers of the city that were already crowded with numerous magical beasts. Although they don't have enough experience, they are still magicians. I have to retreat to the safety area with them, Mo Fan said to himself. If he was to encounter a magical beast, Mo Fan could simultaneously use lightning and fire elements. Although he couldn't completely kill it, it wouldn't kill him either. However, from how he saw it from his high location, it was clear that the one-eyed magic wolves weren't fighting by themselves. As long as two one-eyed magic wolves appeared, then Mo Fan would be unable to do anything. No matter what, let's first join with the students of the school. The power of a single person is too insignificant in this calamity unless you are able to reach the same realm of head instructor, Shankong. Mo Fan quickly hurried toward Tianlan Magic High. At the bottom of this mountain, passing through a few old valleys, was the back door of Tianlan Magic High. What he was happy about was the fact that this part of the city hadn't been overrun by a large amount of magical beasts. The civilians nearby were all either hiding in their basements or escaping towards the safety shelters. The descent of calamity was too sudden. There was too many people who had been woken up from their beautiful dreams. As these people opened their eyes, they sank into the incomparably dreadful reality. The students were all in school today, putting in efforts for their once-in-a-lifetime Magic High exams. But they weren't prepared to face blood-spilling battles, yet they had to welcome an unexpected blood calamity. The students who pissed their pants seeing magical beasts for the first time, just how would they react to a city overrun by magical beasts? It was truly difficult to imagine. Retreat, you must hurry and retreat. This place is extremely unsafe. In the office, Shui Musheng slapped the table with a righteous indignation. Principal Zhu and the other school directors were not present. The decision-making of the school was in the hands of the head disciplinary teacher, Chen Weiliang. However, Chen Weiliang persisted on having the students remain in school and form a defensive safety line with the teachers to resist the invasion of the magical beasts. Shui Musheng didn't think this was right. Although the numbers of students and teachers were enough, once more magical beasts appeared, the school would be unable to protect itself. The truly strong magicians in Tianlan Magic High were currently running around in Bo City. The current students and teachers could only rely on themselves. Director, there are a large number of one-eyed magic wolves coming from the back of the mountain. Mr. Lan was torn into a corpse. Mr. Ju's complexion was deathly white. The faces of the teachers in the office completely changed. The truth is, even if they were a mature magician, they had never encountered a calamity like this. Currently, the magical beasts were running amok in the city. They ate and shred anyone they saw. The teachers who didn't possess the ability to stand off against magical beasts were also so scared that their legs began to tremble. The school has no shelter. If dozens of magical beasts simultaneously appeared, we will definitely suffer a disaster. This is Blood Alert. During Blood Alert, only those who reach a safety shelter will have a hope to survive. Shui Musheng roared hysterically. Did these teachers turn stupid from teaching magic? There were records on the Blood Alerts. These records told the later generations that they shouldn't be relying on their own strength to stand off. Against the magical beasts outside of the safety shelters, the survival rate didn't even reach 30%. The first and second year students were all on holidays, so they were home. The third year students were all called to the school for preparation of exams. Fortunately, the people at school this time were only third year students. All of these students have gone through the practicals and encountered a magical beast. Their magic foundations were very firm. If all of the 1,500 students and 100 or so teachers were to work together, then there was no way they couldn't reach the safety shelters. The safety shelters were only 3 kilometers away from the school. Retreat! Retreat! All homeroom teachers will lead their own class. All of the teaching teachers are to be divided into their corresponding class based on their average. We must reach the safety shelter zone as a team. Chen Weiliang finally made his decision. The school had in total 1,700 people. If being outside of the safety shelter zone during a blood alert only gave a 30% survival rate, then that would mean continuing to stay within the school would cost 1,000 or more people their lives. How dreadful would that be? The teacher's execution during this time could be considered very fast. They quickly walked toward their own classrooms and had all of their students gather on campus grounds, preparing to leave. Not even 5 minutes after the decision was made, a Win teacher ran back to them while looking dejected and depressed as he told Chen Weiliang, "There's another 41-eyed magic wolves appearing in the back of the mountain. Retreat, hurry up and retreat." Have the practical teachers withstand them no matter what. Do not let any of these magical beasts enter the school. Chen Weiliang turned pale with fright. The wind teacher's face was filled with pain. 50 or so one-eyed magic wolves, and you're relying on just a few practical teachers to delay. How was that even possible? Shui Muxing hurriedly ran toward his elite class. The strength of elite class was high. The other classes had plenty of students who were still unable to completely cast their magic spells. They said that they have the combat prowess of 1,500 magicians, but the truth was that there were only a few hundred people who were capable of facing magical beasts, and that was including those who were unable to cast magic when faced against magical beasts. Ed note, in other words, they're padding their own numbers and lying to themselves about how much they can fight. Just when he was about to enter the class, Shui Muxing crashed into a very familiar student, and was overjoyed over the unexpected good fortune. Mo Fan, how come it's you? I escaped here from the underground Holy Spring cell, and the school just happens to be close. Let's hurry and evacuate to the safety shelters, or else there will be more people dying. From the tone of the vice guard captain of the underground Holy Spring, the scariest part isn't the invasion of magical beasts. Mo Fan gasped for breath as he answered Shui Muxing. I also think that way. We are currently preparing to leave. Shui Muxing solemnly nodded. That's good. This matter shouldn't be delayed. Let's quickly leave this place. I just came from Chishan Park. I saw there were numerous of one-eyed magic wolves in the back of our mountain. I don't know where they popped up from. Mo Fan said. Really? In that case we must evacuate even faster. Shui Muxing was stunned. From how Mo Fan saw it, the scariest part of the current situation wasn't as simple as just 1,000 magical beasts invading Bo City. From Mo Fan's previous location, he was able to see there were many magical beasts who had mysteriously appeared on the grounds. Other than one-eyed magic wolves, there were also colossal-eyed ape rats. This meant that hiding in the underground basements was also not safe. The underground is basically the home of the colossal-eyed ape rats. They would all be dug up and eaten. Brother Fan, it turns out to be you. Seeing you here is good. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Mo Fan as though he was looking at his own relatives. He was so emotional that his eyes nearly turned red. Recalling when they had encountered a magical beast for the first time, many people had lost consciousness from fear. Today, a large number of magical beasts were leaving behind corpses and bloodstains in the city which they lived in. There were not many who was able to stay calm. There was already many girls who were crying. For the students, all of this came too suddenly. It was too scary, and they had no idea on the circumstances regarding their own families. Seeing the entire class sunken into fear and despair, it made Mo Fan recall the earthquake, tsunami, and storm-like calamities from his former world. In front of natural disaster, humans really were tiny. Even forming a group to fend off magical beasts, these people were still helpless. A howl suddenly came from the basketball court in the back of the mountain. The student who was sitting closest to the window gazed down, feeling an absolute terror as he discovered an one-eyed magic wolf had jumped down from the hill. Its vigorous body ferociously stomped on the basketball court. The entire cement court was deeply crushed, immediately broken to bits. That one-eyed magic wolf's scarlet red eye slowly looked up as it gazed at the delicious students inside the classroom with an incomparable greed. With their own two eyes, they saw this hungry and greedy wolf, and simultaneous shrieks from girls came from the school building. Ma! Ma! Magical beast! The male student sitting next to the window who was usually diligently studying went completely pale. Compared to the spirit wolf from before, this one-eyed magic wolf's evil tendencies seemed even worse. Looking at it face to face caused their entire bodies to go numb. Chapter 96. Chapter 96, Vanguard Squad. Students, come with me. Wind magicians, go to the front and find us a path. Shui Muxing hastily yelled out. The students closest to the window began to frantically escape to the corridor. However, there were a large number of students from other classes in the corridor. They crowded around the place as they all lost their rationality while shrieking. Shrieking, cries, and the yells of the teachers had resounded throughout the entire corridor. It was a situation where it was difficult for even teachers to control. Mo Fan was still standing in the corridor, cautiously watching those students who were frightened to death. His eyes displayed a bit of grief. They were just like a group of wild deer. As soon as a deer was frightened by a wolf, it would begin run away. Once all of the other deer saw this, they would also frantically try to escape. In reality, there was only one wolf, and as long as the deer stood united and raised their horns, a few more wild wolves would not necessarily be their match. This fear was contagious. Even Mo Fan's former world was similar in this sense. Otherwise, how could so many shocking stampedes happen? The people in the classroom were all so scared that most of them took a step back. The skills they were taught on a daily basis had all disappeared in this moment. A chant was resounded from the classroom. Mo Fan turned his head around and saw Xu Jiaoting had made his move in anger. Traces of ferocious lightning emerged from the air. The traces of lightning frantically whipped toward the one-eyed magic wolf under the control of Xu Jiaoting. Although the accuracy was somewhat lacking, there was still some lightning traces that hit the one-eyed magic wolf. The lightning arc pierced through and surged in turns. Every time it swept past the one-eyed magic wolf, it caused it to let out low howls of pain. The flesh of its body began to twitch beneath the might of the mad whip. HMPH, just an one-eyed magic wolf scared them all into dogs, a group of cowards. Xu Jiaoting swept his gaze past the people who were lagging behind those who ran away, his gaze full of disdain. That's right, we have so many people, why are we still scared of just a few one-eyed magic wolves? Wang Sanpang also stood up. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Sanpang used a short period of 3 seconds to finish his Earth Ripple spell. His pair of fat hands smacked onto the floor of the classroom. In an instant, a ripple circulated from the classroom all the way down to the cement campus grounds. The paralyzed one-eyed magic wolf was ferociously bumped into the other basketball hoop under the quick movements of Earth Ripple. Jomin could be considered to have some courage. She quickly finished her fire star path and a ball of fire burst emerged in her grasp. Taking advantage of the one-eyed magic wolf having fallen down, Jomin's fire burst quickly streaked across the flagpole of the school as it accurately hit the one-eyed magic wolf that was being pressed beneath the basketball pole. Fire burst, burning bones might was naturally powerful. In an instant, it burned the backboard into ashes. The one-eyed magic wolf began to constantly howl under the fire as it rolled around the campus grounds. Soon enough, another few magicians with different elements began to cast their spells from different locations. Judging by the level of their spells, it was clear that it was some practical teachers who cast them. Under their cooperation, they quickly turned the rash one-eyed magic wolf into a scorched carcass. Seeing the one-eyed magic wolf being quickly disposed of, Mo Fan slightly let out a sigh of relief. It seems like not all of the people in school were a group of losers. "Come over here," Shui Muxing said to the seemingly calm students who remained in the classroom. Xu Jiaoting, Zhao Kunsen, Mu Bai, Jomin, these were the people who were able to directly face magical beasts back in practicals. It had been a year since then. Their fear toward magical beasts was no longer as deep as before. All of them came over. They didn't know why Shui Muxing had suddenly made them stay behind. Originally, this kind of responsibility should be carried by the teachers. However, there are sightings of large numbers of one-eyed magic wolves in the back mountains, and the strength of our teachers is limited. Now, we have no choice but to draw support from the strengths of you students, Shui Muxing said with a seriousness that no one had seen before. Teacher, let's not waste too much time in this kind of time. If you have something to say, hurry up and spill it. Wang Sanpang couldn't help but speak up. We need a Vanguard squad. I'm afraid the Vanguard squad will mainly be comprised of students. The Vanguard squad will be separated from the main group, practically independent. Furthermore, they have to walk ahead of the main group. The nearly 2,000 people from our school will follow the path opened by the Vanguard squad. Your group has the strongest combat prowess amongst our entire school. You are definitely not inferior to any teacher. Thus, "We hope you can form a Vanguard squad that can show everyone the way to the safety shelters," Shui Musheng said. As this was said, all of these students turned silent. For a few moments, they were unable to process this plan. The truth is, they themselves didn't know if they were able to fight against magical beasts after they separated themselves from the main group. Having them become the Vanguard squad, the risk was indeed quite big. "This decision is up to yourselves, we won't force you. If you aren't willing, then I will go and find other students. We will just be delayed for a bit longer and the danger will be a bit larger. This Vanguard squad will be led by me. Please give me your response as soon as possible." "All right," Shui Musheng said. "Mrs. Shui, I'll join." Jomin had no hesitation. She took the initiative and joined the Vanguard squad first. "I will also join." Xu Jiaoting also didn't ponder over it too much. Wang Sanpang and Xu Jiaoting were good friends. Since Xu Jiaoting have already joined, he could only join with a bitter face. Shui Musheng slightly nodded. With a lightning magician here, the squad's combat prowess would be one level higher. They should be able to successfully arrive at the safety shelters. Mu Bai and his henchman Zhao Kunsen glanced at each other, and then finally chose to join. Zhong Xiaohu, however, left his gaze on Mo Fan. It seemed as though he was processing this plan. "Brother Fan, are we following the main group or are we choosing the Vanguard squad?" Zhong Xiaohu asked. "Let's join the Vanguard," Mo Fan replied. "I didn't know that Brother Fan was also a man with high principles." Zhong Xiaohu was really able to find joy in sorrows. He was still able to make a joke in this kind of situation. "Going with the main group is even more dangerous," Mo Fan said indifferently. "Why?" Zhong Xiaohu asked, puzzled. The main group had at least 1,700 people. With that kind of colossal number, even if they were to suffer the attacks of a group of magical beasts, they still wouldn't be in much danger. After all, the 1,700 people were practically magicians. You saw what just happened. With the appearance of a single one-eyed magic wolf, the entire floor panicked. That is the instinct of weaklings. Not only are they transmitting fear to each other, they are also able to magnify the fear infinitely. Thus, the main group's battle prowess will be limited. If I'm not wrong, then just 100 magical beasts will completely wipe out the main group. With such a large group of people walking, that is equivalent to easily attracting a group of magical beasts, or even higher-level magical beasts. I don't want to be associated with a large group of sheep. When their time comes, whether they live or die is not something they are in control of, Mo Fan whispered to Zhong Xiaohu. Chapter 97. Chapter 97, Sudden Death. After Zhong Xiaohu heard this, he looked at Mo Fan in surprise. He had never considered this point. Zhong Xiaohu himself was unable to distinguish whether what Mo Fan said was right or wrong. He just subconsciously believed in Mo Fan's choice. Zhong Xiaohu actually did not know that Mo Fan could be considered a hunter-magician with experience in hunting beasts. Being influenced by that kind of environment caused Mo Fan to understand one very important principle, and that was to never think a large number of people would equal being powerful. Why would the Hunters' Union only form smaller squads to go hunting beasts in the outside world? Could it be that they didn't know that the more people there were, the safer it was? The truth was, the more people there were, the easier it was for them to attract the attention of large numbers of magical beasts, and easier for them to become livestock for the higher-level magical beasts. The amount of people in the Vanguard squad couldn't be considered that many. If they were to meet a large number of magical beasts, they could most likely evade them. Their movements would be less restricted, and the decision to fight or escape could be made very quickly. However, if they were in the main group, if they didn't meet large numbers of magical beasts, then they were safe and sound. However, if they did attract the attention of a soldier-class creature and its group of magical beasts, then the main group would definitely get massacred. In this kind of massacre, your life would no longer be in your own control. The Vanguard squad had 10 people in total. Shui Musheng was in charge of it. After passing through the gate of the school, they were no longer able to see anyone on the streets. Trash was everywhere, with shattered goods from the vendor stalls being flipped over and stores with their doors wide open, yet no one was watching. When the blood alert was sounded, all of the civilians either hid in their houses, or they began to run toward the safety shelters with all their might, causing a complete mess. This was also the main reason why the people from the school were not able to retreat in time. However, there were still a large amount of people who hadn't retreated to the safety shelters. When Qianlan Magic High began to move toward the safety shelters, many of the civilians in the vicinity began to rush over. They wanted to use the strength of the students and teachers of Qianlan Magic High to safely pass through this 3 kilometers of dreadful street blocks. The Vanguard squad was walking at the very front of the main group. Zhong Xiaohu moved to the top of a building and quickly saw this scene of civilians gathering toward the school. I'm afraid there'll be over 4,000 people in this move. In this area of the city, there are many people who didn't reach the safety shelters in time. They didn't dare to move by themselves, so now they're like iron dust on magnets as they constantly get absorbed into the main group from different locations, Zhong Xiaohu said to everyone after he jumped down from the old building. With more people, they should be able to prevent the attack of some smaller groups of magical beasts. However, they will also become a burden for the entire main group, Shui Muxing observed coolly. Magic high schools were different from magic universities. The students of magic universities had more battle prowess than regular army mags, but magic high schools nurtured groups of magic student apprentices who weren't even 18. A student able to protect themselves in this blood alert could already be considered good. Protecting a mass of people was really too far-fetched. This is also something we can't do anything about. It's not like we can throw them away and ignore them, Zhou said. Let's go. Now that the main group has increased to 4,000 people, the burden on us has also increased, Shui Muxing said. Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Yinglu, the 2 wind magicians are responsible for finding us a path. The others will closely follow behind. It was clear that Shui Muxing was a teacher who had gone through military training. He had some experience with deploying and troop formation, having some plans on what to do in this kind of situation. The movement of the 10 people could be considered rather quick. Passing through the main street after leaving the school gates and along the pedestrian lane, then going through the small area of houses with elevators would allow them to see the safety shelters. The main street was around 1 kilometer long, and was completely blocked by abandoned cars. Let's not even talk about a school bus being able to pass through. Even a bike would have difficulty finding a smooth path. Vehicle traffic was basically blocked, they could only rely on walking to get there. 3 kilometers, it was far, yet not that far. It was short, yet not that short. Whether something would happen was out of their hands. There's a colossal-eyed ape rat in the book kiosk to the front. Zhong Yinglu's complexion was white as she ran back with gasping for breath. It is chewing on a child, Zhong Xiaohu added. By the time the 2 of them had discovered it, the child was already dead. But this kind of bloody scene had fallen into their eyes, sad and frightening. After continuing their advance, they moved past a big bus that was diagonally parked and blocking the street. They were able to see the book kiosk dyed by blood, and the 10 or so year old little boy that was laying in the pool of blood. Where's the colossal-eyed ape rat? Shui Muxing creased his brow. He was looking around, but he couldn't even find the shadows of the colossal-eyed ape rat they were talking about. Just when Zhong Yinglu was about to say something, a furred creature ferociously jumped out of the rear of a Volkswagen to the side, its 2 large incisors biting at Zhong Yinglu, who was caught completely unprepared. Even Mr. Shui Muxing did not have any kind of preparation for it. He was standing right next to Zhong Yinglu as the blood from her neck splashed over his face. Hide in the bus, hurry! In the instant the stunning change happened, Mo Fan shouted at everyone. Everyone woke up from their daydreams as they staggered toward the bus. Shui Muxing's reaction could be considered quite fast. He pulled Zhong Yinglu along as he jumped into the bus. The dreadful colossal-eyed ape rat was going to continue its massacre, but had crashed into the doorway of the bus due to its body shape. The other people were also somewhat frantic, they also hid themselves in a bus. As Xu Jiaoting saw Zhong Yinglu being killed like that, he began to chant the power of lightning in his rage. Mo Fan originally wanted to link his star path also. However, the beast-seeking powder that he sprinkled had actually floated in different directions, causing him to suddenly realize something. Everyone, climb onto the bus, there is more than just a single colossal-eyed ape rat here. Mo Fan shouted. As he said this, Mo Fan interrupted Zhoumin, who was casting magic, dragging her toward the bus. Monkey, stop looking after Zhongyinglu, she is already dead. Hurry up and draw that colossal-eyed ape rat away, or else we will all die here. Mo Fan ran as he yelled toward Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohu could be considered the calm one, he had already cast his wind path during the attack of the colossal-eyed ape rat. Zhong Xiaohu wanted to go and save Zhongyinglu. Unfortunately, what he did not know was that after the attack of a magical beast, there were not many primary magicians who were able to do much. Zhong Xiaohu's eyes began to redden. He blinked, the girl who had been in the same class as him had died just like that. This godforsaken magical beast. Chapter 98. Chapter 98, Street Battle Ape Rat. Wind track, flash steps. Zhong Xiaohu quickly attracted the attention of the colossal-eyed ape rat whose mouth was covered with blood. Using the second level of wind track, Zhong Xiaohu's figure nimbly passed through the chaotically parked cars. Whenever the colossal-eyed ape rat wanted to slice open Zhong Xiaohu's chest with his claws, he always ended up hitting the stream of air left behind by Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohu was moving in high speed as a large rat with fierce teeth was tenaciously pursuing him. How could he have the time to even consider the position of the other colossal-eyed ape rat? Mo Fan had used the beast-seeking powder to find the unexpectedly sly colossal-eyed ape rat. These magical beasts had always lived in an environment where the strong ate the weak. Their methods were much more savage than the humans who had been living safely in the city. Magicians who had not truly gone through hunting beasts would also get killed like Zhongyinglu. Even being a wind magician, she did not know that she needed to have her wind track on at all times. As Mo Fan saw this, he began to curse to himself. Colossal-eyed ape rat's abilities were not just mere biting and scratching, its most dreadful attack was the scarlet red beam that was shot from its eyes. That was a frightening power that was capable of penetrating a person's body. At this moment, the colossal-eyed ape rat's gaze was precisely locked onto Zhong Xiaohu. Dazzle! Blind! Just when Mo Fan was getting extremely anxious, Shui Muxing yelled out as he carried an awe-inspiring power in his voice. Suddenly, a milky white light ball emerged in front of the colossal-eyed ape rat that was stretching its neck, and emitted a bright radiance. The dazzling light exploded in front of the colossal-eyed ape rat. The fierce light was like the edge of swords as it entered the widened eye of the colossal-eyed ape rat. You could see the rat's cornea began to burn. Furthermore, it spread to the entire eye socket of the rat. The colossal-eyed ape rat who was ready to use its scarlet red light beam was burned blind by the light. It let out sounds of grief as it crashed into everything in its surroundings. Mr. Shui, thank you. Zhong Xiaohu panted. This dazzling light directly blinded a colossal-eyed ape rat that was a threat to everyone. As for the remaining rat, when they all had time to link their star paths, then this animal would no longer be able to hurt them. The first one to take action was Mo Fan. He was the one who finished his star path the fastest amongst them, and his third-level fire magic could be said as not giving the colossal-eyed ape rat any time to hide. An indignant rupturing flame grandly exploded in front of the colossal-eyed ape rat that had killed Zhongyinglu. As it exploded, it instantly triggered the ear-piercing alarms of the cars. Numerous car windows were shattered beneath Mo Fan's fire burst, Rupture. The colossal-eyed ape rat was sent flying into the iron roll-up door of a milk tea store from the explosion. The fur on its body was burned to crisp, its flesh were split, you could see the shattered pieces of windows were stabbed into its flesh and muscles. Shui Muxing turned his head around and studied the fire-hurling Mo Fan who had hurt the colossal-eyed ape rat. Pleasant astonishment flashed in his eyes. It truly deserved to be called the third level of fire burst. Its power had actually caused a magical beast to have difficulties getting back up. As long as this Vanguard squad had a powerful student like Mo Fan, then they probably wouldn't get completely wiped out. That freaking animal, I will skin it! Wang Sanpang and Zhong Xiaohu appeared exceptionally angry. Just a few minutes before, that animal had bitten their female classmate to death. In just a few more days, she would have entered the beautiful magic university. However, she ended up being killed by this kind of ugly thing. Just who would be able to suppress the anger from the depths of their heart in this kind of situation? Don't go, it hasn't died yet. Mo Fan immediately berated them in a loud voice. Just as Wang Sanpang was going to take revenge for Zhong Yinglu, the colossal-eyed ape rat who looked as though it was about to die suddenly jumped up, its killing incisors snapping toward Wang Sanpang. Wang Sanpang's complexion changed, and he subconsciously rolled to the side. The sharp incisor bit down and bit off a bloody chunk from Wang Sanpang's shoulder. As everyone saw this, they couldn't help but gasp. Animal, go die! Under the rage of Xu Jiaoting, the lightning traces swirling around his body were like a lightning whip as they lashed toward the incredibly sly colossal-eyed ape rat. Lightning strike, Mad Whip's might could be considered quite ferocious. It mutilated the colossal-eyed ape rat further, and adding in the repeated electric arcs running through its body caused it to unable to budge. All it could do was lay on the ground and squeal in pain. Wang Sanpang frantically crawled back to the bus, the blood flowed out from his shoulder. His face was deathly pale and filled with fear. Xu Jiaoting, Zhou Min, and Zhong Shuhua continued to bombard the colossal-eyed ape rat with magic, smashing it into pieces. This time, the colossal-eyed ape rat could not be any more dead. However, everyone's faces didn't have a single sign of loosening up. So this was a genuine magical beast? It only took them a second to kill people. Even a speck of carelessness would send a magician's life to the underworld. It's good that you reminded us, or else Wang Sanpang would have ended up like Zhong Yinglu, Xu Jiaoting said to Mo Fan in shock. Shui Muxing nodded repeatedly. Even he didn't imagine that the Vanguard squad he had formed with the strongest students would have someone dying and wounded on their first encounter with a magical beast. Mo Fan, you seem to have some deep understanding of magical beasts' characters. Why don't you take command of the squad? Me and He Yu will be responsible for defense. He Yu, saying these kind of things in this kind of situation is excessive, but you saw with your own eyes how Zhong Yinglu was killed. This is not the time to squat on the floor trembling and crying for the lives of the past ones. Either way, could you please cast your water defensive spell when the next magical beast attacks any of us, or else the remaining 9 of us may not be able to survive until the safety shelter, and the 4,000 or so people following behind us would also lose their direction from this point on. Shui Muxing walked over to He Yu, who was so scared that her consciousness was distracted as he spoke quietly and sincerely. I'm sorry, I really am sorry. I am unable to finish the star path. He Yu's face was filled with teardrops. She was really afraid, she was afraid that she would end up like Zhong Yinglu. Do your best. As long as you are able to cast a water barrier, then that would mean you are able to save our lives. I believe you can do it, Shui Muxing said. Chapter 99. Chapter 99, Safe Passage. Mo Fan glanced at He Yu, who was choking with emotions as she cried. He couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoke was also a water magician. She had also grasped the second level of water barrier. However, when facing a magical beast, He Yu was no different from a normal girl, and was unable to cast a spell. If the other people within the squad were like that, then there would be more people dying the next time they met magical beasts. At the moment, Mo Fan didn't know just how many would lose their lives. He could only force himself to advance along this road. Since Mr. Shui wants me to lead this squad, then I hope everyone will keep in mind what I said. We may not smoothly arrive at the safety shelters, but at the very least, we will be able to prevent unnecessary deaths. Mo Fan looked as though he had lost his spirit as he spoke to the Vanguard squad. This Vanguard squad had viewed the magical beasts as being too simple. The one in the practicals was just practice. Before the spirit wolf had gone berserk, it did not have any intention of killing the students. Genuine magical beasts were definitely not like this. They would use any and all methods to kill humans. Even if they knew that they would die, they would still use their last remaining strength to drag one more down with them. Magical beasts lived in an environment where they killed each other. They understood very well the techniques to kill others. The primary magical beasts which we will be facing are of two kinds: colossal-eyed ape rats and one-eyed magic wolves. Colossal-eyed ape rats can be considered easier to deal with. The scary ones are one-eyed magic wolves. Their cruelty and slyness is way above that of colossal-eyed ape rats. If we happen to encounter 3 or more one-eyed magic wolves, then don't hesitate, split up and escape by yourselves. If the luck is on our side, then only 3 of us will die. If we don't run, then everyone will die, Mo-fan said resolutely and decisively. The truth is, if 2 one-eyed magic wolves appeared at same time, that'd be enough to bring a life-threatening blow to this Vanguard squad. Currently, Mo-fan only wished to let his classmates understand that the dread of magical beasts was thousands of times scarier than what was described in the classes. This is no longer a practice, nor is this impractical. This is battle that involves life and death. If you win, you'll live. If you lose, you'll die. Xu Jiaoting, Wang Sanpang, Zhou Min, Mu Bai, Zhao Kunsen, Zhong Xiaohu, He Yu, Zhong Shuhua, and Xue Musheng were all looking at Mo-fan attentively. The reminder Mo-fan had given them was to allow everyone to avoid casualties their first time. While they were attentively listening to him, they were also thinking to themselves, why is Mo-fan, a third-year high school student just like them, so much sharper than everyone else? Mo-fan told everyone the easier mistakes that could be made, just like the foolish action by Wang Sanpang. You should not approach any magical beast that looks like it is dead. It will use its last remaining strength to drag you down with it. Monkey, you're responsible for finding the path. Execute this cautiously, Mo-fan warned Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohu nodded repeatedly. He would listen to everything Mo-fan said. Mu Bai, prepare your ice spread at all times. Remember that your ice spread is currently used to protect everyone. Don't count on freezing the faster magical beasts, Mo-fan said to Mu Bai. Mu Bai creased his brow. He wanted to say something, but he ended up swallowing those words back down. He had a huge prejudice against Mo-fan, however, compared to the lives of everyone, including his own. This kind of prejudice was indeed very insignificant. He nodded his head to show he understood how he should be using ice spread. After Mo-fan quickly explained things to everyone, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. In fact, he himself did not know whether they would be able to safely pass through this 3-kilometer-long road of death. He just hoped everyone's luck would be good and they would not encounter 3 one-eyed magic wolves at the same time. The squad continued to advance. They encountered no other magical beasts along this 1-kilometer-long main street. However, they did find a few old people who were unable to retreat to the safety shelters in time within the residential buildings. The Vanguard squad was unable to escort any civilians. Xue Musheng could only tell these old people to follow the main group after they got here, or else they would really be in danger. Practically every road was blocked. Occasionally, they'd see some people who made a vain attempt to drive their cars to the safety shelters. In the end, they had to abandon their car along the blocked roads and switch to walking. Seeing the people on the road, Xue Musheng and Zhou Min would tell them to first find a place to hide and wait for the main group. After traversing the main street, they quickly arrived at the Minyuan district. The Minyuan district could be considered relatively higher end in Bo City, having buildings with elevators. The entire district was decorated like a small park in the city. The space it occupied was quite large. Passing through all 4 of the ABCD districts of Minyuan district would be nearly a kilometer of distance. No one knew how many people there were who hadn't retreated yet in the large number of buildings. They believed being in these tall buildings would keep them safe. The fences around the Minyuan district were useless. Mo-fan could see a few of them broken down already. This meant there were definitely a few magical beasts inside this relatively large area. After passing through the back door of this area, a pond entered everyone's eyes. A security guard's body was floating there, and the water in the pond had also turned crimson red. The heavy rain had started to slow. This meant the bloodstains in this city were increasingly harder to clean. Seeing these bloodstains everywhere, the Vanguard squad all got goosebumps passing through this place. Do you hear that? "There's something yelling in this building," Zhou Min whispered to Mo Fan. Mo Fan walked toward one of the buildings. Through the glass, he was able to vaguely see a shadow that did not belong to a human pass by the window of the building. "Let's hurry up and move forwards." Mo Fan did not investigate further. Zhou Min nodded her head, no longer daring to say anything else. As they walked a few steps forward, their pathfinder, Zhong Xiaohu, who was searching for a way forwards, returned in haste. "There are more than 5 colossal ape rats ahead, we must go around," Zhong Xiaohu told them. "All right, let's use the other road," Mo Fan agreed as he patted Zhong Xiaohu's shoulders to show he did a good job. Zhong Xiaohu could only force a smile. If he did not force himself to grow in this kind of environment, then he would only become a burden for the squad. Zhong Xiaohu himself was also prone to panic. However, seeing Mo Fan still able to give a cool-headed response, he subconsciously felt a bit more brave. After going around the 5 rats, they had passed through half of the district. The entire process could be considered threatening, but not dangerous. "There's a colossal ape rat drinking by the swimming pool. Why, we can clearly kill it and then directly pass by this place." Zhong Shuhua was puzzled. "Don't fight insignificant battles. Currently, our mana is more precious than water in a desert." The 9 of them safely passed through Minyuan district. Considering that there was a large group following behind them, Mo Fan also chose a route that was relatively spacious and a more sensible, or they'd be congested and would attract an attack from a group of magical beasts, which would be dangerous. Chapter 100. Chapter 100, Warrior Class, Bone-Thorned Fierce Wolf. "Good, 1 more kilometer and we'll arrive safely," Shui Musheng said. Letting Mo Fan lead the squad was a sensible decision. This guy was even more experienced than the teacher. He used beast-seeking dust to predict the whereabouts of the beasts, diversion, and an instant kill with 0 casualties to pass through Minyuan district. The number of magical beasts in Minyuan district was far higher than the ones on the main street. Passing through safe and sound was indeed extremely fortunate. The concentration of magical beasts outside of the safety shelters is even higher. "Everyone, make sure to not let down your guard," Mo Fan reminded everyone. The last 1 kilometer was a very normal commercial and public entertainment district. There was no clear main street, the small alleys and roads were quite complex. This kind of place was very suitable for hiding from magical beasts. At same time, it was very easy to get ambushed by magical beasts. The movement of the 9 people was actually very nimble, unlike the large main group, where even changing directions took large effort. "It seems like there are other magicians in the middle of a battle, should we merge with them?" Zhong Xiaohu asked everyone as he stood at a high point. "They're too busy to take us into consideration." "Let's continue walking," Mo Fan answered. Just when Zhong Xiaohu was about to jump down from the high point, he suddenly saw a big, fierce wolf head slowly stretching out from a bungalow. The barbed, tooth-like bones on its head were striking. Zhong Xiaohu widened his eyes, his breath nearly stopped in that moment. Heavens, that is at least a 3-story tall bungalow, that wolf head is still a bit higher than it. Just how big is the body of that creature? Is that still your average magical beast? "Zhong Xiaohu, what are you doing? Hurry up and come down," Wang Sanpang called up to him. Zhong Xiaohu's entire being was completely shaken. He slowly moved his body to the corner before he gave everyone a shhhh gesture as he looked at them with unconcealable dismay. Just when Wang Sanpang was about to say something, Mo Fan quickly covered the mouth of this freaking fatty. Shui Musheng seemed to have realized something as well. He hastily gestured to everyone to find a place to hide. The 8 people quickly hid at the corner of the wall, none of they dared to even breathe. Their expressions were stunned and frightened. A deep breath came out from a place not too far away, and suddenly, a chaotic stream of air began to circulate along the ground. Heavy steps shook the ground. With every step it took forward, they could feel the entire building distinctly trembling. Zhong Xiaohu, who was hiding in the corner of the hallway, was like a puppet as he kept himself out of sight. He was almost as high as the huge wolf head, he could even feel that monster with 3 eyes sniffing in his direction. T, if this thing were to bite down, it could eat up all the people in this small room. Fortunately, the smell of garbage had concealed everyone's scent. Otherwise, with this monster's size, a claw slamming down would kill instantly. The trembling sound of footsteps slowly grew more distant. The rigid expressions on the faces of the dumbstruck Vanguard squad finally loosened up. Their hearts began to race viciously, beating so hard that they were unable to slow down. They didn't know just how far the creature had gone. Everyone had some lingering fears in their hearts as they remained still in their places, not daring to walk half a step. Who the hell can tell me what that was? Wang Sanpang asked with trembling lips as gazed into the distance after the distant head. Zhong Xiaohu nearly fell weakly to the floor, his calves couldn't stop shaking. Too scary. How could this world have such a scary creature? It was on a completely different level than the colossal-eyed ape rats and one-eyed magic wolves they had encountered before. A monster with a body like that, their magic probably would not even be able to wound it. It's warrior-class magical beast. A 3-eyed magic wolf, also known as bone-thorned fierce wolf. Its 3 eyes give it a 270-degree arc of vision, its body is as sturdy as steel, its bones are sharp and craggy. For us, this is simply a nightmare-level magical beast, Shui Musheng said with an incredibly gloomy voice. This isn't something we are capable of dealing with. Xu Jiaoting said, his voice carrying a hint of despair. If an intermediate magician doesn't prepare in time, then they would also get killed by a single hit. We must leave behind a message informing the main group that there is a warrior-class creature here, or else it will cause colossal damage, Shui Musheng said. Mo Fan couldn't help but glance at the Silver Commerce Tower, now covered by the fog from the after rain. A warrior-class bone-thorned fierce wolf was already at this level of scary, then what about the commander-level Darkwing wolf that was lying on the dome of the tower? Just how strong did a magician need to be able to contest against a creature like that? In front of that kind of magical beast, everyone was basically food awaiting slaughter. The heavy rain had stopped a while ago, but the mist had persisted through the city. A kilometer to the south of the safety shelters, a female magician wearing a blood-stained white uniform and dripping with sweat ran across a road. Behind her were 2 monsters that looked like pitch-black monkeys with abnormal bodies, in the process of ferociously pursuing her. They looked as though they were going to shred the attractive young woman into pieces. The atmospheric pressure suddenly declined, the broken debris in the surroundings began to suddenly move and spin. The rotation became more and more intense, and soon enough, a colossal cyclone was visibly forming into a wind dragon as it charged and began to grow skywards. The cars that were parked on the sides were slowly leaving the ground, the street lamps were also being pulled out from their stands. The incredibly ugly monkey-faced beasts that were chasing the magician emitted miserable shrieks before they were mercilessly drawn into the air. The fiercely rotating stream of air made them float like grass. The cars were crashing into each other, metal fragments were everywhere. The 2 monsters were quickly turned into indistinct flesh fragments in the air, and what sprinkled down was a rain of scarlet-red fluids. A miserable death. After seeing this scene, Lin Yuxin's face grew a withered smile. Her gaze carried a bit of celebration as she attentively looked at the other magician who had come just in time. Mr. Yang, thank you, Lin Yuxin said excitedly. If I'm not seeing this wrong, then those must be the dark beast monsters which the Black Vatican loves ordering about, Yang Zhuhe said with a solemn expression. That is correct, the disaster this time was caused by them, Lin Yuxin said with certainty. I also guessed that. Unfortunately, we don't have any bit of preventive to let this bow city. Sigh. Yang Zhuhe's expression was filled with grief. This blood alert was really unforeseen, there was no way of knowing how many people had already died. I suffered from an attack when I was protecting the underground holy spring, their objective seems to be the underground holy spring, Lin Yuxin told him. We already know that, they specifically wanted me to find you just so I could ensure the safety of the underground holy spring. As for the underground holy spring, you didn't give it to them, did you? Yang Zhuhe said. Lin Yuxin shook her head, they had me surrounded. However, after they realized the underground holy spring wasn't on my body, they flew into a rage and wanted to kill me. I used a group of scattered one-eyed magic wolves to escape from them. You're very clever. If that's case, where is the underground holy spring now? Young's Waher continued asking. I gave it to the student who was cultivating inside the underground holy spring. I believe placing it with him was much safer than carrying it myself, Lin Yusin explained. Are you talking about Mo-fan, the kid with an innate dual element? Young's Waher asked with an astonished look.